This was one of the greatest pursuits of refinement path, combining all kinds of killer moves into one goo worm. For instance, Mortal Killer Move Self-Strength. This move was a strength path killer move which Northern Plains goo Immortal Susian Air had created for her daughter Hei Lulan. Its core was strength path, but it treaded on soul path and chi path. Once it was activated, it could produce a human phantom. The phantom's appearance was lifelike and was a portrayal of the goo master's inner consciousness. Moreover, this strength path phantom could act on its own and chase its enemies. There were altogether 50 goo worms used in forming this killer move. According to Fong Yuan's current comprehension of the refinement path maxim, any killer move, be it of mortal or immortal level, could be considered as an incomplete recipe. That was to say, self-strength killer move's contents could be altered by taking out and adding in various kinds of goo materials, continuously improving it until it becomes a goo recipe for self-strength goo. When the goo recipe is perfected and self-strength goo is refined, activating just this goo worm could produce a strength path phantom. The benefits of this were clear as day. A killer move condensed into a goo worm reduced the amount of goo worms used to only one. When the goo master activates it, not only would it be extremely convenient and fast, the primeval essence expended would also be much less than activating the killer move. Another example was Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self. This move was Fong Yuan's unique creation. It combined enslavement and strength path, made from the merging of killer moves like Dragon Horse Spirit, 3 Heads 6 Arms, Rat Epidemic, Thunder Explosion, Leopard Rush, Horse Barrage, 3 Hearts Combination Soul, Beast Phantoms, 6-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, and so on. The core immortal goo were Self-Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, and Cleanse Soul. The supplementary goo worms were All-Out Effort goo, Bitter Strength goo, Borrow Strength goo, Self-Reliance goo, Refine Essence Spirit goo, Earth Strength goo, Water Strength goo, Wind Strength goo, Lightning Strength goo, Fire Strength goo, Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus goo, Lurking Soul Coat goo, Breath Concealment goo, Group Strength goo, as well as all kinds of soul path mortal goo. This killer move clearly had lots of contents. It was extremely troublesome to activate. It was because Fong Yuan had practiced it frequently to the point where it had become a kind of instinct that he was able to use it freely in battle. But in fact, it contained countless extremely complex steps. What if this killer move was elevated and refined into a goo? Myriad Self Immortal Goo. It would clearly be extremely convenient and usable. Fong Yuan would only need to transfer immortal essence and activate this goo worm to produce tens of thousands of strength path phantoms, quickly and conveniently. Fong Yuan did not have qualifications to do this before, but now with his quasi-supreme refinement path attainment, he had the ability to reach this level. All kinds of killer moves refined into goo worms. Fong Yuan's heart thumped with excitement, but he did not lose his calm as he continued to ponder. I now have the ability to elevate killer moves into goo worms. However, even though there are killer moves that can be refined into a goo worm like Myriad Self, some killer moves cannot, like Purple Blood River Formation or Ignited Thought Flying Rock. If these killer moves are condensed to their limit, they will comprise multiple immortal goo. Later on, I will need to coordinate and activate these multiple immortal goo to use the killer move. This method has benefits and demerits as well. The benefits are that it will be much more convenient and quick. The exhaustion of mind is also sharply reduced. But there are disadvantages. First, when Myriad Self killer move is condensed into a Myriad Self immortal goo, other immortal goo might be required to be used as goo materials to refine it. Moreover, the power of just Myriad Self Immortal Goo might not be as strong as Myriad Self Killer Move. Myriad Self Killer Move used so many Immortal Goo and supplementary Mortal Goo, while Myriad Self Goo would only be 1 Goo. If its rank was just rank 6 or rank 7, it would have limited Dao marks, thus not enough power. Another thing is that when only a Goo worm is used, it will be easy to counter. Killer moves are complicated, but they are also much more difficult for others to deduce and decipher. Killer moves could also be continuously adjusted and elevated. For instance, Myriad Self Killer Move had the variation moves Strength Path Giant Hand and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But Myriad Self Goo itself would not have the potential to be elevated further. Of course, the overall benefits in elevating killer moves to a Goo worm is still much higher. Simply because the Goo could be used as the core of the original killer move anyway, raising its power and also preventing it from being deduced easily. Even if some immortal goo have to be used as goo materials during the refinement process, I can refine them again. This ability would be extremely helpful to Feng Yuan. Look at Myriad Self first. Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was a variation move of this killer move. Since the start, it was extremely troublesome for Feng Yuan to activate reverse flow protection seal. He needed time to prepare for it because of the complicated procedures, and if there was even a slight mistake, the killer move would fail and inflict backlash to himself. But if he had Myriad Self Immortal Goo, Feng Yuan could modify reverse flow protection seal, greatly simplifying its steps and activating it much faster. With this, his battle strength would rise by another level. Feng Yuan possessed a lot of killer moves, but the ones he used frequently were few. Myriad Self could be condensed and elevated, Purple Thought Perception Starlight could be condensed into multiple Immortal Goo, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation could also be condensed into one Goo Worm. By then, with Myriad Self Immortal Goo and Ancient Sword Dragon Immortal Goo, he could use just 2 Immortal Goo to unleash the killer move Myriad Dragon. Divination Tortoise Transformation, Self-Cleansing Killer Move 180 Slaves, Enslavement After Victorious Fight, and so on could also be condensed and elevated. As Feng Yuan continued to ponder deep into this subject, he suddenly had another insight. Wait, be it killer moves or refining goo, they are both basically the utilization of Tao. Isn't my reverse flow protection seal using reverse flow river? And didn't Spectral Soul Demon Venerables orderly well use City Well? City Well and reverse flow river are not goo worms. Why could they be used? Isn't it because they are secluded domains of heaven and earth, containing a huge amount of Tao marks which are then used by us? Feng Yuan thought about it again. The nurture, use, and refinement of goo worms were in essence Tao. There were too many goo cultivation paths: fire path, water path, metal path, wood path, strength path, wisdom path, soul path, rule path, poison path, theft path. These paths all involve the nurture, use, and refinement of goo, all involving Tao. This is in fact a kind of Tao that connects us to heaven and earth. Suddenly, the most classic phrase of the goo cultivation world appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. Man is the spirit of all beings. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Never had Feng Yuan's understanding of this phrase been as profound as this moment. I want to condense and elevate killer moves into goo worms. I need to take out goo worms, add in goo materials, and merge them into one. Immortal goo are the fragments of the great Tao. Goo materials are the accumulation of Tao marks. As long as the path is the same, they can be substituted with each other. The reason why killer moves like Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Orderly Well can be activated is because Reverse Flow River and City Well have an abundant amount of Tao marks that can take the place of goo worms. From this point of view, these two killer moves have actually progressed from killer moves to goo recipes. As Feng Yuan continued to ponder, many of his questions from before were being clearly solved. Refinement path was actually rather special. Although it was one path, it was related to every path. The comprehension gained from becoming a quasi-supreme grandmaster was much broader and deeper than any of Feng Yuan's accomplishments in other paths. Thinking about it, I am using landscape as before Immortal Goo to restore Danghun Mountain. It looks like I am using a goo worm on the surface, but it can also be seen as using the killer move landscape as before. Any killer moves can be seen as an incomplete goo recipe, thus from another angle this is also goo refinement. Only that what I am trying to refine is not a goo worm, but a rank 9 immortal material, Danghun Mountain. Feng Yuan was only rank 7, but he could refine rank 9 immortal material? The important thing here was the Orderly Well killer move, which was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's method. And back then, the Orderly Well killer move that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used on Danghun Mountain was of rank 9 level. Realizing this point, Feng Yuan immediately got many new ideas for the restoration of Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain can be restored. It can also be used as a core like Reverse Flow River and form an immortal killer move. Oh, I understand. The peak of soul cultivation recorded in Spectral Soul's true inheritance. The 3-headed thousand arms demon soul. Isn't it an artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth? Also, the rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has countless Tao marks working together, and can function endlessly without adding any immortal essence. This is also an artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth. All along, Feng Yuan did not understand why ghostly concealment did not need immortal essence and could continue working all the time. But now he came to a realization. Did Danghun Mountain require immortal essence? No. Did Luo Pa Valley require immortal essence? Also no. Spectral Soul forcibly resisted the calamities and tribulations. Although he used immortal essence to activate killer moves, in essence, he did not require immortal essence to possess his extremely powerful battle strength. But this did not mean all kinds of Dao marks could be casually piled together with enough quantity to form a secluded domain of heaven and earth, or form a killer move like ghostly concealment. Dao marks needed to coordinate together. Wasn't this coordination just goo refinement? The required goo materials needed to be selectively chosen. Wasn't it nurturing goo? The required food materials needed to be of a certain standard. Wasn't it using goo? The coordination between goo worms was the coordination between Dao marks. Feng Yuan continued to ponder deeply for a long time before slowly opening his eyes. 3 days and 3 nights had passed. He had absorbed the refinement path true meaning in a few hours, but his comprehension used up 3 days and 3 nights. Feng Yuan's black eyes shone brightly. He looked even more unfathomable now. You? Looking at Feng Yuan's eyes, Langya Land Spirit became uncertain with shock. What's wrong? Feng Yuan asked. Langya Land Spirit sighed. The air you gave off a moment ago made me feel like I was looking at Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable, or Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable, and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Enigu Venerable was publicly recognized as a supreme grandmaster of their own path. Feng Yuan was already able to reach their boundary with his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment. He was no longer looking up at the towering mountains. From the level below, he was able to observe the scenery. This was the view at the peak of Goo Cultivation. Slumbering lightning python. Langya Land Spirit gave a loud shout. At the next moment, lightning bolts flashed and interwove together, forming a huge dragon-like lightning python. Lightning was yang, python was yin. The lightning python contained yin and yang. Not only was the wild nature of the lightning curbed, it even showed some gentleness. As a result, the lightning python was not ferocious, but graceful and lovely. It moved in a zigzag pattern, slowly coiling around a mountain-like elephant-shaped rock. The python constantly crushed the rocks into the finest powder. Refinement Path had 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials. One of them was Slumbering Lightning Python. Langya Land Spirit originated from Longhair Ancestor. He naturally had extreme proficiency in them. This killer move was elevated to rank 8 by using rank 8 Refinement Path Immortal Goo. They could not process this rank 8 immortal material Elephant Armor Mountain without the rank 8 Slumbering Lightning Python. This was an immemorial immortal material of Information Path. Langya Land Spirit had already been processing immortal materials for several hours now. Over 10 rank 8 immortal materials had already been processed. These immortal materials were divided into various categories and were all of Information Path. Slumbering Lightning Python gradually dissipated. Elephant Armor Mountain had completely been turned into fine powder. The powder gathered with other immortal materials, and under Langya Land Spirit's methods, they all formed a constantly rotating multicolored whirlpool. It is done, you can stop the immortal formation. Langya Land Spirit let out a breath of relief, extremely exhausted. Immediately, a hairy man Goo Immortal removed the Refinement Path immortal formation. With the immortal formation gone, the aura of the multicolored whirlpool immediately started to spread. The distant Wisdom Goo was like a kitten that had smelled fish as it flew over and jumped right into the whirlpool, looking drunk. So Wisdom Goo had such a trait, Feng Yuan said with a moved expression. According to legends, Wisdom Goo's recipe contains a large amount of Information Path immortal materials. In nature, a wild Wisdom Goo can only complete its advancement in areas that are full of Information Path Dao marks. Langya Land Spirit said. Feng Yuan immediately understood. Wisdom Goo's Goo recipe was not recorded in both Spectral Soul's True Inheritance and Langya True Inheritance. Only Heavenly Court had some records. Fong Yuan could not control wisdom goo, but he could move this lump of multicolored whirlpool from afar. As for those over 4,000 years of lifespan goo, he had already collected them after refinement path true meaning. I had to trouble First Supreme Elder to personally act. I will gradually repay this debt. Fong Yuan spoke in a sincere way to Langya Land Spirit. Although the method of moving wisdom goo was simple, the cost was not anything small. Various rank 8 immortal materials had to be merged to create this temporary multicolored whirlpool. And this whirlpool would gradually dissipate not long after. It had no use besides deceiving wisdom goo to change location. This cost was naturally borne by Fong Yuan. After discussing with Langya Land Spirit, both sides came to an agreement to let Fong Yuan owe the cost for the time being and not immediately pay. After all, Fong Yuan had just been through an intense battle. He urgently needed to fill his immortal essence reserves. This was also because of the rise in Fong Yuan's status. Before this, he would not have been able to enjoy such great benefits. But now, after he had pummeled Thunder Ghost True Monarch, he had the dominant status when communicating and negotiating with Langya Land Spirit. Time is tight. I will immediately go into closed cultivation and use all my strength to deduce a way as fast as possible to get out of this predicament. Fong Yuan said. Good, good. Then I won't disturb you. Joy flashed by Langya Land Spirit's eyes, his exhausted look easing by a lot. Fong Yuan returned to his cloud city. Feng Juji's group had invaded Langya Blessed Land and taken several cloud cities. But by some luck, Fong Yuan's cloud city had evaded this calamity and was still safe. This might also be related to Fong Yuan's powerful luck. Fong Yuan entered closed cultivation. The other variant human goo immortals wanted to get close to him, but Fong Yuan did not meet any of them, including those of the snowman race. Inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Immortal Killer Move. Strength reversing life and death. This move is a strength path killer move. It is not too suitable for my time path clone. I need to modify it into time path in the future. Fong Yuan's time path clone immediately turned back into an immortal zombie and arrived in front of Wisdom Goo. After a while, Wisdom Goo erupted with the light of wisdom. Fong Yuan's time path clone sat cross-legged and began to think rapidly in the light of wisdom. The issue of the Dao marks left by Feng Juji's group in Langya Blessed Land was shelved aside by Fong Yuan. Comparing Langya Blessed Land's safety and his own, his was of course more important. Right now, the most crucial thing is to elevate Yama. Otherwise, once I come out of the Blessed Land, the immortal essence to maintain Yama is really too high. If Yama was not elevated, Fong Yuan would be in an extremely passive situation. If his location was exposed and Heavenly Court continued to make deductions, they would learn of even more secrets which Fong Yuan absolutely did not want to see. Previously, Fong Yuan had thought it was much better to use Ghost Official Garment along with Ghostly Concealment's power to block Heavenly Court's deductions. The killer move Yama was a successful result of his attempts. But now, Heavenly Court had a lot of clues on Fong Yuan. The current Yama was not enough to protect him. This deduction continued for over a month. Of course, the light of wisdom was not used the whole time. The whole process went smoothly for the most part because Fong Yuan had great Grandmaster attainment in Theft Path, Quasi-Supreme in Refinement Path, and also had good grasp over Ghostly Concealment, Ghost Official Garment, and other killer moves. The process slowed slightly because of his slightly lacking Soul Path attainment. The biggest difficulty was during the mid-late stage. But it was also resolved after Fong Yuan added rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. The killer move Yama had a huge transformation. Fong Yuan renamed it to Emperor Yama. Emperor Yama had 4 main components: Ghostly Concealment, Ghost Official Garment, Soul Beast Token, and Myriad Self. Although I have deduced Emperor Yama, it can only be considered an initial version. I will need to activate it and constantly adjust it. My main body will be in charge of this. As for the clone, it will continue to deduce the way to deal with the Dao marks left by Feng Jiugu. Just like this, Fong Yuan stayed in Langya Blessed Land for about half a month. Fong Yuan finally came out of his closed cultivation. His clone had already completed its deduction task. Fong Yuan found the method to resolve the problem of the Dao marks left by Feng Jiugu. He gave this method to Langya Land Spirit. The latter's expression immediately changed at this, cursing Heavenly Court's sinister craftiness. It turned out that if refinement path methods were used to get rid of these Tao marks, it would instead help these Tao marks. The killer move self-cleansing was also ineffective. Heavenly Court was not a match for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in Soul Path, but their refinement path foundation was not any weaker than Langya sect. After all, among the 3 supreme grandmasters of refinement path, only Longhair Ancestor was a hairy man, while the other 2 were humans, and most of their inheritances were gathered by Heavenly Court. Fong Yuan was a quasi-supreme grandmaster. He saw through this scheme and even provided the simplest way to deal with it. Fong Yuan could quickly deal with these Tao marks when Langya Blessed Land was relocated. Other methods would require more than 10 years. So the question returned back to the starting point, Langya Blessed Land's relocation. What do we do? Maybe Heavenly Court intentionally made this arrangement to force us to relocate the Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit was very worried. Fong Yuan also had the same worry. Heavenly Court had not made any movement in this period of time, but it did not mean they had given up. It was more likely that they had already made preparations and were waiting for Langya Blessed Land to expose its location. But if they didn't relocate, Heavenly Court would find this location sooner or later. Looks like we can only prepare to relocate. This is the recipe for Myriad Self-Immortal Goo. If it is refined, it will be a huge boost to my battle strength. Fong Yuan said as he gave a goo recipe to Langya Land Spirit. This was the result of his recent deduction. Using his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment, Fong Yuan was confident this was already the most outstanding recipe possible. Myriad Self-Immortal Goo? Langya Land Spirit's attention was immediately attracted. Although his obsession was different from the previous Land Spirit, he had originated from Longhair Ancestor after all. If your Immortal Goo recipe is refined, it will be at least a rank 7. But several of the immortal materials are in scarce amounts in the sect's storage. It will be difficult to purchase them in a short time period even from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Langya Land Spirit gave a bitter smile. No worries. I will gather these immortal materials myself. Fong Yuan waved his hand, giving a slight smile, his gaze deep and eerie. With the new Emperor Yama killer move in his hands, he intended to use this chance to test out this move's power in a real battle. Southeast of the northern icy plain, north of Inkman City, northwest of Poison Grassland, and at the extreme south of Meng Tribe, there was a place called Autumn Blade Plain. This was a special land created naturally. It was flat with no grass growing on it. Meng Tu walked step by step in Autumn Blade Plain. He was tall and well-built, and had a bronze luster to his skin. He was wearing an armored vest that revealed his shoulders. His pants were rolled up, revealing his calves. He was walking barefoot. The plain and natural ground was as sharp as knives. As Meng Tu walked on this silver soil, it was like walking on a mountain of blades, as his every step left behind a trail of blood. But his expression was without a change. He was silent, his eyes closed, and his brows slightly knitted as he pondered over a doubt in his mind. Autumn Blade Plain is full of blade path Tao marks, forming countless edge goo naturally. I have been walking back and forth barefooted for several years now, but what is it that I am lacking for which I am still unable to make a breakthrough in my blade path attainment level? Blade path was an extremely small path. It could not be compared to paths like metal path, fire path, earth path, and so on. Sword path could not be left out when mentioning blade path. These two paths were deeply interconnected and yet conflicting with each other. Because the origin of these two paths was the same, that was edge goo. Regarding edge goo, it was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. Renzu was walking in ordinary abyss where some places were swampy. It was easy to get stuck in the mud, and the stench was foul. Some places were full of thorns, sharp pointy tips were everywhere. Renzu suffered a lot of injuries. In some parts of the ground, there were also edge goo. When Renzu stepped on the ground, his soles were injured by the sharp edges. His injuries became larger as blood flowed. When he walked, the pain could be felt striking deep within himself. Edge goo was the origin of both blade path and sword path. Many wild edge goo were produced in nature. Autumn Blade Plain was one of the few edge goo production areas in 5 regions, and was controlled by the super force Meng tribe. Meng Tu was a rank 7 goo immortal who cultivated blade path and had peak rank 7 battle strength. He was a genius when he was young, and grew rapidly, becoming a famous expert of Northern Plains goo immortal world, and was one of the pillars of Meng tribe. Several years ago, he gave a request to the tribe's goo immortals, wanting to stay in this Autumn Blade Plain. On one hand, he could look after this important resource point of the tribe, while on the other hand, he was doing this in consideration of his own cultivation. His blade path had been stuck at quasi-great grandmaster level. He wanted to use this Autumn Blade Plain, by imitating Rinzu's actions, to truly step into great grandmaster level. But over these years, although he made some gains, he was always obstructed by a thin veil from stepping into great grandmaster. Meng Tu had a determined personality. He refused to give up even after not seeing results for several years. Breaking through to great grandmaster realm is truly difficult. The tribe's supreme elders all praised me as a blade path genius rarely seen once in 1,000 years. But I am still only at quasi-great grandmaster level even after hundreds of years. Although I have already sensed the thin veil obstructing me which seems to be so near to me, it feels like it is far away in the horizon, and is as difficult as stepping into heaven. But I need to continue walking. This method still has some effect. Someday, I will definitely be able to become a blade path great grandmaster. Huh? Who is it? Right at this time, the goo formation that covered the whole of Autumn Blade Plain was destroyed abruptly, revealing the clear blue sky. A figure descended with overwhelming aura, directly charging at Meng Tu without even saying a word. Such guts! Meng Tu shouted in fury. He did not dodge, instead counterattacking with a knife hand stance. A loud sound resulted from the collision. The attacker was stable like a mountain, while Meng Tu was sent flying from the force. My immortal killer move might look like it has no momentum, but all its power is contained within. I can easily break the ordinary defenses of rank 7 goo immortals. But this person is uninjured after taking my attack head-on. This is a powerful enemy. Meng Tu was surprised. He quickly stabilized his footing and shouted at the attacker. State your name. You dare to intrude on my Meng tribe's territory. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed madly, saying in a completely altered voice. Meng Tu, of course you don't recognize me. But that is not an issue, because the dead do not need to know too much. Myriad Self-Immortal Goo's recipe required an enormous amount of edge goo. More importantly, it required a kind of special rank 7 immortal material that was deep under Autumn Blade Plain, drinking blade wine. This wine was not produced naturally. It was an unusual product formed from the bloodstains left by Meng Tu, which had seeped deep into the ground and merged with this place's blade path Dao marks. Fang Yuan knew from his first life's memories that Meng Tu bitterly cultivated here to break through to blade path great grandmaster, but was never able to meet with that opportunity. Meng Tu failed to break through. He imitated Rinzu by inserting edge goo in his heart to deepen his understanding of blade path. The killer move he created was incomplete and had serious hidden side effects. Meng Tu's mind gradually started to be affected, and he would often fall into a mad demonic state. Meng Tu also knew that this was not the ideal method, but he kept on insisting on cultivating relentlessly, hiding it from others. When the 5 regions' chaotic war started, Meng Tu took part in battles. However, the side effects started up during a battle. He fell into a crazed demonic state, killing his own tribe's goo immortals. After Meng Tu regained his senses, he concealed all traces while also fabricating false reasons, concealing this from the tribe. However, as this happened suddenly, Meng Tu was not able to deal with the traces completely. Northern Plains goo immortals slowly noticed some clues and found the truth. Meng Tu faced huge pressure. Heavenly Court came and secretly instigated him. Meng Tu had initially felt fortunate and wanted to use Heavenly Court to make contributions and make up for his mistakes. But how could Heavenly Court be schemed against by him? A blade path goo immortal? Meng Tu was instead schemed against by Heavenly Court. He made mistakes again and again until he had no way out other than to side with Heavenly Court. To support this chess piece, Heavenly Court deduced the opportunity to advance to Great Grandmaster, which was the drinking blade wine deep underground in this place. Meng Tu followed Heavenly Court's guidance and came to Autumn Blade Plain. He dug the ground and extracted a large amount of drinking blade wine. When he took a small sip, his organs felt like they were being cut by blades. When he took a large sip, he felt so much pain that he wished for death. By the time he took the third sip, he had advanced to Blade Path Great Grandmaster. From then onwards, he completely devoted himself to Heavenly Court and became the spy with second highest status in Northern Plains after Prince Fengxian. Later on, due to a lucky coincidence, his identity was exposed by Ma Hongyun, but that was another story altogether. Feng Yuan had deduced and confirmed that this place contained drinking blade wine. Although the quantity was not much, he only needed a small amount. As for this Meng Tu, Feng Yuan had carefully picked him to test his Emperor Yama killer move. Feng Yuan could not find a rank 8 Gu Immortal to test the might of his Emperor Yama. That would be looking for trouble. As for ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals, Feng Yuan had no use for them. However, Meng Tu, who had peak rank 7 battle strength, and was already renowned as a Blade Path Quasi-Great Grandmaster, was an extremely good choice. So Feng Yuan made a long trip to Autumn Blade Plain, directly looking for trouble with Meng Tu. The attack just now was Meng Tu's hidden killer move. Its power is beyond ordinary, but I could block it with just Emperor Yama. This defensive method is pretty good. Feng Yuan assessed in his mind. He had already activated Emperor Yama. He was covered in a yellowish-brown robe of an emperor, turning into a 10-feet giant. The giant had a crown on its head which had strings of pearls in front and back. Its face was deep and dark, as if it was shrouded by a layer of fog, or was a dark whirlpool. Its sleeves were long and wide, it had a jade belt on his waist, and a bronze armor was covering his chest and back. The surface of the robe was adorned with golden threads that had weaved into thousands of ghostly monsters who stood orderly and without moving, giving a dignified aura. Meng Tu's attack was not without any effect. The thin bronze armor on Emperor Yama's chest had a dent. But with a little consumption of Feng Yuan's soul foundation, this dent immediately bulged up, restoring itself. This was the specialty of Emperor Yama. Rank 9 ghostly concealment did not expend anything and also functioned on its own, while Ghost Official Garment relied on soul foundation. Emperor Yama, which was a combination of these two moves, did not require immortal essence, but spent Feng Yuan's soul foundation. Meng Tu, you are nothing much. You have cultivated here for several years. What new killer moves have you created? It will be a real pity if you don't use them before your death. Feng Yuan provoked. Meng Tu laughed from anger, then looked at Feng Yuan with pity. No matter who you are seeking your own death by challenging me here. There used to be a defensive immortal formation here, but do you know why I persuaded the tribe to take it back? Because as long as I am here, there is no need for an immortal formation to guard this place. Meng Tu fiercely stomped on the ground with his right foot. At the next moment, the ground shook as endless blade lights surged up. Countless blade path phantoms gathered into a huge army, surrounding Feng Yuan tightly. In a blink of an eye, Feng Yuan was already surrounded tightly by countless blade path phantoms. Not only this, the endless blade lights filled the whole sky, isolating inside from outside. Whoever you may be, your defensive killer move is indeed amazing. Meng Tu was protected by many layers of blade path phantoms. He gazed at Feng Yuan deeply before smiling and rubbing his hands to ease the numbness from the previous force. But Meng Tu raised his head slightly at the tall Emperor Yama, his gaze filled with pity. You should never have come to find trouble for me here in Autumn Blade Plain. Actually, it was not wrong to find trouble for me here. But your timing is really bad. If it were when I had just come here, you might still have some chance at survival. But now, Meng Tu laughed, holding his hands behind his back as he shook his head. At the next moment, Feng Yuan continued after Meng Tu's words. But now, this place is already filled with your traces. Since years back, you have been comprehending Blade Path here, trying to break through to Blade Path Great Grandmaster Realm. Thus, you can greatly influence the Tao marks of this place to form an environment that is close to an immortal battlefield killer move one, like this scene in front of me. Meng Tu's expression immediately changed. He had believed no one knew of his trump card, and thus had never expected Fang Yuan to not only be unsurprised, but also speak of his trump card in such a familiar way. Fang Yuan's low and deep voice continued, "Do you know why I am looking for trouble with you? It is precisely because you have this method which can form such a battlefield environment. This is close to an immortal battlefield, but it is still not a true immortal battlefield, with an essential difference that your influence is already at its maximum. You are unable to control it at will, so it might have trapped me, but aren't you also trapped?" Meng Tu's pupils shrunk rapidly. His pleased mood had completely disappeared. "Who exactly are you?" he asked Fang Yuan nervously. Fang Yuan chuckled, looking at his surroundings. "Although your blade path phantoms are in high numbers, their quality is not up to par. It happens that I also have a similar method. Why don't we spar a little?" Fang Yuan's yellowish-brown emperor robe suddenly emitted countless howls and shrieks. Next, those ghostly monsters weaved on the surface of the robe came alive, and started to move, then jumped out of Fang Yuan's Emperor Yama robe one by one, turning from small to large. These ghostly monsters had human shapes, but they all had malevolent and terrifying faces, knife-like claws, and bloodshot eyes, looking quite horrifying. "Kill!" Meng Tu narrowed his eyes, as he mobilized his blade path phantoms to charge towards these ghostly monsters. These blade path phantoms all had his appearance, but their faces were vague, and compared to the size of the ghostly monsters, they were like rats against carriage wheels. The ghostly monsters howled and spread their huge arms like a tall tree waving its branches. Bang, 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 all the blade path phantoms on their way were destroyed. The monsters ran amok while letting out crazed screams and howls, easily crushing all the blade path phantoms on their way. These ghostly monsters are really powerful, each having rank 7 battle strength. Meng Tu had rich battle experience, as he noticed this with just a short observation. His heart immediately felt as heavy as a mountain. His eyelids twitched violently. "But it doesn't matter. My blade path phantoms are created from the natural Tao marks in Autumn Blade Plane, which are almost endless. Although the quality is not good, it can be made up with the quantity." Meng Tu quickly calmed down. These Yama children have quite the battle strength." Fang Yuan assessed inwardly and was pleased. These ghostly monsters originated from the ancient soul beasts that Fang Yuan had gathered in Green Ghost Desert. After Fang Yuan deduced the killer move Emperor Yama, he modified these ancient soul beasts, changing them into human shapes and turning them into Yama children. This inspiration came from Blood Deity Immortal Gu's recipe. Fang Yuan was a grandmaster in Blood Path. With the light of wisdom's help, he had already completed the Blood Deity Immortal Gu recipe. The current Fang Yuan, with his refinement path quasi-supreme attainment, could change any Immortal Gu recipe into an Immortal Killer move. So Fang Yuan was able to grasp the Immortal Killer move Blood Deity. The killer move Yama Child was deduced from consulting not only Blood Deity, but also some main contents of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. For example, Soul Beast Modification. Spectral Soul modified the soul beasts in the door of life and death, causing them to become loyal to him. They even faced Duke Long without fearing death. There was also another Soul Path Immortal Killer move, Life and Death Retrieval. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had created this Immortal Killer move by comprehending the secluded domain of heaven and earth, the door of life and death. What kind of place was the door of life and death? When any living being die, their soul would return to the door of life and death. It was only when Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Gu that the door of life and death's power weakened greatly, allowing countless souls to linger behind in the living world to gradually turn into soul beasts. Life and Death Retrieval had the power to let the Gu Immortal retrieve souls from the door of life and death. Fang Yuan completely merged this move into Emperor Yama, giving his Yama children the ability to instantly return. Soon, a Yama child gave a miserable shriek. Its thigh was broken, and it was knocked down onto the ground. Countless blade path phantoms immediately flocked towards it. But Fang Yuan willed, "Return." At the next moment, this Yama child immediately turned into fog, which flew back into Fang Yuan's emperor robe, turning back into a monster image that was motionless, but was filled with injuries and a broken thigh. "It can do this?" Meng Tu was astonished once again. His hands, which had been held behind his back, were loosened as his gaze towards Fang Yuan turned somewhat stunned. This was too outrageous. Meng Tu had been intending to rely on quantity to kill every Yama child, but had not expected them to be able to return like this. Theoretically, any killer moves could be deciphered, but Meng Tu was a Blade Path Gu Immortal and not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Even if he was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal against a rank 8 killer move like Emperor Yama, unless he was a Wisdom Path Great Expert, how could he decipher it on the spot? Even Fairy Ziwei could not decipher it on the spot. When deducing Reverse Flow Protection Seal, she had to repeatedly gather clues from battles, continuously accumulating them before she was able to gain some results. Fang Yuan's Emperor Yama used Ghostly Concealment as its base. This rank 9 killer move was an artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth at the same level as Reverse Flow River. How could Meng Tu break it? Meng Tu simply could not deduce it. He could only summon his courage to continue fighting with Fang Yuan. However, the Yama children's quantity was limited. Although they killed a large amount of Blade Path Phantoms, the injuries accumulated to a serious degree, and they were recalled by Fang Yuan. On the battlefield, there were fewer and fewer Yama children, while Blade Path Phantoms seemed to be unlimited. After all, Fang Yuan had limited time. He was not able to modify enough soul beasts. This battle has likely weakened Autumn Blade Plane's foundation by more than half. Meng Tu's expression was gloomy. The price he had to pay was high as he was using the whole of Autumn Blade Plane, the future benefits of Meng tribe, to engage in a battle of attrition with Fang Yuan. But regardless of how much he had to sacrifice, Meng Tu still persisted with this tactic. Fang Yuan's previous words had truly scared him. He had already regarded Fang Yuan as the strongest enemy in his life, so he was cautiously using any available methods to deal with Fang Yuan. But this was also what Fang Yuan intended to attain with his words. Only this Meng Tu could be the best whetstone to test his Emperor Yama killer move. There were less than 10 Yama children left, and they stood on guard beside Fang Yuan, while the unlimited number of Blade Path Phantoms surged towards them like a tidal wave. The speed of recovery is passable. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He had been standing on the same spot from the start, unmoving like a millennium-old tree. By now, the first Yama child he had recalled to his Emperor robe had already recovered completely. When these Yama children modified from soul beasts returned to the robe, they would start recovering from their injuries. Naturally, it expended Fang Yuan's soul foundation. This involved a profundity of Gu refinement. The Yama child was still a soul beast, and the healing, from another angle, was like a Gu refinement process. If I bring out these recovered Yama children, I wonder what expression Meng Tu will have. Fang Yuan smiled inwardly, but did not do this, instead using another method. Let me see Emperor Yama's offensive prowess. At the next moment, Fang Yuan inwardly called out, "Soul explosion!" The Emperor Yama suddenly spread its arms. Its whole body shook as vast waves of darkness erupted out from it. The Yama children were completely safe in the dark waves, only shaking like they were being blown at by a fierce wind. But those Blade Path Phantoms were like weak candle flames under a storm, instantly extinguishing. In an instant, the whole battlefield was cleared. The unlimited blade lights were instantly destroyed. Meng Tu was sent back hundreds of steps from the soul explosion and was half kneeling on the ground. A glaring radiance was being emitted by his whole body as he pushed his defensive killer moves to their limits. Such power! Meng Tu quickly stood up and looked up at Fang Yuan with a shaken expression. This killer move is truly amazing. It should be a combination move containing both offense and defense. Its defense is so strong, and there is also the powerful method of sending out troops, but its strongest point is its offensive power. I have never seen or heard of this killer move. Was it created by this person? If so, then who in the world is this person who can create such a killer move? This soul explosion effect is decent, I suppose. Fang Yuan gave a nod of approval. One Yama child was completely used to create the power of a peak rank 7 killer move, but it still did not reach rank 8. Defense, Yama child, recovery, soul explosion. These aspects are all at the peak of rank 7. But Emperor Yama's true power lies in 2 other aspects. Let's try this. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, Meng Tu had already charged over, shouting, "Come! Try my killer move, Heaven and Earth Blade, Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. In an instant, a ghost hand, as if from the netherworld, that was as large as a handheld fan appeared behind Meng Tu and directly entered his body. It then came out, disappearing from sight once again. Puff! Meng Tu suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. The core immortal goo of Heaven and Earth Blade was robbed. The killer move failed and the backlash immediately inflicted serious injuries on him. What's going on? Where is my immortal goo? Meng Tu's heart shook in unprecedented fright. Previously, in Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan had used Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. Great Thief Ghost Hand was only a rank 7 move, and its core was rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Goo. But with the help of the killer move Yama, its power rose to the point where it could steal a rank 8 Immortal Goo from the legendary immemorial Soul Beast Qing Chao's body. Back then, Great Thief Ghost Hand's effective range was extremely short, which required Fang Yuan to get near the target. After returning, Fang Yuan modified Yama, adding in Great Thief Ghost Hand to form the completely new Emperor Yama killer move. Right now, Great Thief Ghost Hand not only had a long range of effectiveness, it also had the ability to conceal itself. It was not strange for Meng Tu to be struck by it. Instead, it would be unusual if he was not struck. This is your Blade Path Immortal Goo? Oh, a white butterfly's appearance and the size of a fist. Is it Blade Wing Immortal Goo? Fang Yuan recalled the Great Thief Ghost Hand. He was holding a rank 7 Immortal Goo in his hand, which looked like a butterfly with layers of exquisite cloud patterns on its wings. Cold sweat dripped from Meng Tu's forehead. He was lying weakly on the ground. He looked at Fang Yuan with narrowed eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice. You actually seized an immortal goo from my immortal aperture? Did you obtain a true inheritance of thieving heaven? True inheritance of thieving heaven your guess is correct. I obtained one indeed. Fang Yuan sneered as he stored Bladewing immortal goo into his immortal aperture right in front of Meng Tu, sealing it in Heaven's sealing mountain. Meng Tu's eyelids twitched violently. Bladewing immortal goo was not his vital goo, but he had raised it from its rank 5 mortal goo stage. He had failed dozens of times and expended a huge amount of resources, as well as time and energy to raise it. He had never expected there would be a day where it would be forcibly seized. Anger surged in Meng Tu's heart, but even more than anger was fear. Why did thieving Heaven Demon Venerable become a calamity of the world in the past? Wasn't it because of his immortal goo stealing methods? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could even steal things that were hidden in immortal apertures. And now, Fang Yuan had reproduced Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method. The nightmare that he had casted upon an entire era was like a thick layer of dark clouds that shrouded Meng Tu's heart. Meng Tu healed his injuries to the best of his abilities while speaking with a tensed expression. Since you are a Theft Path Goo Immortal and have also inherited Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance, then you should be aware of the rule set by your ancestor Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable back then. Thieves have their own honor. Always leave room for appeasement and never act too overbearingly. Since you have taken my Bladewing Immortal Goo, what else do you want? If you want anything else, I can lend them to you. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had rampaged throughout the world, with no one able to stop him. But Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was not evil by nature. He was good-natured at his core. He advocated honor and glory. All he wanted was to return home. His cultivation journey and resources stolen were meant for this purpose. After the 5 regions Goo Immortals knew of his goal, as well as being aware that they could not defend against Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods, whenever they ran into Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, they would lend anything Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable wanted as long as it did not endanger their lives. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not have insatiable greed. After he obtained the things he wanted, he spared the lives of the Goo Immortals and let them off. In most cases, he only took what he wanted. He did not care about other immortal goo or immortal materials no matter how high their value was. Since Fang Yuan inherited Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance and was Thieving Heaven's inheritor, Meng Tu knew he could not win, and since the situation was extremely bad, he directly asked for mercy. Fang Yuan frowned, mumbling, "If you truly want to do this, It is also not impossible. Just as he was speaking, Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly glinted, pushing his hands forward as he activated Immortal Killer Move Soul Explosion. A vast wave of darkness immediately surged towards Meng Tuesday. Meng Tu did not dodge, instead laughing. You really thought that I, Meng Tu, am a person who begs for mercy? Just as he ended his words, he was submerged by the soul explosion's dark waves. But shortly afterwards, his body let out bright blade lights as he boldly self-detonated. Boom! A loud explosion with terrifying might threw chaos into the whole of Autumn Blade Plain. After the explosion, not even the corpse of Meng Tu remained, while Fang Yuan's Emperor Yama was mostly destroyed. The quasi-immortal battlefield that covered the entirety of Autumn Blade Plain also completely disintegrated, and Autumn Blade Plain's surface sank by 5 to 6 feet. Fang Yuan quickly used his investigative methods to scan the battlefield, and after several scans, he finally confirmed Meng Tu was truly dead. Meng Tu actually self-detonated. Fang Yuan was surprised and had a strange expression. He had not expected Meng Tu would be so bold and direct. This was clearly somewhat different from the memories in Fang Yuan's first life. If Meng Tu was someone who disregarded life and death, why would he have sided with Heavenly Court? It was because of this, Fang Yuan had felt Meng Tu was not strong-willed. So when Meng Tu asked for mercy, Fang Yuan subconsciously chose to believe him. Naturally, Fang Yuan never intended to let go of Meng Tu. But when he was about to make a move, Meng Tu had self-detonated one step ahead of him. Such determination and will was truly too straightforward. Maybe Meng Tu's nature was gradually changed by all kinds of events. After all, humans do change. Also, in my first life, it was Heavenly Court who made a move. They definitely used some exquisite methods and plans to instigate Meng Tuesday. Fang Yuan shook his head as he gave one final glance at Autumn Blade Plain before flying away quickly. Almost all the edge goo in Autumn Blade Plain were destroyed after this battle. But their growth potential had become bigger, because with Meng Tu's self-detonation, all his blade path Dao marks were engraved in this land. Fang Yuan had obtained little benefit in this battle. Besides testing out Emperor Yama and obtaining the rank 7 Blade Wing Immortal Goo, he did not achieve his original intention, which was Meng Tu's soul and immortal aperture. Meng Tu's firm resolution had decreased Fang Yuan's benefits. His goal was achieved. Even in death, he did not let the enemy obtain the maximum benefits. After Fang Yuan displayed Great Thief Ghost Hand, Meng Tu knew that his immortal goo could be stolen one after the other by Fang Yuan. With his serious injuries and the fact he was trapped at this place, he had no hope of escaping, so he resolutely chose to self-detonate. From his point of view, it was a rather sensible action. It has always been difficult to prepare oneself for death. This Meng Tu has true courage. In my first life, he sided with Heavenly Court. He was cast aside by his tribe and Northern Plains Goo immortal world, sullying his reputation as a shameless person. This life, although he died, he will definitely have the glory of a fallen hero. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Regardless, his goal was still achieved after the battle. Before stealing Blade Wing Immortal Goo, he had secretly taken out the drinking blade wine from deep underground. In the process, he had casually stolen hundreds of edge goo, which was better than nothing. Fang Yuan retreated extremely quickly. Autumn Blade Plain was in the territory of Meng tribe. When Meng Tu saw Fang Yuan intruding, he would have definitely sent a message to the tribe. So not long later, Meng tribe will sense Meng Tu's death and many Goo immortals would come to inspect Autumn Blade Plain. The items were already obtained. Fang Yuan was looking towards the future when Northern Plains obstructed Heavenly Court's expansion, so it was not worthwhile to kill these Northern Plains Goo immortals, as it would weaken Northern Plains and be basically helping Heavenly Court. As he was not in a fight, Emperor Yama's robe gradually shrunk to a silk-like clothing, while the thin bronze armor on Fang Yuan's chest and back stuck to his muscles. Oh? Someone is deducing me. After a while of flying, Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Meng tribe was a super force and had specially nurtured a wisdom path Goo immortal. They were definitely shaken by Meng Tu's death and were sure to look for the culprit. Fang Yuan held his breath, carefully looking at his Emperor Yama killer move. Emperor Yama's robe gradually expanded and continued to expand along with the increase in intensity of the deduction of Meng tribe's wisdom path Gu Immortal. Feng Yuan was defending against the other side's deduction while also calculating his soul foundation expenditure. Meng tribe's wisdom path Gu Immortal deduced for a while before stopping, gaining no results. Feng Yuan nodded, greatly pleased. Emperor Yama's defense against wisdom path deductions has become stronger and is at rank 8 level. Even if Fairy Ziwei deduces about me, I can block her. The conclusion was, Emperor Yama's defense and offense were at peak rank 7 level. The Yama children were extremely difficult to deal with. Not only could they act flexibly, they could also rapidly recover, and even if there were losses, they could easily be replenished with Soul Beast modification. Even more amazing was Great Thief Ghost Hand. This method could steal rank 8 Immortal Gu. In this battle, with just one attack, it had determined his victory, forcing Meng Tu, a peak rank 7 expert, to self-detonate. At a similar level to Great Thief Ghost Hand was Emperor Yama's defense against wisdom path deductions. This was also what Feng Yuan needed the most. However, Emperor Yama still has room for improvement. I should design an immortal battlefield killer move with Emperor Yama as the core. This time, Meng Tu sealed the area, isolating himself from the outside world. If he had not shot himself in the foot, he could have freely escaped, and it would have been much more difficult for me to kill him. Also, if I had an immortal battlefield killer move, when Meng Tu wanted to self-detonate, I would have sensed it one step earlier. Feng Yuan was always striving for improvements. He believed Emperor Yama could still be elevated further. 2 Gu Immortals were flying rapidly in the sky. They had rough appearances and were tall and well-built. They were Meng tribe Gu Immortals Meng Zizai and Meng Zhao. Like Feng Yuan had expected, the moment he showed himself, Meng Tu sent the message of an attack to the tribe. But later, Meng Tu had used the Blade Path Dao marks to cover Autumn Blade Plain with an environment similar to an immortal battlefield. He was no longer able to send messages. With such an important message like an invading enemy, Meng tribe naturally would not ignore it. They immediately sent a rank 7 Gu Immortal, Meng Zizai, and a young rank 6 Gu Immortal, Meng Zhao, to deal with the enemy. Uncle, who do you think this ignorant guy who dared to intrude on our Meng tribe is? I think it is probably a demonic Gu Immortal who cultivates alone without any contact with the outside world. Meng Zhao said with a smile towards Meng Zizai. Meng Zizai was stone-faced, but his eyes revealed a relaxed gaze as he agreed. Your guess is logical, but you need to plan for the worst in everything. Currently, Longevity Heaven has appeared in front of everyone to unite every Huang Jin tribe, old ancestor Shui who has disappeared somewhere. Heavenly Lord Baizu has turned to the righteous path. The righteous path is at its peak. But there is actually someone who dared to go against the general trend and came to find trouble with my Huang Jin tribe. This fellow is either a lunatic or has some background. This is why the tribe sent us as reinforcements to prevent against any accident. Uncle, you are right. But Meng Zhao paused before laughing. That person is truly unlucky. They went into Autumn Blade Plain, which is guarded by Lord Meng Tu. Lord Meng Tu cultivates Blade Path and has Quasi-Great Grandmaster Blade Path attainment. He is ranked among the top 3 rank 7 experts in the tribe. He might not just be a Quasi-Great Grandmaster anymore. Meng Zizai sighed. Meng Zhao's eyes brightened. Uncle, you mean that? Meng Zizai smiled. He is the senior brother whom I admire the most in my life. No one in the tribe can match his talent in Blade Path. He has been cultivating in Autumn Blade Plain for the past years. With his talent, he should have reached Great Grandmaster realm. Blade Path Great Grandmaster. He is indeed worthy of being Lord Meng Tu. Meng Zhao said excitedly. Ha ha ha, that's right. Meng Zizai laughed. He had received a lot of care from Meng Tu in his cultivation. He held Meng Tu in the highest regard. So when Meng Tu messaged the tribe about the enemy, Meng Zizai requested to be sent to aid Meng Tuesday. In fact, he had utmost confidence in Meng Tu, and he only came to catch up on old times with Meng Tu and introduce Meng Zhao to him. Meng Zhao had been carefully picked by Meng Zizai as a Gu Immortal Jr. to be nurtured by the tribe. Meng tribe also had various factions representing their respective political benefits. Meng Tu and Meng Zizai were of the same faction. Meng Zhao was selected by Meng Zizai to draw in new blood to this faction. Meng Zhao also knew the significance of this trip, so he was very excited. Autumn Blade Plain is not far away from here. We can see senior brother after a short while. Sai, I have not seen him for a few years. If he could become a Blade Path Great Grandmaster, it will be a huge help to our faction. Meng Zizai inwardly thought. But right at this time, his body suddenly shook violently. Then his expression paled, and his eyes widened in extreme shock. Uncle? What's wrong? Meng Zhao noticed the change in Meng Zizai's expression and was doubtful. Since meeting Meng Zizai, he had never seen this calm uncle show such an appearance. But Meng Zhao saw Meng Zizai becoming even more abnormal. Meng Zizai had unknowingly lowered his speed, before finally floating in the air without moving like a statue. His expression was deathly pale. His eyes were red and tears actually dripped down. Meng Zhao's heart shook even more. Something huge had definitely happened, but he did not dare to continue asking. He could only accompany Meng Zizai as they faced the chilling wind. Meng Zizai was dazed for a good while before his expression changed once again. He looked terrifying, his eyes filled with raging fury. Meng Zizai gave a loud shout. The shout was like thunder, resonating over all the surroundings. He then shot forward at an extremely fast speed. Meng Zhao was caught off guard, but quickly followed after coming back to his senses. But how could his speed compare to the rank 7 Gu Immortal Meng Zizai? Soon he was thrown far behind. Meng Zhao was very puzzled. What's going on? He had a bad feeling in his heart. Wait a moment. Uncle's direction is towards Autumn Blade Plain. Has Lord Meng Tu met with danger? Meng Zhao's whole body shivered at this thought. If it were really like this, then this was no doubt like a nightmare to him and was very bad news for Meng tribe as well. If Meng Tu, who had peak rank 7 battle strength, died, then it was an extremely great loss for Meng tribe. Meng Zhao hurried to Autumn Blade Plain with all his strength. What happened here? Meng Zhao was shocked. Before even reaching Autumn Blade Plain, he could sense the surging blade path Dao marks in the air. Autumn Blade Plain's original layout was already completely destroyed, replaced by countless blade marks which crazily cut across the land, forming pits and trenches all over the area. Meng Zhao soon saw Meng Zizai kneeling on the ground, still like a statue. He carefully descended to the ground. The dense blade path Dao marks here stabbed into his skin, causing him to feel bursts of pain. He walked to Meng Zizai's side and shockingly discovered streams of tears on the latter's cheeks. Meng Zhao only saw Meng Zizai in Autumn Blade Plain. He did not see Meng Tuesday. That guess in his mind immediately became more distinct by countless times, causing his expression to involuntarily turn into that of fright. Meng Zizai slowly opened his eyes and looked at Meng Zhao, saying in a deep and hoarse voice that let anyone that heard it know the intense pain and anger he was restraining in his heart. Brother Meng Tu has died in battle. Meng Zhao's whole body shivered, despite already guessing it. When he heard Meng Zizai verifying it, he still could not endure the extreme shock. Meng Tu had actually died in battle? With his battle strength, who could kill him? Meng Zhao opened his mouth, and after a long while, said, Uncle, Lord Meng Tu is so powerful. How could he be so easily killed? Maybe he is still alive and has only shifted the battle elsewhere. But Meng Zizai slowly shook his head. When we were on the way just before, the tribe sent me a message saying Meng Tu's soul lantern was extinguished. But I still held hope until I arrived here. His voice choked as tears flowed out of his eyes once again. A man does not easily shed tears, unless it is truly a heart-wrenching matter. Meng Zizai continued in a weak voice. I know he has a killer move called Blade Sacrifice, which is a self-destruction method. It destroys his immortal aperture, immortal goo and other resources to let out an unprecedentedly terrifying might. Using this move means he is definitely dead. If so, Meng Zhao quickly looked at the whole battlefield, feeling even more shocked. Meng Tu was dead. Such a powerful Gu Immortal had actually died, forced to self-detonate within such a short period of time. Who in the world was the enemy? All kinds of past events and memories surfaced in Meng Zizai's mind. He had never expected a situation where Meng Tu died. Meng Zizai cried for a while before slowly standing up. His face turned expressionless as he said to Meng Zhao, "You should return. Our Meng tribe definitely won't let the matter of Meng Tu's death go. But this enemy is unimaginably powerful." Meng Tu had immediately sent a message when the enemy appeared. "We also moved out at once, moving here without resting the whole journey." But in such a short period of time, Meng Tu was unable to protect himself and was forced to self-detonate by the enemy. I know his temperament. He probably wanted to use this move to drag the enemy with him. But from the looks of it, there is no traces of the enemy's death. This is a powerful enemy which even Blade Sacrifice could not kill. I must give chase. I will catch the culprit even if I have to spend my whole life. This is beyond your ability. You should return to the tribe and cultivate. Don't let this news be exposed. Meng Zhao nodded with a heavy heart. I understand. You must be careful, uncle. With Meng Tu's death, Meng tribe had lost a capable expert, and this was not a light loss to them. At the same time, they had got in trouble with a powerful enemy with a mysterious origin and unknown goal. Meng tribe would seal this news for the moment to maintain stability. As for Meng Zhao, his cultivation was too low and his status was not high, which could be seen from how the tribe had still not informed him of Meng Tu's death. Don't worry. Second Supreme Elder is personally coming with the Immortal Gu House investigation courtyard. Meng Zizai patted Meng Zhao's shoulder. Meng Zhao nodded his head, putting his heart at rest as he left. With Immortal Gu House investigation courtyard, they did not have to fear even if they encountered a rank 8 existence. Meng Zhao did not have to wait for long as he saw investigation courtyard appear in the horizon. Not long later, investigation courtyard came to a stop. Meng tribe's second supreme elder walked out of the courtyard, nodding at Meng Zizai solemnly before immediately starting to inspect the battlefield. But why would Fang Yuan leave behind any clues? After Meng tribe's second supreme elder finished inspecting, his expression turned even heavier. Meng Zizai said, "This mysterious enemy is very clean with their methods. I have already inspected the battlefield earlier. They have dealt with the traces with extreme proficiency." Meng tribe's second supreme elder nodded his head. "No worries. We have investigation courtyard here." Investigation courtyard was an information path Immortal Gu House. Its specialty was to gather information. Meng tribe's second supreme elder immediately activated one of its killer moves. They actually managed to find some clues. He went in that direction. Chase. Meng tribe's 2 Gu immortals entered the Immortal Gu House and chased after Fang Yuan with fury and hatred. The clues end here. Meng tribe's Immortal Gu House investigation courtyard slowly stopped in the air. Meng tribe's 2 Gu immortals looked at each other. Meng Zizai looked ahead at a lush valley that was starkly different from the surrounding grassland. Such a valley would not form naturally, but the 2 Meng tribe immortals were not surprised. Meng tribe's second supreme elder said in a heavy voice, "This is Sleeping Lady's Divine Needle Valley." Meng Zizai frowned. "Is it her?" Meng tribe's second supreme elder was silent. Sleeping Lady was a rank 7 lone immortal who cultivated sound path. She did not have outstanding battle strength, but she controlled an immemorial desolate beast divine hedgehog. This divine hedgehog was a sword path immemorial desolate beast, and had an ability to shoot out all the spines on its body, which was extremely fast and had terrifying power. Sleeping Lady created Divine Needle Valley, being in control of the area between Meng tribe and Murong tribe. She not only had the powerful method to control an immemorial desolate beast, her political wisdom was also excellent. She lived right between the 2 super forces, so no side dared to truly go against her. Because if one side did that, Sleeping Lady could easily side with the other super force. The 2 Meng tribe Gu immortals were silent. The situation could become messy. They followed the clues here, but they had not actually obtained any specific information regarding Fang Yuan. Sleeping Lady's own strength was not Meng Tu's match, but if she sent the divine hedgehog, she might be able to kill Meng Tuesday. This indeed made her a suspect. But this matter was troublesome to handle. Meng tribe and Murong tribe had quite a good relationship with Sleeping Lady. They had expressed goodwill to her since long ago, trying to win her over and preventing her from siding with the other party. The relationship between Meng tribe and Murong tribe was obviously not good. Every superforce had an instinct to expand their territories. Meng tribe and Murong tribe were so close to each other. How could their relationship be good? If Sleeping Lady was the culprit, how could she have such guts by herself? So it was very likely she had already sided with Murong tribe. As a superforce and a righteous Huangjin tribe, Murong tribe could not attack another righteous path superforce for no reason, so it was entirely possible for them to have used Sleeping Lady as the front. If Sleeping Lady was not the culprit, then how should the two Meng tribe Gu Immortals investigate? Slight carelessness might make Sleeping Lady develop thoughts of siding with Murong tribe. Then Meng tribe's losses would undoubtedly be even bigger. The two Gu Immortals pondered for a long while before Second Supreme Elder finally said, "Let's go. We will make a visit to Sleeping Lady and inform her of Meng Tu's death. Only by being open and direct will Sleeping Lady realize our Meng tribe's intention." After all, the clues stop at her divine Needle Valley. Meng Tu nodded his head. Investigation Courtyard had not concealed its traces, so the two Meng tribe Gu Immortals' arrival had already startled Sleeping Lady. However, Sleeping Lady maintained her composure. She had the qualifications and the confidence to cope with all situations, patiently waiting for the two Meng tribe Gu Immortals to come to her. When Meng tribe's two Immortals reached her residence, they immediately narrated the situation to her. She then understood the situation and also realized how serious this matter was. First, she declared her innocence, which was immediately verified by the Meng tribe Gu Immortals. Secondly, she herself was worried when she heard that the clues disappeared in Divine Needle Valley. This mysterious culprit could kill Meng Tu. He definitely has powerful methods and terrifying battle strength. Friends, please do me a favor by coming with me to inspect the whole Divine Needle Valley. Sleeping Lady took the initiative to ask for help. Meng tribe's two Immortals were joyous. This was what they wanted, so they immediately agreed. The three Immortals moved in a group, carefully searching Divine Needle Valley. Sleeping Lady was afraid too. She had some knowledge of Investigation Courtyard's power. Since the clues disappeared in Divine Needle Valley, it was very likely the culprit was still hiding in her valley. Since this mysterious culprit could so viciously kill Meng Tu, why would he not be able to deal with her? The three Immortals searched for a long while but gained no results. Meng tribe's two Immortals glanced at each other, the Second Supreme Elder intentionally saying, "We have searched almost the whole Divine Needle Valley. Is the killer really not here?" Meng Zizai pretended to unintentionally reply, "Isn't there still an area which we have not searched?" Sleeping Lady knew these two were putting on a show, but she was not the culprit and sincerely wanted to search this place. So she nodded. "I specially designed this Divine Needle Valley for the Divine Hedgehog. Only the deepest area of the valley is left now. Please follow me." Meng tribe's Gu Immortals followed Sleeping Lady to the depths of the valley. An enormous pure white hedgehog was resting at the dark valley floor. It was sleeping in a curled-up position. Its breaths were long and slow. It was covered with extremely sharp spines which were full of sword path Dao marks. The divine hedgehog was as large as a hill. Meng tribe's two Gu Immortals slowly flew to its side. They were like ants in front of a carriage wheel. Such an amazing, immemorial, desolate beast. Meng tribe's second supreme elder softly praised. Sleeping Lady's expression somewhat softened. This was her most important capital that allowed her to survive in between two super forces. Meng tribe's second supreme elder carefully inspected before saying, "This batch of front-back divine obstruction needles seems to have very high quality. Sleeping Lady, when are you picking them?" The sharp spines on the divine hedgehog's body were rank 8 immortal materials that could be plucked. Every sharp spine was a front-back divine obstruction needle. Every time the divine hedgehog encounters a dangerous situation, it would shoot out all its sharp spines to kill the enemy. These released spines naturally could not be put back. When the divine hedgehog goes to sleep, new spines would once again grow on its body. Sleeping Lady had unique methods which could make the divine hedgehog fall into deep sleep constantly. doing that after feeding it till it's full. Sleeping Lady gained an economic pillar, which was the business of front-back divine obstruction needles. These front-back divine obstruction needles were mostly sold to Meng tribe and Murong tribe, while the remaining small portion was put on sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Sleeping Lady thus was quite well off. Northern Plains was poor in resources, but Sleeping Lady relied on this divine hedgehog to live a far better life than most of the Northern Plains Goo Immortals. I will pick them up soon. There will be 436 needles this time. Sleeping Lady replied seriously. There were over 1,000 spines on the divine hedgehog, but Sleeping Lady needed to leave behind those short spines to continue growing. What she plucked were the longest spines. Also, she could not sell all the spines, because without these spines, the divine hedgehog's battle strength would fall severely. Let's start. Meng Zizai suggested. Please examine carefully. I will make the divine hedgehog remain asleep, Sleeping Lady said. Meng tribe's 2 Goo Immortals began to search for clues with Investigation Courtyard. The commotion was huge, but Sleeping Lady's sound path killer move made the divine hedgehog remain deep asleep. If the divine hedgehog was startled awake, it would definitely become furious and vent its anger on them, attacking randomly. Sleeping Lady had not completely subdued this beast. After all, she was not an enslavement path Goo Immortal. We have a new clue. After a long while of searching, Meng Zizai suddenly said with a spirited expression. Sleeping Lady was terrified. This person actually infiltrated this deep into the valley and I did not sense it? The 3 Immortals followed the trails, found that it continued deeper down. The 3 Immortals followed the trail all the way, unknowingly reaching deep underground where the clues increased further. Not long later, the trail changed direction, winding up towards the surface. The 3 Immortals followed the trail cautiously, arriving at the surface after a while. This is the territory of Murong tribe. It is hundreds of li away from Divine Needle Valley. Meng tribe's 2nd Supreme Elder frowned. The clues completely disappeared here. Meng Zizai's gaze flickered. Sleeping Lady fell silent. She would not make any statements in such a delicate juncture. The 3 Immortals inspected the surroundings for a long while, but did not find any other clues. Sleeping Lady proposed to return to her valley to rest. Meng tribe's 2 Immortals had not found any clues, so after thinking for a moment, they agreed. But how could they have known when they returned to the valley? There was a shocking discovery waiting for them. The extraordinary divine hedgehog was still in a deep sleep, but its whole body was bare. All the front-back divine obstruction needles were gone. What's going on? My divine obstruction needles. I had stayed guard in Divine Needle Valley without going out for 100 years, spending a large amount of food to feed the divine hedgehog, and not stinting on repeatedly using my killer move to make it sleep before I was able to get it to this scale. Sleeping Lady was pale with shock as she shouted in an anguished voice. Meng tribe's 2 Immortals looked at each other, cold sweat dripping from their forehead, because they suddenly realized they were used by someone. I want Meng tribe to give me an explanation now. Otherwise, although I might be a lone cultivator, I won't let this matter drop. Sleeping Lady fiercely stared at the 2 Meng tribe Immortals. Her losses were truly disastrous. This caused her to be so anxious and furious that she directly demanded for an explanation even though the other side was Meng tribe. She was not like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lost his guts Goo business but still had many income sources like dragonfish business, spirit snake transactions, regretful spiders, eerie fire dragon python, and so on. To Sleeping Lady, losing these front-back divine obstruction needles was the same as losing her main financial pillar. Although she still had the divine hedgehog, to regrow the front-back divine obstruction needles would require time as well as an enormous investment. Sleeping Lady had a long-term plan. Every time she harvested some front-back divine obstruction needles, she did not pick all of them, instead leaving behind most of them to continue growing. But the person who stole the front-back divine obstruction needles was too vicious. They did not leave behind even one tiny spine for Sleeping Lady. Sleeping Lady's losses were not only those spines which had grown to the limit. Her future prospects were also affected. A pity that I don't have methods to move this immemorial desolate beast into my immortal aperture. Putting it outside is truly not safe. Sleeping Lady's fists trembled. She even had a passing thought of suiciding. But actually, even if she could move it, it would be troublesome. First of all, she did not have full control over the divine hedgehog. If this immemorial desolate beast acted up inside her immortal aperture, she would suffer severe losses. Secondly, if Sleeping Lady was about to undergo tribulation, Heaven's will would send much more powerful calamities and tribulations that would specifically target the divine hedgehog. Finally, the divine hedgehog was Sleeping Lady's trump card to survive between Meng tribe and Murong tribe. If she placed it in her immortal aperture, and there was a fight in the future, she might not be able to release it in time to face the enemies. Sleeping Lady, calm down. Please calm down for a second. Meng tribe's second supreme elder repeatedly persuaded. Calm down? How can I calm down? You said a murder happened, Meng 2 died in battle, alright. I believed your Meng tribe, and without verifying the truth, I let you guys in and even warmly welcomed you. You said you found evidence, but I did not find anything and only relied on your investigation courtyard. Later, there were indeed obvious clues, but were they truly left behind by the culprit? Does investigation courtyard not have an ability to tamper with clues? As she said this, cold sweat dripped down Sleeping Lady's forehead. She calmed down and looked vigilantly at the 2 Meng tribe immortals. A large amount of goo worm auras started spreading from her body. Sleeping Lady fixed her gaze at the 2 Meng tribe immortals while slowly retreating. Meng tribe's 2 immortals could only smile bitterly, but also understood Sleeping Lady's mentality. Right now, the divine hedgehog had lost all its spines. Its battle strength had fallen to an all-time low, which was like Sleeping Lady's own battle strength falling down sharply. The trump card which she had used to have dealings with the 2 superforces was now mostly gone. How could Sleeping Lady not be vigilant? Meng tribe's second supreme elder sighed bitterly. Sleeping Lady, if this was really planned out by my tribe to plot against you to secretly steal this divine hedgehog's spines, why would we bother returning with you? If we were plotting against you, we should have already deceived you into a trap like an immortal battlefield using the excuse of finding the trails of the culprit. Don't you think so? Sleeping Lady was silent for a moment before moving her eyes upward. That is probably because your Meng tribe belongs to the righteous path and has to abide by rules, so you can't directly make a move against me. On the other hand, I have already set an agreement with your Meng tribe, so you made this plan of lowering my battle strength first and then using eloquent speech to deceive me. Meng tribe's 2 immortals could not help but glance at each other. Sleeping Lady's words were not unreasonable. Her quick thinking made Meng tribe's 2 immortals not know of what to say. Humph! Sleeping Lady continued. You thought I am not aware of your righteous path's tricks? You started this. If your Meng tribe won't give me an explanation, then all right, I will let the world be the judge of it. Stop! Meng tribe's second supreme elder quickly shouted. His and Meng Zizai's expressions were ashen. But it was too late. Sleeping Lady directly revealed this matter in Treasure Yellow Heaven. She quickly informed Murong tribe through her contacts. In an instant, the matter Meng tribe had tried hard to hide about Meng 2 being killed, them being unable to find the culprit, and even implicating Sleeping Lady in losing her front-back divine obstruction needles, were completely revealed. You. Meng Zizai pointed towards Sleeping Lady. His eyes were almost spouting fire of anger. Meng tribe's second supreme elder was also ashen-faced as he gazed at Sleeping Lady with narrowed eyes and killing intent. Sleeping Lady's expression was impassive, but was inwardly smiling bitterly. She of course knew her action had greatly harmed her and Meng tribe's relationship. But she had no other options. She had to do this. Any alliance agreement had the chance of being broken by one side. Today's matter was also too severe. Sleeping Lady had to protect herself. How could she, whose battle strength had fallen to rock bottom, protect herself? Even if Meng 2 died, the Superforce Meng tribe was still not something a rank 7 lone immortal like Sleeping Lady could go against. Sleeping Lady believed the best method was to borrow the strength of others, to attract the attention of other Gu immortals and Meng tribe's competitor, Murong tribe, to this matter and support her to some extent. Even if Meng tribe had some harmful intentions, they would have to restrain themselves. After all, they were a righteous path force. Sleeping Lady, at this point, Any more words have no meaning. But I will tell you not to be so suspecting. We were likely used by that person. Meng tribe's second supreme elder said in a deep voice. The situation was obvious now. Even if the two Meng tribe immortals did not cultivate wisdom path, they could deduce that the culprit was extremely vicious, not to mention how they had inexplicably forced Meng 2 to self-detonate. They intentionally left behind clues to lead Meng tribe's pursuers to Divine Needle Valley. They then used them to lead Sleeping Lady away, which allowed them to conveniently take away all the spines of the Divine Hedgehog. Our Meng tribe will give you an explanation. Before leaving, Meng tribe's second supreme elder left behind this sentence. Meng tribe's two immortals left. Sleeping Lady immediately began to arrange a goo formation around the immemorial desolate beast Divine Hedgehog. Meng tribe had lost their clues, so they could only head back. Even if they obtained any clues now, they would be doubtful if this was another trap by the enemy. Inside investigation courtyard, Meng Zizai suddenly said with a fierce glint in his eyes. This culprit is really crafty. The matter has been exposed now and the whole world knows of it. How about we just sentence Sleeping Lady as the culprit? Whether Sleeping Lady was the culprit or not. If Meng tribe attacked and killed her, they could regain their prestige, resolving this crisis to their reputation. And who is to say they won't be able to get the immemorial desolate beast Divine Hedgehog? Meng tribe's second supreme elder sighed. I also thought of this. But, firstly, investigation courtyard is not able to deal with Sleeping Lady and the Divine Hedgehog in a short period of time. This place is also close to Morong tribe. There is no guarantee of them not interfering. Secondly, we have an alliance agreement with her, and will suffer a heavy backlash if we rashly attack her. Finally, the current Northern Plains situation is not the same as before. At present, Longevity Heaven had appeared in front of the world. Yao Huang had taken the position of South Desolation Immortal, and Longevity Heaven was uniting all the Huang Jin tribes. In this period of time, they were dedicating themselves to integrate the strength of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Righteous Path forces were basically all Huang Jin tribes. There was almost no need to integrate them. Longevity Heaven's first plan was thus to merge lone cultivators with the Righteous Path. This plan was, however, slightly obstructed when Heavenly Court sent someone disguised as Fang Yuan. But Longevity Heaven still had not given up. They continued to make effort in this plan. Thus, as a Huang Jin tribe, if Meng tribe rashly attacked the lone immortal Sleeping Lady and did not handle it properly, they would be investigated and blamed by Longevity Heaven. This was what Meng tribe's second supreme elder had the most worries about. As the two Meng tribe immortals were heading back, Fang Yuan was also rushing back. A pile of front-back divine obstruction needles was quietly lying inside his sovereign immortal aperture. Indeed, he was the culprit behind the entire matter. Fang Yuan knew a lot about Meng tribe, and with his wisdom path attainment, he arranged a simple but effective trap. And with his powerful luck, Sleeping Lady was indeed drawn away, letting him immediately succeed in this plan. Ordinary Gu immortals might not be able to get near the Divine Hedgehog. After all, their auras were distinct. But Fang Yuan had familiar face and could completely disguise as Sleeping Lady. Even when the Divine Hedgehog slowly opened its eyes, he did not panic. The Divine Hedgehog went to sleep once again. Fang Yuan was able to pluck all its spines. After obtaining them, Fang Yuan did not do anything to the sleeping Divine Hedgehog. He directly left. In his first life's memories, Sleeping Lady was also one of the experts who resisted Heavenly Court. As for the Divine Hedgehog, why would he take it? It was of little value to Fang Yuan. Instead, it was better to let it continue to remain in Sleeping Lady's hands. When Sleeping Lady nurtures a new batch of spines again, Fang Yuan could then come again to steal it. Fang Yuan had no guilt even when killing others, let alone just stealing things. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was indeed amazing to be able to create a path like Theft Path. Fang Yuan had tasted its sweet benefits and now had a whole new view of Theft Path. In the battle with Meng 2, it was Great Thief Ghost Hand which determined the victory at once. If it had gone normally, Fang Yuan could not have so easily taken Meng 2's life. Before Theft Path's appearance, Gu immortals could fight each other to death but still might not be able to obtain much battle spoils. But with Theft Path's appearance, they could obtain resources without the need to fight a life or death battle. The costs are reduced while the efficiency is raised. This is simply too amazing. Unfortunately, right now is not a good time for me to go around stealing. On one hand, I lack Theft Path Immortal Goo, and only have the rank 7 Immortal Goo Great Thief to support my Theft Path moves. On the other hand, I have already exposed Great Thief Ghost Hand back in Western Desert. If I go around robbing all over the place, someone will probably connect the clues and deduce my true identity. There is still a crucial immortal material lacking from the Myriad Self Immortal Goo recipe. After this, I will hurry back to Langya Blessed Land and refine Myriad Self Immortal Goo. Although Fong Yuan had some theft path methods, he could not overdo it, because his soul cultivation was the more urgent matter. Increasing his soul foundation meant he could make more use of Emperor Yama. His battle strength as well as plans would be guaranteed. But cultivating soul required Guts Goo, required soul cores, and also required the goods from Green Ghost Desert. Swanbu Jin's identity needed to be kept a secret. This was a chain of requirements. Oh right, I also cannot let this matter be easily revealed. Fong Yuan snickered, immediately spreading rumors in Treasure Yellow Heaven, saying Sleeping Lady was lying and scheming against Meng tribe. The front-back divine obstruction needles were kept by herself in preparation to undergo tribulation and advance to a higher level. The truth was even more obscured now, which was even more helpful in concealing Fong Yuan. As for Sleeping Lady, when she learned of these rumors, she immediately spat out blood from anxiety and anger. Naturally, this was of no concern to Fong Yuan. Treasure Yellow Heaven. A large lump of transparent fire was silently burning while letting out vast treasure light. The fire immediately attracted the attention of many Goo immortals the moment it appeared. Many wills and a few divine senses were attracted towards the scene. Black Heaven Temple's Goo immortal Zhang Ji smiled. He was the owner of this transparent fire. I never expected this expedition to give me a batch of a rare rank 7 immortal material. Its profits should be enough to replenish my immortal essence reserves. While thinking, he responded to everyone's questions about the price. His price was only a slight bit higher than the norm, so many had the thoughts of purchasing. I want all of this. One divine sense directly contacted Zhang Ji, offering a high price. Zhang Ji's heart thumped in excitement, somewhat disbelieving. You want all of this? The price? Make the deal. The other side was extremely straightforward, directly giving a large amount of immortal essence stones. Okay. Seeing such a huge amount of immortal essence stones, Zhang Ji's eyes immediately brightened, agreeing immediately. The transaction was completed quickly. The Goo immortals who were observing the fire were somewhat caught off guard. No need to worry. I still have stock left. Zhang Ji's divine sense was constantly fluctuating. He quickly proclaimed and took out another lump of transparent fire. It was just that this transparent fire's amount was much smaller than the previously sold lump. The first transaction had stimulated other Goo immortals' desire to purchase. After all, this transparent fire was indeed rare in the market. Usually, they could only accumulate it over continuous purchase, and every purchase was normally only a fist-sized or a basin-sized lump of fire. They were different from now where the transparent fire was the size of a carriage. They could not lose this rare opportunity. But this time I am going to raise the price. Zhang Ji's smile became brighter. He did not have much knowledge of the transparent fire. This was also his first time selling it, and he did not have a proper understanding of the market situation. So the enthusiasm of other Goo immortals was beyond his expectations. He continued to raise the price, but few buyers gave up, so the starting price continued to become higher. Darn it. Looks like I made a mistake in selling earlier. Zhang Ji looked at this scene with some regret, while also admiring that buyer's decisiveness. Zhang Ji was not foolish. He had divided his stock of transparent fire into 3 portions. The first portion was to test the waters, while the one he was selling now was the second portion. As the transactions continued to increase, he got a clearer grasp over the market situation. Floating life fire. Fong Yuan looked at this lump of transparent fire in his sovereign immortal aperture with a delighted expression. It was him who took the lead and purchased Zhang Ji's goods. This floating life fire was transparent and burned silently without any heat. But when it burns a living being, all kinds of past scenes of this living being would turn into images that would constantly replay in the floating life fire. At that time, the floating life fire would emit a multicolored radiance and would no longer be transparent. Floating life fire needed to be preserved with special methods. Zhang Ji had coincidentally obtained a large amount of floating life fire. He did not have such methods. After Fang Yuan obtained it, he immediately used a method to preserve the floating life fire. This method was not from Spectral Soul's true inheritance, but was obtained from Langya true inheritance, which he had exchanged Spectral Soul's true inheritance for. I had thought I needed to travel far and find trouble with other people to seize this floating life fire. Who would have thought that someone was selling it in Treasure Yellow Heaven in such a large quantity now? This luck is truly amazing. Fang Yuan smiled. There were bound to be many Gu Immortals who wanted to purchase floating life fire. But Gu Immortal wills were usually unable to make the decision. They could only follow the commands left by the Gu Immortal. And to be able to take out so many Immortal Essence Stones at once was also not something ordinary Gu Immortals could do. Even if they had the capital, those observing Gu Immortals would want to bargain, as the amount they required was usually not that big. Because of many reasons, Fang Yuan was able to make the first move and gain it for a cheap price. As for the risk, this Zhang Ji was a Gu Immortal of Black Heaven Temple, a person of Heavenly Court, but he did not know the buyer was Fang Yuan. Neither did Fang Yuan know of his identity. Transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven were very secure. If Heavenly Court was able to use this to scheme against Fang Yuan, to have such a deep influence even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, then it was better for Fang Yuan to just surrender. All in all, the chance of this was rather low. Drinking Blade Wine, Edge Gu, Front-Back Divine Obstruction Needles, and Floating Life Fire, these four main immortal materials were all gathered. Fang Yuan still had to purchase some more Edge Gu, which could be completely satisfied by Treasure Yellow Heaven. If not, he still had a channel left in Western Desert's Shao Clan. Since there was no meaning in staying outside, Fang Yuan hurried back to Langya Blessed Land. Passing through the Immortal Formation, Fang Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. The process was smooth with no danger. Fang Yuan's return was much earlier than expected. This made Langya Land Spirit extremely happy. Since you have returned, I will prepare for the refinement. Langya Land Spirit was extremely active. The pressure from Heavenly Court was really too huge. I still need to thank First Supreme Elder and the Gu Immortals of the other three races for lending me so many Immortal Essence Stones. Fang Yuan thanked. Without their assistance, how could Fang Yuan take out such a huge sum? Don't stand on ceremony. We are all on the same side. You getting stronger means Langya Blessed Land will be even more safe. If Langya Blessed Land is in danger, they also won't be able to escape due to the alliance agreement. Langya Land Spirit's reply was direct and frank. Indeed, the present situation made it such that Langya sect as well as the Snowmen, Rockmen, and Inkmen were in the same boat. If anyone encountered danger, the rest would not be able to escape. Fang Yuan handed the 4 immortal materials to Langya sect to process. These immortal materials required at least 15 days of processing. The steps were extremely tedious, repetitive, and complicated. This was the case when all the Harryman Gu Immortals of Langya sect put in their full effort. The superiority of Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe could be seen from this. With his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self-Immortal Gu recipe was so outstanding that it could be said to have reached the limits of the world with no room left for improvements. The crucial procedures of the Gu refinement were shortened to the limit. There were 3 in total. While the other procedures had over 10,000 steps, most of them were the processing of the immortal materials. Fang Yuan processed the immortal materials to their best state, spending most of his effort in this. Even if the expenditure of the immortal materials increased because of this, he did not hesitate, because these procedures were the ones which Gu Immortals could control. While those crucial steps of the Gu refinement could only rely on the collision and interweaving of the Tao marks, Gu Immortals could not control these changes. Through this method, and with the help of Langya sect's Gu refinement abilities, the success rate of Fang Yuan's Myriad Self-Immortal Gu recipe was at an incredibly high 50%. That meant Fang Yuan had an equal chance to succeed or fail in refining it. 50% success rate was truly too terrifying. The absolute majority of Gu Immortals would be happy if they had even 1% success rate when refining Gu. However, this was also mainly because Fang Yuan was a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. How many refinement path quasi-supreme grandmasters were there in the world? Since ancient times until now, an expert at Fang Yuan's level could be counted with one's fingers. Those who surpassed his level only amounted to 3 people in the whole of history. Moreover, there were extremely few Gu Immortals who cultivated multiple paths, and how many of them would cultivate refinement path? From another angle, most Gu Immortals were actually amateurs in refining immortal Gu. It would be preposterous if they could raise the success rate of the Gu refinement. In fact, even Fang Yuan, who had deduced it, was in slight disbelief over the 50% success rate. But then he thought of Long-Hair Ancestor. Long-Hair Ancestor had refined many immortal Gu in his life, including rank 7 and rank 8 immortal Gu. He was a refinement path supreme grandmaster. If he did not have such a success rate, would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable find him for help? Furthermore, I am making use of the whole of Lang Yasek's strength to refine this Gu. In the present age, when comparing refinement path attainment, Lang Yasek should no doubt be the number 1 force. Besides these, the third main reason is my powerful luck. First was his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. Second was the number 1 refinement force's all-out help. And third was the powerful luck obtained from Giant Sun's true inheritance. 3 big reasons combined to form this 50% success rate of myriad self-immortal Gu's refinement. I am finally free from the curse of refining immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was extremely moved to the point of having the urge to tear up. He knew the most important reason was him becoming a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. The other 2 reasons were helpful, but they were more or less present in all the previous Gu refinements. His 50% success rate was mainly still brought by the refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment. And this is when I am only deducing and modifying the immortal Gu recipe. In the future, when I make up for my lack of foundational skills in Gu refinement, I can personally take charge of the refinement process. The success rate will increase even more. It is a pity that I don't have enough time. Langya blessed land, cloud cover continent. Langya land spirit breathed in deeply, shouting, "Formation, activate!" Like millions of bees dancing and buzzing, the refinement path superformation activated. Soon, a huge stream of white gold light burst out and filled the surroundings. "Enter the formation," Langya land spirit ordered as he entered the immortal formation at the same time. Next, 6th hair, 3rd hair, 4th hair, 7th hair, and the other hairy man Gu Immortals entered the formation. Fang Yuan stood at the periphery of the immortal formation as an observer. He was not personally involved in this Gu refinement. He had handed it to Langya land spirit and the other hairy man Gu Immortals. Even though Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, he could not compare to Lang Yasek's Gu Immortals in terms of practice of refinement fundamentals. During normal times, I can still participate in the Gu refinement. But this time, Langya land spirit is using the refinement path immortal formation that Long-Hair Ancestor had created personally back then. This immortal formation can only be used by hairy man Gu Immortals. As a human Gu Immortal, if I enter, I will be killed by the immortal Gu formation. Langya blessed land had deep foundations. This time, they took out one of Long-Hair's refinement path formations. Of course, with Fang Yuan's methods, he could use his transformation path attainment to turn into a hairy man Gu Immortal. But most likely, Langya sect wanted to keep this formation a secret and did not want to expose it to Fang Yuan. I used Spectral Soul's true inheritance to exchange for Langya true inheritance back then. Evidently, this long hair refinement path formation is something Langya land spirit is keeping as a trump card. He will not trade it away. Like the lead soul into Dream Killer move within Spectral Soul's true inheritance, I am also keeping it for myself. Fang Yuan watched from the side as bright light shone in his eyes. Even though Langya sect pushed Fang Yuan to the side, he was quite satisfied with it. Facing the huge pressure from Heavenly Court, Langya sect was very anxious. They even activated this long hair refinement path formation to quickly refine Myriad Self Immortal Goo for Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was one of them after joining Lang Ye sect. Increasing his battle strength was very beneficial for relocating Lang Ye Blessed Land. The long hair refinement path formation activated slowly. The light continued to change colors. It was originally white gold, before turning orange gold and dark gold. The dark gold light started to flicker with starlight specks. It was very bright. The immortal formation's buzzing got softer. After a few breaths of time, it became completely silent without any sound. The Hairy Man Goo Immortals and Lang Ye Land Spirit were all standing in a big circle. Lang Ye Land Spirit first acted as he activated an immortal formation, opening it and taking out a bunch of already prepared immortal materials. This immortal material resembled chilled and dried sunflowers. The moment it appeared in the immortal formation, it turned into smoke and fused into the dark gold light. Fong Yuan watched solemnly. This was the first crucial step. After the smoke completely fuses into the dark gold light, they would be able to continue. Fong Yuan did not feel much pressure. If the step failed, his losses would not be big, he could restart again. But an hour later, the immortal material completely turned into smoke and fused into the dark gold light perfectly. Within the immortal formation, the dark gold light continued to condense and shrink. It was everywhere earlier, but now it was the size of a house, trapped within the long hair refinement path formation. When the starlight specks within the dark gold light turned into ice stars, Lang Ye Land Spirit activated the immortal formation and started the second step. As time passed, immortal materials were sent into the immortal formation by the Hairy Man Goo Immortals one by one. They were all fusing together. 3 days and nights later, Third Hair started tossing goo worms into the immortal formation. He first threw in Self-Reliance Goo. This goo worm was only rank 3. It was shaped like a cockroach, a dark brown colored flat body. There were feelers on its head and wings on its back. Self-Reliance Goo was a strength path goo worm that had healing effects. The greater the goo master's strength, the greater the healing effect. This was a rare goo worm. Mortals could not find one even if they tried, but Sixth Hair tossed in several hundreds of them. The quantity of Self-Reliance Goo was strictly calculated. Because this involved the quantity of Dao marks when refining immortal goo, the numbers had to be precise. When all of the Self-Reliance Goo were tossed in, Lang Ye Land Spirit shouted as he activated long hair refinement path formation fully. At once, within the formation, fire pillars rose, hundreds or thousands of them that were meters tall blazed within the dark gold light. Strong air currents were blowing outwards, but the refinement path immortal formation perfectly trapped them. The Hairy Man Goo Immortals who were standing around the immortal goo formation could not feel the temperature rising at all. The long hair refinement formation was very exceptional. The orange-red fire pillar continued burning for 48 hours before weakening. The dark gold light was completely burned up. Even the Self-Reliance Goo were burned into an odd rock that was the size of a horse carriage. After waiting for a while, the rock solidified completely. Fong Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The second step of refining Myriad Self Immortal Goo was finally over. Next, Lang Ye Land Spirit and the rest started to rest and recuperate while Fourth Hair and Sixth Hair worked to sustain the immortal formation, carving this rock. After some time, the rock was completely ground up and turned into a pile of rock fragments scattered on the ground. Third Hair stopped resting and took out the drinking blade wine, pouring it over these rock fragments. This drinking blade wine was obtained by Fong Yuan not long ago when he killed Meng Tuesday. It had great use now, turning the rock fragments into traces of gray smoke. The gray smoke floated up and condensed into balls of smoke, resembling miniature lanterns that floated in the air. Fourth Hair and Sixth Hair started to rest, while Third Hair took out a number of all-out effort goo. This goo worm was shaped like a rhinoceros beetle. It was a mortal goo. It had the size of an adult's palm and was very heavy. It was oval in shape and had a strong armor exoskeleton. There was a strong horn on its head, looking heavy and powerful. It had several pairs of legs, all strong and thick. Its body was dark brown and glistened with a metallic surface. People only needed one glance to know it was not ordinary. Fong Yuan had not refined all-out effort immortal goo yet for now. These were all mortal goo, from rank 1 to 5. The goo worm entered the smoke and did not mix with it. At this time, Lang Yalan's spirit started to act, opening the inventory and taking out the floating life fire that had already been prepared. Within the transparent fire, large numbers of all-out effort goo and gray smoke started to fuse. This was a long step. Half a month later, the fusing was completed, be it the floating life fire, all-out effort goo or gray smoke. They all vanished, a drizzle was left. This drizzle was restricted by the refinement path Immortal formation. It was trapped at the center of the formation, raining down endlessly. By now, the third crucial step was completed too. Time was pressing now, the drizzle was not stable, it was becoming smaller rapidly. All the Hairyman Goo Immortals and Lang Yalan spirits started to act. They all had different methods, they were in charge of different segments of the goo refinement. Front-back divine obstruction needles and other immortal materials were all tossed in, as well as large numbers of mortal goo. The myriad self-immortal goo recipe that Fong Yuan deduced did not expend any immortal goo. Instead, a large number of immortal materials and mortal goo were used. This way, he would not lose immortal goo, but his immortal materials and mortal goo expenditure would increase by tens of times. The amount of work needed for the refinement also increased drastically. This was also why Lang Yasect was using the long hair refinement path formation. As time passed, all the crucial steps were passed without much danger or accidents. After 2 months in Lang Ya Blessed Land's time, the refinement of myriad self-immortal goo reached the final crucial step. Fong Yuan had time path methods, of course, but he could not reduce the time needed. The shrinking of time by time path was essentially carving time path Dao marks to influence it. During the refinement process, the addition of time path Dao marks would disrupt the refinement itself. 2 months was Fong Yuan's current limit already. He had used all of his time path methods that could be used to perfectly refine the immortal goo without additional disruption, by turning the Dao marks into materials for the refinement. The immortal formation resonated and shook. Bright light burst into the sky. Lang Yalan's spirit let out a deep sigh. The rest of the Hairyman Goo Immortals had tired expressions, but joy was on their faces. The final step succeeded. The light faded as a rank 7 immortal goo appeared. This goo worm was more than 10 meters long. It was like a centipede that shined in a metallic luster. The mouthpiece on its head looked dangerous while there was a pair of long antennas on its forehead. It had 5,000 legs on either side of its body, having a total of 10,000 legs. Rank 7 Immortal Goo Myriad Self. To think that the first refinement succeeded. Haha! We finally refined it. The Hairyman Goo Immortals cheered. They were extremely happy. Myriad Self-Immortal Goo was trapped at the center of the refinement path Immortal formation. Because Fong Yuan was not the person who refined it, it was currently still ownerless. But soon, Fong Yuan refined it rapidly using the help of the refinement path Immortal formation. Using one attempt to refine this rank 7 Immortal Goo. Haha. Fong Yuan was also very happy. He had never even dared to dream of such a thing happening in the past. 50% success rate was too high. Fong Yuan tried to inject immortal essence into myriad self-immortal goo. It started to shine as countless Fong Yuan strength path phantoms appeared from within the light. It was like using the killer move myriad self. The effect is only slightly weaker, after all. The killer move myriad self uses too many goo worms. Fong Yuan could feel the difference. The immortal essence expenditure has fallen greatly. The activation is also much easier now, it only needs one thought. The killer move back then needed time to prepare no matter how familiar I was with it. It also used a lot of mental energy. Fong Yuan tested it and was extremely satisfied with myriad self-immortal goo. Lang Ya Blessed Land. Cloud Cover Continent. Immortal Killer Move. Myriad Self-Giant Hand. Fong Yuan floated in the air. His aura exploded with a loud sound as a giant hand appeared out of nowhere, slamming towards the ground. Instantly, air currents pushed out as the huge palm descended like a toppling mountain, slamming fiercely on the cloud soil ground. Cloud Cover Continent was designed by Lang Yalan Spirit personally. It was made of cloud soil, able to float in the air without ever landing. The cloud soil was not tough. Fong Yuan's myriad self-giant hand had rank 7 attacking power. This hand shattered the cloud soil of all the surroundings, falling down towards the vast sea below. Feng Yuan was testing his killer move. He was not trying to destroy Cloud Cover Continent. Thus, when his hand landed on Cloud Cover Continent, Langya Blessed Land's super immortal formation activated. A silver light resembling flowing water appeared on Cloud Cover Continent. After Myriad Self-Giant Hand landed on the cloud soil, the silver light was destroyed as cloud soil scattered around. The surrounding terrain was completely altered. There was a huge handprint on the ground that was several meters deep. Feng Yuan willed as the giant hand quickly vanished. Seeing the effect, he nodded in satisfaction. With Myriad Self-Immortal Goo, Giant Hand is much easier to use now. In the past, in order to use Myriad Self-Giant Hand, Feng Yuan had to first activate the killer move Myriad Self and store countless Strength Path Phantoms in his Immortal Aperture. Next, using these Strength Path Phantoms, he had to use Group Strength Goo to unleash Strength Path Giant Hand. The process was very tedious. If he did not store Strength Path Phantoms in his Immortal Aperture, he could not use Giant Hand in a life and death battle. But Strength Path Phantoms could not be stored for a long time. They would disappear after some time and disintegrate on their own. It was usable for battles he was prepared for, but in unexpected situations, or when he was ambushed, Myriad Self-Giant Hand could not be used. Thankfully, Feng Yuan had deep wisdom and a cautious mind. He had always been keeping an eye out for such situations. He did not end up in an awkward spot. In the past, using Myriad Self-Killer move already needed Self-Strength Immortal Goo, Bitter Strength Goo, Borrow Strength Goo, Self-Reliance Goo, Refine Essence Spirit Goo, Amplify Effect Goo, Earth Strength Goo, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning Strength Goo, and countless other mortal goo. But now I just need to use Myriad Self-Immortal Goo. But now, my Myriad Self-Giant Hand only needs Myriad Self-Immortal Goo as the core with some Group Strength Goo as the supplementary Mortal Goo. It requires less than 30 goo worms in total, and is very simple compared to the past. The former Myriad Self-Giant Hand was evidently unusable now. After refining Myriad Self-Immortal Goo, Feng Yuan modified Myriad Self-Giant Hand into a new version using Myriad Self-Immortal Goo as the core. The core Self-Strength Immortal Goo was no longer used. This meant that Self-Strength Immortal Goo could be used in other aspects. Of course, he could also add it into the Myriad Self-Giant Hand Killer move to increase its strength. That would depend on Feng Yuan's further modification. Actually, Myriad Self-Giant Hand has room for improvement. For example, if the speed is insufficient, I can add Mortal Goo to fix that flaw. I can also add Soul Path Immortal Goo to allow Giant Hand to capture souls as well. Furthermore, the power of Giant Hand is merely limited by my Strength Path Dao marks. I can continue to strengthen it. The current Giant Hand has rank 7 power, but is not at the peak. It is because my Sovereign Immortal Body's Strength Path Dao marks cannot sustain greater power. Feng Yuan had only started modifying Myriad Self-Giant Hand. After changing the core Immortal Goo, there was still huge room for improvement. In the past, the killer move was too complicated and expended too much thinking and time. Adding more goo worms would lower its usability. But now, Myriad Self-Killer move was condensed into one goo worm. The process was very simple. He could add more Mortal Goo and Immortal Goo to make an even stronger Giant Hand. Feng Yuan's practice this time was not just on the Strength Path Giant Hand. He was also testing Lang Yasek's defensive Super Immortal Formation. When Feng Jogu invaded earlier, this Immortal Formation had been very useful. It preserved the lives of many variant human Goo Immortals and also helped Lang Yasek get through that tough situation. Feng Jogu used Separation Song on the Immortal Formation multiple times, but Feng Yuan had expected it and split the Immortal Formation into many layers. Feng Jogu separated many layers but did not get to the core after all. This time, Feng Yuan did not just modify Myriad Self-Giant Hand. He also modified the Immortal Formation and allowed its range to extend throughout Lang Yasek. Earlier, when the Strength Path Giant Hand landed on Cloud Cover Continent, this Immortal Formation was the reason why the destructive effect was reduced. After testing Strength Path Giant Hand, he moved on to the more important matter. Immortal Killer Move. Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This killer move determined Feng Yuan's upper limit. It was only through this he could contest rank 8s. Right now, the core of the killer move was the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Reverse Flow River, Myriad Self Immortal Goo, Perseverance Immortal Goo, pulling water immortal goo, and over 100 mortal goo. Even though it was more complex than Myriad Self Giant Hand, this was way simpler than the previous reverse flow protection seal. After simplifying the killer move, the success rate of activation rose sharply. It was more usable in battle now. During the battle in Green Ghost Desert, I was sneak attacked and could not use reverse flow protection seal in time. Now, the activation time has shrunk greatly. I should be able to deal with most assaults. However, I can no longer conceal reverse flow protection seal's modifications and set a trap. The trick I used on Thunder Ghost True Monarch only works once. Fong Yuan felt it was a pity. Reverse flow protection seal killer move had become much easier to use now due to Myriad Self Immortal Goo. But this was Fong Yuan's current limit. Adding more immortal goo would be difficult. He could no longer set a trap like earlier and reveal a brand new reverse flow protection seal within a short period of time. After some deductions, Fong Yuan went into seclusion again, deducing other killer moves. Even though Fong Yuan was calm, he was filled with pressure. Against a huge force like Heavenly Court, who would have no pressure? The refinement of Myriad Self Immortal Goo was not only to elevate several killer moves. Fong Yuan's true motive was to create a third variation move, Luo Pasil. I was affected by Lu Wei Yin's immortal killer move and lived through 3 lifetimes. These dreams were very mystical, especially the third life. It was a huge inspiration for my Luo Pasil. But I had a lot of obstructions earlier when deducing Luo Pasil. There was a huge hurdle to cross. This Myriad Self Immortal Goo is like a bridge that might allow me to cross this hurdle and attain success. Fong Yuan felt excitement and anticipation. Even though he raised his reputation using the battle against Thunder Ghost True Monarch and suppressed Feng Jiugu, Fong Yuan knew that he was inferior to Feng Jiugu in many aspects. Feng Jiugu could fight rank 8 because he had a deep accumulation of Sound Path Dao marks, evenly matching rank 8. Even without rank 8 Sound Path Immortal Goo on him, his killer moves could reach quasi-rank 8 because of the amplification of his Dao marks. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan could fight rank 8 because he was using the vast number of Dao marks inside Reverse Flow River. His own Dao marks in several paths reached rank 7, but he was still far from rank 8. Even if he annexed the Blessed Lands inside City Well, he would still be far from rank 8. Fong Yuan was not inferior to Feng Jiugu in talent. Feng Jiugu was unprecedented in creating Assimilation Wind Song. He was the first Goo immortal able to summon the winds of assimilation. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan created Myriad Self and combined Strength and Enslavement Path. It was also a revolutionary creation. The two of them were equally matched. Now that Fong Yuan condensed the killer move into Myriad Self Immortal Goo, his status had risen again, because he could create an entirely new path along this route of development. Compared to just a killer move, there was much more room for development. Goo cultivation paths were created like this. Some were the fusion of 2 paths, while others were subclassification of existing paths. Fong Yuan and Feng Jiugu were only different in terms of age. How many years had Fong Yuan cultivated since rebirth? Feng Jiugu had already lived for hundreds of years. Fong Yuan made such achievements before the age of 50. It was very rare that he could match Feng Jiugu. Compared to normal people, he was simply a monster. His cultivation level rose at an unbelievable rate. It could not be assessed normally. After all, Fong Yuan's rebirth had huge advantages. And the truth was, Fong Yuan's own Dao mark accumulation was quite high. But now, Heaven's will was against him and made his tribulations weak, so he could not get Dao marks. Annexing immortal apertures was a way, but the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had not returned to him yet, while other methods needed specific immortal goo and were troublesome to refine. Food path methods like Snack Immortal Goo could be used for the killer move Eat Strength, but the efficiency of this increase in Dao marks was too low. While the grass grows the horse starves, Fong Yuan naturally placed his attention on the secluded domains of heaven and earth. Fong Yuan had quite a few secluded domains of heaven and earth. Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, Reverse Flow River, City Well. A total of 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth. Among them, Reverse Flow River had already been used for Reverse Flow Protection Seal. It allowed Fong Yuan to fight rank 8 existences. Danghun Mountain had already been destroyed and was still in the middle of reparation. City Well was needed to raise variant humans, and in terms of rule path, Fong Yuan was lacking. The most suitable target was Luopa Valley. Fong Yuan's soul path attainment level was ordinary, but he had spectral soul's true inheritance, the number 1 soul path inheritance in this world. Nobody could deny that. On that foundation, along with the inspiration that Fong Yuan obtained from the trials of the 3 lifetimes, and also with myriad self-immortal goo, if I add in the light of wisdom, I should succeed in deducing Luo Pasil, right? Fong Yuan pondered. Time passed quickly, half a month went by. On this day, Fong Yuan flew out of Cloud City. The immortal formation around Langya blessed land activated and burst out with golden light, enveloping Fong Yuan. The golden light flashed as Fong Yuan vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was in a desolate place 1,000 li away. These days, Fong Yuan modified the super-immortal formation again. It had the power to teleport other people. Because earlier, when Feng Zhougu attacked the hairy men and killed them, Lang Yalan's spirit was aggrieved but helpless. Lang Yalan's spirit remembered this painful lesson. After refining myriad self-immortal goo, he suggested this modification to Fong Yuan. Langya sect helped Fong Yuan to refine myriad self-immortal goo, using the long hair goo refinement immortal formation in the process. Fong Yuan naturally had to return the favor and modify the immortal formation as they wished. Fong Yuan's formation path attainment level was extraordinary. With the help of the light of wisdom, he had already finished the modification of the immortal formation long ago. Arriving at an empty place, Fong Yuan breathed in deeply as he started to practice his killer move. Immortal killer move, Emperor Yama. Instantly, his appearance changed. He was tall and majestic. He wore a crown and his face was blurred. He became inscrutable. His imperial robe had ghost and monster embroideries. The numbers were no longer like before. There were over 1,000 of them. This was the result of Fong Yuan's recent cultivation. Immortal killer move, Soul Explosion. Fong Yuan moved his finger as black smoke shot out, destroying everything in its path. But due to the immortal formation's protection, Cloud Cover Continent shone in silver light. It defended against the power of the soul explosion to a great extent. But even so, a killer move at the peak of rank 7 could not be defended against by the silver light. After a chain of explosions, the area around Fong Yuan was decimated. Cloud soil scattered as a large number of crevices appeared in the area of several li. Black smoke dissipated. The soul explosion ended as one Yama child monster vanished on Fong Yuan's imperial robe. After a few breaths of time, it faded as if it had never existed before. This was the price of using soul explosion. Fong Yuan did not mind the expenditure. After pondering through this, his eyes shone with brilliance. Immortal killer move, Yama battlefield. Whoosh! Intense wind blew as the world changed colors. In 3 blinks of time, a huge surrounding area was enveloped by Fong Yuan's immortal battlefield. The place was completely isolated from the outside. Within this battlefield killer move, the surroundings were pale green and yellow. Vision was blur like there was fog. Dark winds blew, creating wailing sounds. It was scary and chilly. Fong Yuan let out the Yama children. These monsters cackled and flew freely in Yama battlefield. Their power was amplified. They were like fish in water. After some testing, Fong Yuan stored all of the Yama children and stopped using Yama battlefield. The sky turned clear again as he returned to Langya blessed land. Yama battlefield was the greatest achievement that Fong Yuan had made in this secluded cultivation. Earlier, Fong Yuan had deduced the immortal battlefield killer move Purple Star Broken Life. It was set up using the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo that Purple Mountain True Monarch left behind. Fong Yuan used it to kill Yuchan and Qin Bai He. But the advantage of Purple Star Broken Life Immortal Battlefield was the effect of concealing itself and isolating from the outside world. The weakness was that it needed time to set up. Prior preparation was often required. And Goo Immortals were not stupid. If one tried to use it in battle, they would run away before it was set up. Yama Battlefield was created by Fong Yuan after considering his own situation, using the many battlefield killer moves that were recorded within Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Yama Battlefield was inferior to Purple Star Broken Life in terms of concealment and isolating from the outside world. This advantage was that it only needed 3 blinks of time to activate. Even though during that period of time, Fang Yuan could not move as well, it could quickly be used in battle. In this 3 blinks of time, as long as Fang Yuan could grab the opportunity and catch his enemies off guard, they would not be able to run away. After being enveloped by Yama battlefield, Fang Yuan's advantage would be huge. Currently, I can force the enemies to stay and lose their lives if they are rank 6 or 7. Fang Yuan's side. Gu Immortals were easy to defeat, but capturing or killing would be hard. Firstly, there were countless ways to escape. Gu Immortals could not deal with all possibilities. Some escaping methods were bound to be effective. Secondly, Fang Yuan was fighting alone and was wanted by Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. He had to defeat his enemies in a short amount of time. Thus earlier, Fang Yuan was very vigilant when choosing opponents. If Meng Tu did not have an immortal battlefield that could trap both him and his enemies inside Autumn Blade Plain, Fang Yuan would not want to fight such a person. Once Yama battlefield was completed, Fang Yuan thought of his other method, Great Thief Ghost Hand. His theft path attainment level was at Great Grandmaster. Using Great Thief Immortal Gu and Ghostly Concealment as the cores of the killer move, he could deduce Great Thief Ghost Hand, which could steal rank 8 Immortal Gu. This move was modified by Fang Yuan and became even more effective. It was used twice but managed to steal rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token, as well as rank 7 Immortal Gu Blade Wing. The situation quickly turned around when Meng Tu lost this Gu, resulting in his loss. In the past, I could not use Great Thief Ghost Hand too often to prevent my identity from leaking. If information gets out, others would be more alert and they would try to deduce my Great Thief Ghost Hand. My arrangements inside Green Ghost Desert would also be found out. With Yama battlefield now, I can trap my enemies and continue to use Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal Immortal Gu. There is little chance of the enemies running away. I can kill and plunder them to accumulate my cultivation resources. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a ruthless light. Deep killing intent was accumulating in him. With Yama battlefield, he could start walking on the bloody road of killing enemies and stealing Gu while annexing their apertures to gain Dao marks. Fang Yuan had no misgivings when it came to slaughtering innocent people. He did not feel any guilt or self-blame. Fang Yuan licked his lips as he shook his head. It is a pity. Now is not the time yet. If Langya Blessed Land did not get exposed, if there was no pressure from Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan would leave and go around killing people. But the crucial thing now was to protect Langya Blessed Land. At the current moment, the preservation of Langya sect was more important to Fang Yuan than stealing Immortal Gu. There was no doubt about it. As time passed, Fang Yuan's mental pressure got larger. Heavenly Court would not let this go. Once they attacked Langya Blessed Land again, even if Langya Blessed Land prepared fully, it might not be able to resist. This was because Langya sect's trump cards and secrets were exposed in the previous battle. Meanwhile, Heavenly Court still had unfathomable foundations. It could use some trump cards that targeted Langya sect or come up with some brilliant schemes to endanger the whole of Langya Blessed Land. The best situation was to relocate Langya Blessed Land before the second invasion of Heavenly Court. But the relocation would definitely be ambushed by Heavenly Court. It might even be Prince Fengxian most likely. Fang Yuan had already deduced this clearly. Against a rank 8, Fang Yuan could defend himself but he lacked offense. That was quite awkward. He had 2 ways now. One was to use a secluded domain of heaven and earth to form a rank 8 offensive killer move. The other was to use a rank 8 Immortal Gu to create an attacking method as well. Among the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Luopa Valley was the best choice, and also his only choice. Fang Yuan had the inspiration to deduce Luopa Seal, but unfortunately, his progress was quite slow. Even after the Light of Wisdom, Fang Yuan was quite vexed. In terms of rank 8 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had 4. Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, and Soul Beast Token. Attitude Gu was the core Immortal Gu of Familiar Face. Years Flow Like Water produced Year Gu. It was not for fighting. Soul Beast Token was needed in Emperor Yama killer move. It could not be taken out. Looking at it, he only had Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu left. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had obtained this rank 8 Immortal Gu long ago. In order to feed it, he had spent a lot of resources. But he had never been able to use it. Activating Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu needed rank 8 Immortal Essence of the user. This was what Purple Mountain True Monarch had designed for Boqing back then, but Feng Yuan only had rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence now. This was a fixed rule that could not be changed. And in fact, most rank 8 Immortal Gu used rank 8 Immortal Essence. Feng Yuan's 3 other Gu were exceptions. Attitude Gu used mental energy, Year's Flow like water could use any rank of Immortal Essence, but its strength depended on the essence used. Soul Beast Token expended the soul foundation of the user, and just looking at their activation requirements, all 3 Immortal Gu were top tier among rank 8 Immortal Gu. Thinking about it, even though Feng Yuan had many Immortal Gu and inheritances, his rank 8 offensive killer move still required Luopa Valley. I managed to deduce Reverse Flow Protection Seal earlier because of my Water Path Grandmaster attainment level. This time, to deduce Luopa Seal, my Soul Path is only Master level. There is a huge obstruction. Feng Yuan had Grandmaster attainment level in many paths. His Theft Path and Refinement Path were Great Grandmaster and Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster respectively, but he could not transfer them to his Soul Path. His Soul Path was only at Master attainment level. But I have the Light of Wisdom. Even though progress is slow, I can still slowly force my way through. The biggest problem is time now. I hope I can make it. At this time, the world started shaking. A huge dark spiral appeared out of nowhere. Oh no! Feng Yuan's expression changed. He recognized that the source of this dark spiral were the Dao marks that Feng Jiugu had left behind. Feng Yuan had already investigated these Dao marks long ago. Lang Ye Land Spirit did the same. Both felt that this was a tracking method that was hard to get rid of. But now, Lang Ye Blessed Land was isolated from the outside world. These Dao marks possessed no threat. But to think that without anyone controlling and instilling immortal essence, these Dao marks actually gathered into a dark spiral. Smash it! Feng Yuan screamed. Lang Ye Land Spirit also gave the same orders at the same time. The defensive formation that Feng Yuan modified immediately activated. But at the same time, four starlight beams shot out of the dark spiral. With a loud sound, the dark spiral vanished. The starlight faded as 4 Gu immortals appeared. Feng Jiugu, Chen Yi, and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were present. They were led by a female immortal. She looked around before fixing her gaze on Feng Yuan. She smiled. Feng Yuan, I finally caught you. It was Heavenly Court's current leader, the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Fairy Z Wei. Heavenly Court invaded. 4 Gu immortals appeared out of nowhere. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. Even with his knowledge and countless experiences, he felt that this was unbelievable. There is such a method? Sending 4 rank 8 Gu immortals in at the same time. If we did not destroy that dark spiral instantly, I'm afraid even more Gu immortals would have entered. Even though Feng Jiugu was not rank 8, his Dao marks were at rank 8 level. Feng Yuan placed him at the same level as rank 8s. Rank 8 Gu immortals had incredibly dense Dao marks. There were few methods that could transport them, and they were very hard to use. Even the Immortal Killer Move 7 Immortal Doors that Feng Jiugu used earlier could not teleport rank 8 Gu immortals. If rank 8 Gu immortals wanted to move, they had to either fly themselves through immemorial White Heaven or Black Heaven, unless they were Space Path Great Expert who could teleport themselves. But even so, such Space Path Great Experts could only teleport themselves. They could not move other rank 8 existences. And Heavenly Court seemed to have used a method to directly teleport for rank 8 Gu immortals over from Central Continent. Such a method was truly unthinkable. Even in the 500 years of my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, I did not hear that Heavenly Court had such a move, transporting for rank 8 Gu immortals at once, which was not the limit, and it could even create a tracking effect. Such a method was truly scary. Any defense could be ripped apart. The advantage of having such a move could even extend to large-scale fights. Think about it. During the 5 regions chaotic war, every rank 8 Gu immortal ruled over an area. At this time, if Heavenly Court mobilizes several rank 8s to teleport to an enemy rank 8 and attack that person as a group, they would have a huge advantage in numbers. They would likely win. Who could endure such attacks if they did it multiple times? Any force would be extremely concerned and feel helpless against this. In the 500 years of my previous life, why did Heavenly Court not do this? Was it because the conditions were not right, or was it not time for this move yet? I think I understand now. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. He understood why. If Heavenly Court revealed that they had such methods, once a few rank 8 Gu immortals died in the other regions, they would become alert. They would work together and form a large alliance against Heavenly Court. It was common sense. If they did not ally as the situation progresses, any rank 8 Gu immortal would be in great danger at all times. Heavenly Court could attack any individual rank 8 Gu immortal at any time. They were not stupid. Only by working together could they be safe against Heavenly Court. Of course, Heavenly Court was not stupid. They had kept this move hidden and did not use it. They were afraid that this move's great power would make the other regions work together and form a 4-region alliance that would target Heavenly Court solely. But now, in order to attack Feng Yuan, Heavenly Court had to use this move in advance. It showed how determined Heavenly Court was in attacking Langya Blessed Land. No, not just me, they are tempted by rank 9 Wisdom Gu. At the same time, annexing Langya Blessed Land would greatly help towards repairing Fate Gu. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Heavenly Court's attack was too sudden, even though Feng Yuan was already mentally prepared for it. But there was no helping it. Heavenly Court's method was truthfully out of Feng Yuan's wildest imagination. This is why such enemies are the scariest. Because they have too many trump cards from their immense foundation. Feng Yuan sighed bitterly internally. Thief! At the same time, while the other Heavenly Court Gu immortals stayed motionless, Thunder Ghost True Monarch directly pounced at Feng Yuan. She hated Feng Yuan to the limit. He had sold 3 of her rib bones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. That video had been playing non-stop. It was the greatest humiliation of her life. Thus, Thunder Ghost True Monarch directly charged at Feng Yuan and attacked. She was filled with intense killing intent. But at the next moment, Feng Yuan vanished as golden light flashed. Thunder Ghost True Monarch missed her target. She looked up and stared fiercely at the base of the super formation. Huff! Feng Yuan was inside the super formation now, controlling it personally. The first thing he did was to activate the formation and bring in all of the variant human Gu immortals that were scattered over Langya Blessed Land. When he had just acted, Heavenly Court also did the same. Immortal Killer Move. Separation Song. Feng Jiugu used his signature killer move as Separation Song started, countering all Immortal Gu houses and immortal formations in this world. Bright light shone in Feng Yuan's eyes. He multitasked as the immortal formation flew up and burst out with orange-red light. Within the red light, Separation Song was weakening as his voice faded into nothingness. To deal with Separation Song, Feng Yuan had made some modifications to the immortal formation. It was extremely effective when used now. Feng Jiugu had once dismantled multiple layers of this immortal formation using Separation Song. But now, before Separation Song even got close to the core, it was exterminated. Feng Jiugu frowned deeply. Let me do it. Fairy Ziwei flickered her finger as a starry rainbow flew out. The starry rainbow flew like an arrow, flying past the clouds and wind, shooting into the super immortal formation and turning into a cloud of star sand. It was very dazzling. The immortal formation activated faster and faster. This star sand fused into the immortal formation's activation and revealed several special forms, like clouds or dust, or even water vats. Fairy Ziwei smiled lightly. Countless thoughts appeared in her mind, moving like waves of the ocean. Oh no! This Wisdom Path Killer move can help her to deduce the workings of the immortal formation. It can also obstruct the cooperation of Gu worms and make the immortal formation slower and non-fluid. Some of the variant human Gu immortals who came could tell. What do we do? What do we do? Almost all of the variant human Gu immortals were covered in sweat. They had nervous expressions. They were filled with fear and immense pressure of an apocalypse. Heavenly Court's group was too powerful. They were equivalent to 4 rank 8s, even disregarding Feng Jiugu. The other 3 were rank 8 elites and experts. One could be of immense threat to Langya Blessed Land, not to mention 3 of them. Strange. Why is Fairy Ziwei not using Star Constellation chessboard? Feng Yuan had completely calmed down. Suspicion flashed in his eyes. His fight against Fairy Ziwei was during Southern Border's Dream Realm battle. It is a pity that star constellation chessboard was left in heavenly court to sustain the killer move star cast. Otherwise, I would be able to easily unravel this super immortal formation with dozens of times the efficiency. Fairy Z-Wei sighed internally. She did not stop her actions. Another wisdom path killer move was unleashed without any warning. Feng Yuan did not even know how to deal with it. But the formation was hit, and the star sand that invaded expanded to twice of its size. Troublesome. Feng Yuan frowned deeply. Heavenly Court, do you think our Langya sect are easily bullied? Kill them. At this moment, Langya land spirit growled. The silver giant formed from ancient battle formation, heavenly giant solar descended into the battlefield. The silver giant was tall and mighty, stretching its arms and sweeping at the 4 central continent Gu immortals. Strong air currents were generated. Qian Yi's eyes flashed with brilliance, snorting, "Let me!" Compared to the silver giant, his body was very small, but his aura burst out and contested the silver giant evenly. Immortal killer move. Immortal binding vine. Qian Yi pointed as countless jade green light threads extended towards the silver giant and coiled around it. The silver giant punched ferociously, but due to the obstruction of the jade light threads, it was too slow and changed directions, crashing into the cloud soil and creating a huge crater as soil scattered. Qian Yi watched at the side without moving. He floated in the air as he pointed at the silver giant with his fingers. The jade threads on the silver giant were increasing in number. Surrounding it tightly, the threads got thicker until they reached their limits, becoming vines that were thick and long, binding the silver giant. Within the battle formation heavenly giant solar, Langya land spirit was shouting in anger. This immortal binding vine seemed to have countered him entirely. Even with great strength, he could not use any of it properly. This was quite a frustrating situation. Sixth hair. Langya land spirit called out. Sixth hair immediately used an immortal killer move as golden light appeared on the heavenly giant solar. The immortal binding vines were cut apart inch by inch, but they recovered quickly. Qian Yi sneered as he used another killer move. Countless vines were cut down, landing on the cloud soil, but with Qian Yi's help, they grew rapidly, turning into huge trees. The huge trees were scattered around the silver giant, turning into a huge circle that trapped the silver giant at the center. Langya land spirit sensed something amiss, but the silver giant was bound by the immortal binding vines. It could not move away. At this time, between the giant trees, leaves and branches started to intertwine. The roots of the trees under the cloud soil also gathered into a ball and emerged from the soil. With the tree trunks as the main pillars, the branches and roots coiled together and formed a huge cage. Immortal killer move. Ancient tree prison cage. The silver giant finally broke free from the immortal binding vines when it immediately got trapped in the ancient tree prison cage. Langya land spirit shouted in anger and ordered the hairy man Gu immortals to unleash their offensive killer moves. But the ancient tree prison cage sustained those attacks and even used them as nutrients to strengthen itself. Langya land spirit saw this and quickly stopped. He tested for a while and found that the most effective way to destroy the cage was with the giant's bare hands. The hairy man Gu immortals were helpless. They could only manipulate heavenly giant solar to unleash punches and kicks, slamming at the ancient tree prison cage. Damn it! Langya land spirit cursed. His forehead was covered in sweat. He was trapped here and could not help Feng Yuan. He could only watch as Feng Jiugu and Fairy Ziwei targeted the super immortal formation. Without any choice, Langya land spirit had to approach the Rockman Gu immortals. Quick! Let that old dragon out! Roar! There was the cry of a dragon as a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. The immemorial rock dragon. Its body was made of rocks. It was filled with dense earth path Dao marks. Its dragon body was heavy and thick. Its dragon fangs were sharp like stalactites. It was majestic and large, having an impressive entrance. The rock dragon seemed to move slowly, but it was actually fast as it flew into the sky, casting a huge shadow down onto the ground. Heavenly Court's 4 immortals were also under the shadow as they raised their heads, expressing shock on their faces. To think that Langya blessed land has a hidden immemorial rock dragon. Feng Jiugu sighed. Fairy Ziwei smiled. It does not belong to Langya Blessed Land. It is likely from those variant human goo immortals. As a wisdom path great expert, she had deduced the truth in an instant. Let me destroy this rock dragon. Thunder Ghost True Monarch licked her lips as battle intent surged. No need. Chun-Yi grunted as he stretched his finger, using the same move again. Immortal Killer Move Immortal Binding Vine. The immortal binding vines extended around the immemorial rock dragon as it became restricted, although it still charged at the 4 central continent immortals. The 4 immortals dodged while the immemorial rock dragon hit the ground. Next, Chani used the ancient tree prison cage killer move again and trapped it. How can this be? The variant human goo immortals saw this and felt deeply surprised and disappointed. Even Lang Yalan's spirit took in a deep breath. He felt a chill down his spine. The immemorial rock dragon that they were relying on was restricted so easily. Meanwhile, on Heavenly Court's side, Chun-Yi had a great display of prowess. While Fairy Ziwei and Feng Jiugo suppressed the super immortal formation, and Thunder Ghost True Monarch has yet to fight. Feng Yuan's expression was ugly too, but he did not feel much surprise. The immemorial rock dragon is strong in defense and has no fear. Once injured, the rockmen can sacrifice themselves to heal it rapidly. This healing method is very absurd. When goo immortals get injured, it is very difficult and troublesome to heal them. The higher the cultivation level, the harder they are to heal. For rank 8 goo immortals, if they sustained injuries, they would need to pay full attention in healing themselves without distraction. But the immemorial rock dragon's healing method could be done amidst battle. This often gave many goo immortals huge headaches when fighting them. The immemorial rock dragon was also famous because of this. But today was different. It was up against Heavenly Court's rank 8 goo immortal Chun-Yi. Firstly, Heavenly Court had been suppressing and killing variant human goo immortals. Having been established on that foundation, they were very familiar with the Rockman tribe's rock dragons. Secondly, the immemorial rock dragon did not have any wild rank 8 immortal goo to use, while Chun-Yi had rank 8 killer moves and the best tactic against it. This led to the immemorial rock dragon's greatest advantage becoming virtually useless. And finally, Chun-Yi's killer move was truly profound. Especially the ancient tree prison cage. It did not fear immortal killer moves. It was hard to get rid of. It was no surprise that the immemorial rock dragon lost to Chun-Yi. Even though it struggled intensely, the restriction on it grew thicker and tighter. Without external help, it could not break out of the immortal binding vines, and definitely not the ancient tree prison cage outside of that. Hairy men, we need to rely on ourselves. Lang Yalan's spirit shouted as the silver giant finally found an opening in the ancient tree prison cage and destroyed it. As expected of the second ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar, Chun-Yi evaluated as he smiled, muttering, "But do you think my ancient tree prison cage is so easy to break out of?" The silver giant's movements stopped. Lang Yalan's spirit was slightly dazed. He turned around to look and found a wooden hand grabbing the silver giant's leg. What is that? The silver giant turned around and chopped down on the hand with both arms resembling an axe that struck harshly. The wooden hand was split by the axe, but it was only half split. It was not entirely chopped apart. The silver giant wanted to attack again, but a wooden giant appeared from under the soil. The wooden giant let go out its hand and lowered its body, charging at the silver giant's chest with its shoulder, slamming it to the ground. Lang Yasek's goo immortals were caught unguarded. They were about to make the silver giant stand up, but the wooden giant attacked relentlessly. Eventually, it jumped into the sky and crashed down on the silver giant with a loud thud. Under the immense pressure, a hairy man goo immortal made a mistake and used an immortal killer move on the wooden giant. The wooden giant was revitalized as the injuries on its body healed. At the same time, it grew to the same size as the silver giant. Chun-Yi snorted in self-satisfaction. This was his immortal killer move, Giant Tree Divine Statue. It inherited the property of the ancient tree prison cage. Immortal killer moves were not of concern, only physical attacks were effective on it. So this is the power of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's eyes were flickering with bright light. At this moment, Chun-Yi displayed great power, suppressing both the silver giant and immemorial rock dragon. This was his true power, as the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, and the inheritor of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, he had incredible battle strength that was extraordinary. Earlier in Green Ghost Desert, he had fought with much frustration. Most of the time he was fighting inside Divine Bean Palace, afraid of damaging it. He could not fight freely, while his opponent, Fong Clan's first Supreme Elder, had a huge advantage with Strength Path. He could fight in close combat freely, making Chun-Yi extremely furious but without options. Now, Chun-Yi could display his true advantage. He erupted with great battle strength. Even without using his trump card, Karma Divine Tree, he managed to suppress both the Silver Giant and the immemorial Rock Dragon. Chun-Yi displayed his true strength as Heavenly Court obtained the advantage. What worried Fong Yuan more was that they had not gone all out yet. Even Chen-Yi, who was doing most of the work, had not used Karma Divine Tree. Even though Chen-Yi is inferior to Purple Mountain True Monarch and Duke Long, he is still a first-rate expert among rank 8s. Fairy Z-Wei and Thunder Ghost True Monarch are similar, while Feng Jiugu cannot be underestimated. I need to act myself. Chen-Yi suppressed the immemorial Rock Dragon and Silver Giant. Feng Jiugu and Fairy Z-Wei were resisting the Super Immortal formation. Lang Yasect only had Fong Yuan left, who had rank 8 battle strength. If he did not act now, who could save them? And the truth was, Lang Ya Land Spirit had already urged Fong Yuan multiple times. Golden light flickered as Fong Yuan appeared in front Fairy Z-Wei. Fairy Z-Wei had expected this. She waved her hand as a gust of divine purple wind started to blow. As the wind blew, it caused ripples on reverse flow protection seal. Oh, this killer move! Fong Yuan's heart sank. This divine purple wind matched the strength of its enemy. It was similar to reverse flow protection seal. It was a defensive retaliation type. Reverse flow protection seal did not have any offensive might, as both moves reflected the damage over and over again to each other. Neither sides could do anything to the other. Fong Yuan was pushed out by this wind. Fong Yuan, you finally came out. A flash of lightning flickered as Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan teleported and appeared behind Fong Yuan, smiling sinisterly and full of killing intent. Trident Lightning Dissolution! Jinglan shouted as 3 flashes of lightning appeared from her fingertips. The lightning crackled and gathered in the air, forming into a trident made of blue lightning. Trident Lightning Dissolution landed on Fong Yuan's back but was blocked by reverse flow protection seal and reflected back at her. Jinglan laughed loudly as she swallowed this Trident Lightning Dissolution before flying away with eyes crackling with sparks. Fong Yuan's heart sank. Oh no! This Trident Lightning Dissolution killer move is meant to probe my reverse flow protection seal. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch is not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, with Fairy Z-Wei the Wisdom Path Great Expert here, they can try to unravel my reverse flow protection seal here. Last time, due to Fong Yuan's trap, Thunder Ghost True Monarch was beaten up and Fairy Z-Wei failed. However, the trap that Fong Yuan set up was exposed. It could no longer be used. During this period, Fong Yuan had planned and cultivated intensely, making many preparations. Heavenly Court did the same. Not only did they help Thunder Ghost True Monarch to replenish her immortal goo, Fairy Z-Wei even used Star Constellation Chessboard to deduce Trident Lightning Dissolution for Thunder Ghost True Monarch, in order to deal with Fong Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Fong Yuan had a heavy heart, but he did not fluster. The truth was, he had expected this. He actively attacked and tried to fight with Fairy Z-Wei and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, in order to reduce the pressure on the rest. Both sides fought continuously as Cloud Cover Continent's terrain was completely devastated. The sounds of their battle resounded throughout the skies. The countless hairy man mortals and Gu masters were extremely fearful and in shock. After the Silver Giant destroyed a giant tree divine statue, Chun-Yi created another one. The immemorial Rock Dragon was trapped in the immortal binding vines. It had little hope of escaping. Even Fong Yuan could not help it. He had tried, but the outer layer of the ancient tree prison cage was too thick and did not fear immortal killer moves. It was a pain to get through. This killer move is not immune to all immortal killer moves. We just lack the necessary method. If I had enough time with my wisdom path methods, I can deduce and unravel this move. Fong Yuan sighed to himself. This was the essence of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance's killer moves. It was like reverse flow protection seal, which rendered all of Heavenly Court helpless against it. Now, Fang Yuan was on the receiving side, against this ancient tree prison cage. He had the same feelings as Fairy Ziwei, who had faced reverse flow protection seal earlier. After some fighting, Heavenly Court still had the upper hand, and their advantage was growing. Fang Yuan did not deduce Luo Pasil. He did not have an offensive rank 8 killer move. He could defend using reverse flow protection seal, but he could not be of any threat to the 4 immortals. Ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar was the same. Even though the Harryman Gu immortals had many methods and deep chemistry, they were not fighting against Feng Jiugu this time, but Chun-Yi instead. Chun-Yi had rich methods that were all at rank 8 level. No matter how Lang Yalan spirit resisted, he was suppressed by Chun-Yi. After some more time, Fairy Ziwei suddenly frowned as she ordered, "Senior Jinglan, go around and find Wisdom Gu. Little thief, I will let you off for now." Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch hated Fang Yuan, the bigger picture was more important. She snickered at Fang Yuan before flying away from the battlefield like lightning. Lang Ya's side could only watch helplessly as she left. The truth was, Heavenly Court's invasion was not just to eliminate Fang Yuan and annex Lang Ya to repair Fate Gu. Their most important goal was to obtain the Wild Wisdom Gu. This legendary rank 9 Immortal Gu had been in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's hands long ago. Ordinary forces could not make use of it, but Heavenly Court had abundant methods. Forget about the rest, with just this Wisdom Gu, Star Constellation chessboard would become a rank 9 Immortal Gu house. Its power would rise sharply. Just this advantage was enough for Fairy Ziwei to come personally. Earlier, when Heavenly Court's 4 immortals arrived, Fairy Ziwei had already used her investigative killer moves. Even though her search range extended throughout Lang Ya Blessed Land, she could not find Wisdom Gu. And now, she could only send Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Seeing that Thunder Ghost True Monarch had left the battlefield, Lang Yalan's spirit screamed in anger while fearing that the mortal hairy men would be targeted. But because he was trapped by Chen-Yi, the silver giant was still restricted by the immortal binding vine and could not move. Even though many layers were pulled off, it was quite frustrating. "They are looking for Wisdom Gu." Fang Yuan's eyes burst out with bright light. His wisdom path methods were extraordinary. He had already deduced Heavenly Court's intention. It was a pity that Heavenly Court did not know Wisdom Gu was already in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Last time, they had failed to take it from Lang Ya Blessed Land. That was the best opportunity. The difficulty had risen by thousands of times now. In that case, bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He noticed that this was the best opportunity. Immemorial Year Beast. He opened his immortal aperture and let out the monkey Immemorial Year Beast. At the same time, he charged forward and used countless immortal killer moves to attack Fairy Ziwei. Among the 4 Heavenly Court immortals, the biggest threat was not Chen-Yi, who had Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, rank 8 expert Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan, who could resist Spectral Soul, or Feng Jiugu, who had Assimilation Windsong. It was Fairy Ziwei. The reason was simple. She was a Wisdom Path great expert. Just this point alone made her the leader of this expedition. Given enough time, she could deduce and create countless miracles. He had to eliminate this Wisdom Path Gu immortal first. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Soul Explosion, Strength Path Giant Hand, Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan used almost all his methods against Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei laughed. "Fang Yuan, you're at your wit's end." She also used multiple killer moves of all kinds. They were all profound and actually blocked all of Fang Yuan's attacks. Some even countered his moves. Fang Yuan's methods had already been exposed long ago. Fairy Ziwei had been collecting intel and did a lot of deductions. She created many methods that countered him. This was the incredible power of a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's killer moves still had some use. After all, he had also modified his moves to deal with Fairy Ziwei's deductions. But in terms of Wisdom Path attainment, I cannot compare to Fairy Ziwei. At this rate, eventually, Fairy Ziwei will deduce all of my methods and I will no longer be able to fight back. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Battle intent surged in him, but his mind was still cold as ice. Fairy Ziwei smiled as she breathed out some purple chi with imposing aura. The purple chi was delicate like a baby's fist, but it entered the Immemorial Year Beast's mind the moment it hit. Howl! The immemorial year beast growled in pain. It was furiously holding its head. It lost its ability to fight as it rolled around on the ground. The variant human goo immortals controlling the super immortal formation were all stunned. Fairy Ziwei's own battle strength was even higher than Chun-Yi. Earlier, she had not fought seriously. But now, her strong methods and imposing air were a huge shock to everyone. Fang Yuan also felt a little discouraged. He still had 2 immemorial soul beasts captured from Green Ghost Desert, but he did not want to use them now. Immemorial desolate beasts alone were often at a disadvantage against rank 8 goo immortals. That was, unless they had rank 8 immortal goo in them. Against these rank 8 goo immortal experts from Heavenly Court, even immemorial desolate beasts with wild immortal goo could not deal with them. Like how Fang Yuan could capture those 2 immemorial soul beasts earlier, against Fairy Ziwei, they held little threat. I am clear of this. In order to resist Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the past, Heavenly Court had obtained many soul path methods. This is why I let the immemorial year beast out. If I summoned the immemorial soul beasts, they would be even weaker against her. Fang Yuan felt pressure rising in him. The enemies were just too powerful. They were truly formidable. Fang Yuan did not even have the confidence to kill the weakest person among them, Feng Zhougu. Fairy Ziwei and the rest were all experts among rank 8 experts. Any single one of them could match Fang Yuan or even defeat him. To speak the truth, Langya Blessed Land was already very powerful. It had 3 rank 8 battle strength existences. This was already above the standards of most super forces in the 5 regions. Among the 5 regions, only the top-tier superforces had 1 rank 8 goo immortal. In Southern Border, why could the number 1 Righteous Path superforce Wu Clan dominate the region for so long? It was because there was a point in time where they had 2 rank 8 goo immortals simultaneously, and also at least 1 rank 8 goo immortal throughout the generations to hold the fort. Of course, immortal goo houses could not be neglected. Many immortal goo houses had rank 8 battle strength too. The strength of Langya sect was equivalent to a superforce or even above that. But against Heavenly Court it was just too weak in comparison. The immemorial rock dragon was suppressed by Chun-Yi. Heavenly Giant Solar was struggling but still at a disadvantage. Feng Zhougu had been dealing with the super immortal formation that Fang Yuan modified. The formation path attainment of the variant human goo immortals inside could not match Fang Yuan. While Feng Zhouji's separation song was absurdly fierce even though it was countered by the immortal goo formation, the 2 sides were at a deadlock. Fang Yuan's fight against Fairy Ziwei was locked in a deadlock as well without any breakthroughs. He could not let this go on. Once Thunder Ghost True Monarch fails to find Wisdom Goo and returns to fight, unless Langya Land Spirit exposes a new trump card, Fang Yuan would definitely lose. Langya Blessed Land originated from Long Hair Ancestor. It must likely have other trump cards. But now I cannot depend on this possibility. Immortal Killer Move. Yama Battlefield. Fang Yuan suddenly flew and got closer to Fairy Ziwei before using his newly developed Immortal Battlefield Killer Move. Because of the soul explosion earlier, there were large numbers of soul path Dao marks in the battlefield. Yama Battlefield rapidly opened as it formed in a breath of time. But even at this speed, Fang Yuan could not trap Fairy Ziwei. This Wisdom Path great expert noticed something amiss the moment FY got close to her. She immediately retreated. Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield was created very quickly. 1 breath of time was faster than most of the Immortal Battlefield killer moves in this world. But this amount of time was enough for Fairy Ziwei to escape. I failed. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Not being able to trap Fairy Ziwei, he had wasted his immortal essence. However, my efforts were not in vain. Fang Yuan looked at Feng Zhougu who was inside Yama Battlefield as he surged with killing intent. I'll kill him first. Fang Yuan grabbed the opportunity. The position earlier was perfect. If Fairy Ziwei had not retreated in advance, he would have trapped the both of them. Yama Battlefield was a new method. Even if Fairy Ziwei wanted to unravel it, she would need some time. If Fang Yuan could trap both Feng Zhougu and Fairy Ziwei in the battlefield, there would only be the Silver Giant, Immemorial Rock Dragon, Chen-Yi, and the Super Immortal Formation. Now that Feng Zhougu was trapped, the Super Immortal Formation was safe. If they could grab the opportunity to destroy the ancient tree prison cage, the immemorial rock dragon would also be free. Chun-Yi would have to deal with both the silver giant and rock dragon, as well as a super immortal formation. He would not be able to handle it. If they could severely injure Chun-Yi during that period, even if Thunder Ghost True Monarch returns, Lang Ya's side would be able to regain their footing. But now, Feng Yuan only managed to trap Feng Jiugu. That meant the super immortal formation and Fairy Ziwei were competing with each other. But even if Thunder Ghost True Monarch returns, for the time being, they would still be in a deadlock. After all, rank 8 battle strength and sufficient foundation meant that they could not fall easily. Thus, Feng Yuan's target now was to kill Feng Jiugu, and he had to do it quickly, the faster the better. After killing Feng Jiugu, Feng Yuan would dispel Yama Battlefield and deal with the 3 Heavenly Court rank 8s, alongside the Rock Dragon and Silver Giant. Lang Ya's side would be in less danger after that. Thus, Feng Jiugu was a crucial point to break through. A Soul Path Battlefield killer move? It seems to have Theft Path mixed in. Fairy Ziwei looked at the air in front of her. For the first time in this battle, she frowned. The immortal battlefield isolated the inside from outside. Thankfully, Feng Yuan had used it right in front of her. Otherwise, she could not find the point of entry for Yama Battlefield. That was just a tiny spot. But even if she did, Fairy Ziwei's deductions were having huge problems. Because Yama Battlefield not only contained the profundity of Soul Path, it also contained ghostly concealment. It was one with the killer move Emperor Yama. Rumble. The super immortal formation activated as countless lightning bolts attacked Fairy Ziwei and Chun-Yi. Since the battle started, this super formation had either been suppressed by Feng Jiugu and Fairy Ziwei or was in a deadlock with Feng Jiugu. It could finally display its might now. Chun-Yi quickly defended himself. He was quite troubled. Lang Yalan's spirit saw the chance and moved the silver giant, resisting the attack of the giant tree divine statue as it crashed into the ancient tree prison cage trapping the rock dragon. Fairy Ziwei quickly thought about it, choosing to attack the super immortal formation while deducing Yama Battlefield. Ignoring Chun-Yi's situation, Fairy Ziwei chose the safe method. If Feng Jiugu fought with Feng Yuan now, she might not assist him. If he really ended up in a dangerous spot, she might reinforce him. She would still make it in time. But now, Yama Battlefield was isolated from the outside. Feng Jiugu and Feng Yuan were fighting alone. This was dangerous and accidents might occur. Feng Jiugu was equally important to Heavenly Court, even more than Chun-Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, because he was the Tao Guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable Feng Jin Huang. Fairy Ziwei did not want any mishaps to occur to him. Feng Yuan wanted Feng Jiugu to die right now. Immortal Killer Move. Emperor Yama. Immortal Killer Move. Yama Child. Immortal Killer Move. Soul Explosion. At once, Feng Yuan attacked in a frenzy, turning into Emperor Yama form as the Yama Child army attacked Feng Jiugu from all directions. Soul explosions were mixed in and caused great damage to Feng Jiugu. In just a short period of time, blood was already flowing out of his mouth. Great method. Feng Jiugu felt an intense threat to his life. He used his killer move. Immortal Killer Move. Yang Pastoon. At the moment of crisis, he had to use Yang Pastoon Killer Move despite there being a time limit. Using Yang Pastoon, he dodged and dodged, but within Yama Battlefield, his method was greatly restricted. It was quite ineffective. The Yama children were amplified and moved even quicker and with greater force. They attacked without fearing death. Feng Jiugu dodged with all his effort, but he could not shrug off the Yama children. Immortal Killer Move. Song Warrior. Immortal Killer Move. Green Jade Song. Immortal Killer Move. Heaven and Earth Song. Immortal Killer Move. Submission Song. Immortal Killer Move. Separation Song. For Song Warriors protected Feng Jiugu as he moved around the Yama Child army, trying to get close to Feng Yuan. Capturing the king is essential. This was the most straightforward and wise tactic. Feng Yuan in his Emperor Yama form flew around in Yama Battlefield with utmost ease and agility. Even though his enslavement path attainment was not high, he could still order the Yama children to attack Feng Jiugu fluidly. After a while, Feng Jiugu had a grim expression. Green Jade Song Warrior often shattered the Yama children which were turned into jade statues. But these Yama children were all unfearing and were tougher to deal with than ancient desolate beasts. Heaven and Earth Song had little effect within Yama battlefield. Separation Song could break apart immortal formations, but the immortal goo used to sustain this battlefield were inside Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. This was unlike immortal formations and immortal goo houses which had their immortal goo house outside. Separation Song could not affect the interior of Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was useless. Submission Song that Feng Zhougu had entrusted his hopes to was the best method against enslavement path. It had been a great help against Feng Yuan in the past. But right now, this song was an example of the bigger the hope, the greater the disappointment. The Yama children were merely affected in movement. They were completely unaffected by the enslavement effect of Submission Song. My Yama child uses Soul Beast modification, Soul Beast summoning, and other methods within Spectral Soul True Inheritance. It also relies on ghostly concealment at the core. How can your Submission Song work against it? Feng Yuan snickered in his mind. Do I need to use Assimilation Wind Song? Feng Zhougu gritted his teeth. Feng Yuan's battle strength was very shocking. Even though he was mentally prepared, now that he was suppressed by Feng Yuan, Feng Zhougu felt a sensation of disbelief. How long had it been? Not long ago Feng Zhougu, had chased Feng Yuan from southern border to western desert and put him in a difficult position. Feng Yuan's growth speed is too fast. This time, even if we do not get Wisdom Goo, we need to kill him. Feng Zhougu sighed internally. He stopped the notion of using Assimilation Wind Song. Assimilation Wind Song was too dangerous. Once he used it and made a mistake, the first person to die would be Feng Zhougu. Unless he had no choice, Feng Zhougu would not use Assimilation Wind Song. Especially in an intense battle like this, the interferences were too great. And my Assimilation Wind Song has already been exposed. How can such a crafty person like Feng Yuan be unprepared against it? Feng Zhougu was very wary of Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment. This time we attacked with a powerful force. Because Fairy Ziwei isn't trapped inside this battlefield killer move, we have the absolute advantage in battle now. I need to wait for Lady Ziwei to deduce and break this immortal battlefield from the outside. That is the best method. After all, this immortal battlefield contains Soul Path and Theft Path aura, but no Time Path aura. There should not be any problems with the rate of time. Feng Zhougu dodged as he fought. Refusing to let the Yama children surround him, he decided to wait for reinforcements after putting his trust in Fairy Ziwei. Feng Yuan had been thinking of ending the battle quickly. If Feng Zhougu fought against him directly, he would be extremely happy about it. But was Feng Zhougu stupid? He had a clear understanding of the situation. He chose the best tactic for now. Feng Yuan sighed deeply in disappointment. Unfortunately, even though I have Time Path methods and rank 8 Time Path immortal goo years flow like water, it cannot be fused into Yama Battlefield. Yama Battlefield was not a killer move used on Sovereign Immortal Body. It had the problem of conflicting Dao marks. Feng Yuan had always kept a balance between Theft Path and Soul Path, but the conflict had reached the limit. Adding Time Path on top of it was too difficult. Time Path battlefield killer moves could alter the rate of time compared to the outside world, but Yama Battlefield could not. In fact, even if Feng Yuan tried to use Time Path killer moves, any moves that were not Theft Path or Soul Path would be resisted by the Dao marks of the Immortal Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move. Triple Extreme Sound. Feng Zhougu's methods were unending. The Yama children could not get close. Once his song warriors were destroyed, he would create new ones immediately. But the biggest problem for Feng Yuan was Yang Pastoon. It allowed Feng Zhougu to teleport instantly. Even though this move was restricted in this battlefield, having a limited range and would not break out of Yama Battlefield, Feng Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand was too slow, at least when compared to Feng Zhougu. Even though Yang Pastoon had a time limit, Feng Yuan could not wait. He needed to end this fast. He had to kill Feng Zhougu as soon as possible, in order to help in the battle outside. Immortal Killer Move. Familiar Face. Feng Yuan turned from Emperor Yama into a Yama child as he sneaked into the army. Feng Zhougu's heart jumped. His teleportation became more frequent. But Feng Yuan was still in the dark while he was exposed in the open. After a while, Feng Yuan found his opportunity. Immortal Killer Move. Great Thief Ghost Hand. The ghost hand was completely concealed, going past the four-song warriors and aiming for Feng Jiugu directly. Feng Jiugu was still using triple extreme sound. He did not sense its movement. Great Thief Ghost Hand entered Feng Jiugu's immortal aperture and grabbed an immortal goo tightly before leaving rapidly. Oh no! Fixed immortal travel. Feng Jiugu stared with his eyes wide opened. He was deeply shocked by the assault. He quickly turned around and burst out with sound waves, forcing Great Thief Ghost Hand to reveal its appearance before him. He was about to attack the Great Thief Ghost Hand, but Feng Yuan was well prepared. A large number of Yama children rushed up and sacrificed themselves, protecting the Great Thief Ghost Hand as it entered Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. To think that I would regain fixed immortal travel one day. Feng Yuan sighed deeply as he looked at the immortal goo that was captured by Great Thief Ghost Hand. Oh, it's been raised to rank 7. It is indeed what I had deduced from the information earlier. Feng Yuan was secretly joyful. Even though he had ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel which could replace the use of fixed immortal travel to some extent, it had many flaws, needing 4 goo immortals to execute. Furthermore, it had a smaller range than fixed immortal travel, which was able to go anywhere in the world. Rank 7 fixed immortal travel still had the same appearance as its rank 6 version. Right now, this goo was struggling in Great Thief Ghost Hand, but it did not move, holding on to fixed immortal travel as it flew rapidly. After flying into Heaven's Ceiling Mountain inside Mini Southern Border, Great Thief Ghost Hand opened and tossed fixed immortal travel into the immortal formation. This immortal formation used 2 immortal goo as the core, self-love and affection, along with countless mortal goo. The main effect was to help Great Thief Ghost Hand refine the stolen immortal goo quickly. Even though Reverse Flow River could be used here, it was already the core of Reverse Flow Protection Seal that Feng Yuan needed in battle. Feng Yuan had already succeeded once in using immortal goo self-love and affection to refine other people's immortal goo long ago. His plan was originally to incorporate affection and self-love into Great Thief Ghost Hand so that after it steals immortal goo, the goo can be refined instantly on the spot. This seemed unnecessary, but that was not true. If he could refine it on the spot, Great Thief Ghost Hand would not need to suppress the immortal goo and bring it back to Feng Yuan. It could continue to steal more immortal goo consecutively. After being put inside Heaven's Ceiling Mountain, fixed immortal travel was suppressed and the refinement was automatically done. Feng Yuan could see results soon. Feng Yuan placed his sights on Feng Jiugu again. Feng Jiugu's expression was one of alertness and solemnness. A look of disbelief was hidden deep within his eyes. Feng Yuan actually has such a method to steal others' immortal goo? Even those inside the immortal aperture are not spared. Did he obtain another thieving heaven true inheritance? This method made Feng Jiugu feel an intense threat. The sound wave attack that he used to force out Great Thief Ghost Hand was activated again. He did not want to cancel it. This move is too terrifying. If the stolen immortal goo earlier was the core immortal goo of my triple extreme sound killer move, wouldn't my killer move activation fail, causing me to suffer backlash and receive severe injuries? Feng Jiugu felt a bit of relief and also lingering fear. Feng Yuan felt that it was a pity, but Great Thief Ghost Hand could not choose its target. If he really stole the crucial immortal goo again like when he fought Meng Tu, Feng Jiugu's killer move would fail and the battle would turn around. He could even be killed quickly. Even though Feng Yuan succeeded, Feng Jiugu was completely alert now. He used Yang Pass Tune to teleport non-stop, refusing to stay at one spot. At the same time, he used his sound wave killer move without regard for immortal essence consumption. As for triple extreme sound, Feng Jiugu stopped using it. He did not dare to. His focus was all on escaping the pursuit of the Yama children. After Feng Yuan was exposed, he used familiar face again to disguise as a Yama child to approach Feng Jiugu subtly. This was an immense mental pressure to Feng Jiugu. But Feng Yuan was not feeling great either. Feng Jiugu was too slippery. He kept moving around the place, using his sound wave move and preventing Feng Yuan from getting any opportunities to attack. It seems that I will need to put some effort into the concealment of Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Jiugu actually had a way to force out the Great Thief Ghost Hand to show itself. This was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. He immediately thought of Formless Hand. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature method could interchange between Phantom and Solid. If it was used instead of Great Thief Ghost Hand, it would fear no sound waves. Formless Hand was also extremely fast. Once used, the enemies of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could only watch as their immortal goo were all stolen one by one. They would spit out blood from anger and helplessness. But Fong Yuan's great thief Ghost Hand only had a small trace of Formless Hand's glory. Even so, it made the great Fong Jiugu fluster and escape in anxiety while feeling fearful. Fong Yuan forced Fong Jiugu to move around the place, but he felt no arrogance that he succeeded. He was clear that he only had hopes of victory if he killed Fong Jiugu quickly now, and went back to help out Langya Blessed Land. But in the following battle, Fong Jiugu did not leave any flaws for Fong Yuan. He was also a demonic path cultivator that shocked the whole of Central Continent, challenging all 10 sects at once. He had rich battle experience. As time passed, Yang Pass Toon's time limit finally arrived. A chance! Fong Yuan was anxious and joyful. He was anxious because so much time had been wasted and Fong Jiugu was still alive, but he was joyful because the flaw had finally appeared. Fong Jiuji's heart sank. In the past, his fierce attacks would render his enemies helpless. After becoming a famous person, he had never been faced with a situation where a rank 7 Gu immortal chased after his life. Now, he had experienced this from Fong Yuan. He finally recognized his own weakness, that was the movement aspect. With Yang Pass Toon unusable, Fong Jiuji's speed fell drastically. He was soon surrounded by Yama children and could no longer dodge as easily. Fong Jiugu was forced to defend himself at one location. His killer moves had great power as he attacked the Yama children who surrounded him from all directions. Fong Yuan hid among them perfectly. Great Thief Ghost Hand was prepared to strike the moment Fong Jiuji's defenses revealed a flaw. But at this moment, the entire Yama battlefield started to shake as it emitted a sharp noise. Oh no! Fong Yuan's expression changed. Lady Ziwei must have done it. Fong Jiugu was very happy. The entire Yama battlefield started to shake with greater intensity. Fairy Ziwei's actions were extremely effective after this amount of time. So little time had passed. Fairy Ziwei actually managed to deduce the workings of my Yama battlefield. She is so fast. No, at this rate, Yama battlefield cannot last for 30 breaths of time. I need to obtain victory now. Fong Yuan's eyes shone with a ruthless light. I was saving this for Fairy Ziwei and the rest, but I will use it on you first. There was no time. If Yama battlefield was broken, Fong Yuan would lose the chance to kill even Fong Jiugu. He made up his mind to use this trump card. Immortal killer move. Soul Explosion. It was still the Soul Explosion method, but Fong Yuan was not detonating any ordinary Yama child. It was an immemorial Yama child. Fong Yuan had 2 immemorial soul beasts originally. During this period of cultivation, he turned the 2 immemorial soul beasts into Yama children as well. These 2 Yama children were extraordinary. Fong Yuan had finally used them after hiding them for so long. Ancient Yama Child Soul Explosion was a peak rank 7 killer move, while Immemorial Yama Child Soul Explosion was rank 8. Even though Fong Yuan did not deduce Luo Pasil successfully, he still had another hidden rank 8 offensive method. Boom! Immemorial Yama Soul Explosion. Fong Jiugu was directly hit. Splat. At a certain area in Central Continent, Fong Jinhuang went into a daze. The cup in her hand fell to the ground and shattered. Duke Long sent her an inquiring gaze. Fong Jinhuang held her chest with an uncertain expression. Just a moment ago, she felt an intense sensation in her heart. He didn't die? What immortal goo is this? Fong Yuan stared with slightly widened eyes as Fong Jiugu floated in the air. Fong Jiuji's 7 orifices were bleeding intensely, but a thin light armor surrounded his body. This armor saved his life, allowing him to survive the immemorial Yama Soul Explosion. Rank 8 Immortal Goo. Fate Armor. Fong Jiugu coughed out blood as he said. Fong Yuan's expression was very dark. This was the first time he was seeing Fate Armor Immortal Goo. Even though Fong Jiugu used it in the River of Time earlier, Fong Yuan had sent Fong Jiugu into the River of Time back then. He did not witness this personally. Thus, Fong Yuan did not know the existence of Fate Armor Immortal Goo. And precisely so, he miscalculated. Heavenly Quartz Foundation. Fong Yuan smiled helplessly, but at the next moment, His determination surged as he looked at Feng Jiuge with a menacing gaze. This fate armor immortal goo can protect you once, but can it save you again? Feng Yuan still had another immemorial Yama child. Feng Jiuge was pale as paper. He had sustained severe injuries, but he spit out some blood. Cough, you can try. I'm not afraid to let you know. Fate armor immortal goo's effect is defense. Its power varies, but it only follows the results dictated by fate. If I am not meant to die now, fate armor immortal goo can protect me from any killer move in this world. If I am fated to die already, then fate armor's protection will be as weak as paper. Fate. Feng Yuan frowned tightly, saying the name of one immortal goo. You are right. This has to do with fate immortal goo. Feng Jiuge nodded as he sighed. If fate immortal goo was destroyed, fate would no longer restrict all living beings. Fate armor's power would be reduced greatly. Restricted by its rank 8 immortal goo would only be able to unleash rank 8 defensive power. But now, fate was injured and not fully destroyed. Fate still bound the people of this world. This allowed fate armor immortal goo to unleash defenses beyond rank 8. My reverse flow protection seal is a tortoise shell already. But this fate armor immortal goo is even more sturdy. Feng Yuan was shook, but his attacks became even fiercer. Feng Jiuge used fate armor with all his strength. His immortal essence expenditure was huge, but he could last for some time. This time, when attacking Lang Ye Blessed Land, Fairy Ziwei had already provided him assistance in the form of immortal essence storage. Rumble. At this time, there was an intense explosion as a purple galaxy appeared in Yama battlefield. It expanded and revealed the appearance of the outside Lang Ye Blessed Land. Why is she so fast? Fairy Ziwei's speed of deducing Yama battlefield was way faster than Feng Yuan's expectations. Feng Yuan grunted as he bled from his nose and mouth. Yama battlefield collapsed. He had to face the backlash of this killer move. Fairy Ziwei did not give Feng Jiuge fate armor immortal goo simply to protect him. Once it was activated, Heavenly Court would sense it. Back then in the River of Time, Lord Huangshi had used fate armor to locate Feng Jiuge and save his life. Now, Fairy Ziwei was already close to breaking into Yama battlefield and unraveling it. Fate armor acted as receptor for Fairy Ziwei to increase her deduction of Yama battlefield. She could open up a pathway with a shorter amount of time. In history, wisdom path deductions have been the hardest at the starting step. All the wisdom path goo immortals in the world were trying to deduce matters on Feng Yuan, but he used wisdom path protection methods. As long as they were intact, they could not find him. Among the 3 wisdom path goo immortal experts of Eastern Sea, Huan was also helpless and even reverse deduced by Feng Yuan. When she had just started to deduce it, Yama battlefield was complete and had no loopholes, but now that she tore an opening in it, the hardest part was over, the difficulty had fallen greatly. Tear. Tear. The sound was endless as streams of purple galaxies tore through the sky, creating countless tears in Yama battlefield. Boom! With an intense explosion, Yama battlefield broke apart entirely. Feng Yuan spit out a mouthful of blood as a large number of mortal goo died in his immortal aperture. The immortal goo used were also injured to some extent. Feng Yuan returned to Lang Ye Blessed Land while in Emperor Yama form. Be careful. He has a way to steal immortal goo from the immortal aperture. Feng Jiuge escaped and managed to fly back to Fairy Ziwei. The moment he came out, he gave this intel to all his teammates. It's you. Chan Yi was the first to speak. He shouted angrily with wide-opened eyes. He recognized that Feng Yuan was the one who fought him in Green Ghost Desert, the one who stole Qing Chao's soul beast token right in front of him. Feng Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He did not manage to kill Feng Jiuge. Fate armor immortal goo ruined his hopes. And even worse, Emperor Yama and Great Thief Ghost Hand's intel were exposed. The enemies found out about them. This was something Feng Yuan had been trying to avoid. Since the start of the battle, he had been keeping this trump card hidden, hoping to use it in this battle to kill a strong enemy, using Yama battlefield to conceal the traces and keep his secrets hidden. But his wishes were not answered. Feng Yuan did not manage to kill anyone while his trump cards were exposed. Feng Yuan, you are truly a source of chaos. Lu Guanyi is you. Xuanbu Jin is also you. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with purple light. She instantly understood Feng Yuan's plan. So that's it. You want to control Green Ghost Desert to collect soul cores and use Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate. It is a pity Danghun Mountain has been destroyed. No, there is orderly well. You have a way to restore Danghun Mountain. Fong Yuan did not speak. This Fairy Ziwei was a wisdom path great expert indeed. She exposed so many of Fong Yuan's secrets in an instant. Fairy Ziwei was also feeling deep lingering fear. To think that Fong Yuan has such a method to steal other people's immortal goo directly. Thankfully, Great Thief Ghost Hand is much weaker than Formless Hand. It cannot choose what immortal goo to steal. Otherwise, if it stole a crucial immortal goo, Feng Juji's killer move activation would fail. He would face a backlash and would need to use fate armor in advance. It would be a problem of whether he could last until I deduce and broke this immortal battlefield killer move. Great Thief Ghost Hand can steal rank 8 immortal goo. Thankfully, it did not manage to take fate armor. Otherwise, how could Feng Jiugu survive? Feng Jiugu is indeed a Dao Guardian. He has strong luck and was not suppressed by Fong Yuan's luck. However, Fairy Ziwei looked at Fong Yuan with an eerie gaze. This demon managed to steal fixed immortal travel. It means that his luck is very strong, even though he failed to kill Feng Jiugu. Fate Immortal Goo was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Even though it was not destroyed, it was greatly weakened. Thereafter, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable rose up and created Luck Path. As long as Fate did not recover, Luck Path would continue to be this strong. Fong Yuan's Luck Path attainment level was not high. He did not have any strong offensive killer moves in Luck Path, but Luck Path had always been helping him subtly, like Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded as both sides fought again, ending up in a chaotic battle. Feng Jiugu had lost a lot of his battle strength as he went under Fairy Ziwei's protection. Fong Yuan was also without options against Chun Yi's ancient tree prison cage. He could only join up with the Super Immortal Formation and Heavenly Giant Solar to deal with Chen Yi and Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei displayed the might of a rank 8 expert now. Her killer moves were used with great execution, far above Chun Yi. Chun Yi had Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, while Fairy Ziwei cultivated Star Constellation's True Inheritance. It was not that Genesis Lotus True Inheritance was inferior to Star Constellation's True Inheritance, but because Wisdom Path killer moves were fundamentally more complex and expended much more mental energy. Fong Yuan still had one immemorial Yama child. Emperor Yama and Great Thief Ghost Hand were already exposed. Fairy Ziwei and the rest could counter it. They did not put down their guard. They were covered by immortal killer moves that exploded continuously. If Great Thief Ghost Hand got close to them, the explosions would force them out. There was no opportunity to steal. The truth was, Chun Yi and Fairy Ziwei's investigative methods were very exemplary, but Fong Yuan stopped using Great Thief Ghost Hand frequently after fearing that it would be found out. The more he used it, the more flaws he would expose. Especially against Fairy Ziwei, the more intel he leaked, the more she could deduce. Bam! With a thunderous sound, Thunder Ghost True Monarch appeared in a flash. She had returned. The moment Thunder Ghost True Monarch returned to the battlefield, the expressions of both sides changed. Heavenly Court's immortals were extremely happy, while Fong Yuan's side turned grim. The two sides were evenly matched at this time. Heavenly Court gained a new rank 8 battle strength who was a first-rate expert. This would cause a huge change in the battle result. But Thunder Ghost True Monarch's report made Fairy Ziwei's gaze turn dark. What? You did not find Wisdom Goo? Wisdom Goo was refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and the refinement process was recorded in Star Constellation's True Inheritance, allowing Fairy Ziwei to know a lot about it. But Fairy Ziwei did not know that Wisdom Goo had the trait of following after information path environments. Wisdom Goo is wild. Did they refine it? Or did they destroy it? Or do they have any method to resist the light of wisdom and relocate Wisdom Goo? Thoughts rumbled in Fairy Ziwei's mind. She was thinking at lightning speed. She stood up and looked at Heavenly Giant Solar, gazing at Fong Yuan as she shouted, "Hand over Wisdom Goo. I will allow you to surrender." Heavenly Court's current invasion was mainly for rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fong Yuan was only secondary. Immortal Goo were unique and hard to refine. Rank 9 Immortal Gu were at the pinnacle of the pyramid in the current 5 regions. In this entire world, there were likely less than 10 Rank 9 Gu. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu was too important for the growth of Heavenly Court strength. It was second to Fate Gu. Ignoring anything else, just Fairy Z-Wei alone, with just her Wisdom Path attainment and Star Constellation chessboard, she was already one of the 3 strongest Wisdom Path great experts in the world. If she could obtain Rank 9 Wisdom Gu, and use Star Constellation chessboard to refine it, she would be the #1 Wisdom Path great expert in the world. She would comprehend all of the profundities of Wisdom Path in this universe. She would stand at the very top. The second strongest person would be miles away from her. She would have an unthinkable deduction ability. Even if Fang Yuan had Emperor Yama, or even a Rank 8 Wisdom Path method, he would not be able to block Fairy Z-Wei's deductions. Only Rank 9 methods could work. But how many Rank 9 Wisdom Path methods were there? At least in Fang Yuan's true inheritances of Langya and Spectral Soul, there were no such records. Surrender! The hairy man Gu immortals shook. Langya land spirit shouted in anger. Surrender my ass! Langya blessed land will only have hairy men dying in battle. We will not be kneeling slaves. Fang Yuan was quite curious. I am a complete otherworldly demon. In order to get Wisdom Gu, will your Heavenly Court spare me? Fairy Z-Wei smiled arrogantly. So what if you are a complete otherworldly demon? Our Heavenly Court predecessors have known about otherworldly demons long ago. We have recruited them before. It was merely not written in history. Look at now, Zhao Lianyun is the best example. Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court is far more magnanimous and accepting than you think. Even if you are an otherworldly demon who possessed Spring Autumn Cicada and Spectral Soul's true inheritance, as long as you turn over a new leaf and contribute your sovereign immortal aperture into Heavenly Court, you will be one of us. And according to Heavenly Court's rules, we will treat you equally as everyone else. After hearing these words, Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He still smiled coldly. But Chun Yi had a complex expression. There was suspicion and jealousy in his eyes. Chun Yi believed what Fairy Z-Wei said because Heavenly Court's rules were as such regardless of who you were in the past. After joining Heavenly Court as a Righteous Path member, after giving up your immortal aperture, you would be a member of Heavenly Court. There would be no differential treatment. But it is so difficult to join Heavenly Court. I, Chen Yi, have worked hard my whole life. I only managed to join Heavenly Court because of my battle strength and the fact that I have Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. How many years has this Fang Yuan cultivated? He killed people and caused havoc everywhere, but if he turned around now and become a righteous person, he would get to join Heavenly Court. At once, Chun Yi felt a strong sense of injustice. He even felt a little grievance in his heart. But Thunder Ghost True Monarch's expression was unchanged. Because Heavenly Court had once tried to recruit someone else, this person slaughtered the people in the world. He was a much greater problem than the current Fang Yuan. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable reached rank 9, Heavenly Court had tried to recruit him multiple times. After becoming rank 9, they also tried to recruit him once. Heavenly Court is the Heavenly Court of humanity. Fang Yuan, you are extremely talented. You managed to roam freely as a rank 7 and evade Heavenly Court's pursuit for so long. It shows your qualification to join us. I can swear on my life, after joining Heavenly Court, not only would you preserve your life, you would be able to cultivate and continue being a free Gu immortal. Thunder Ghost True Monarch said. Fang Yuan. At once, the hairy man Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan with worry. Even Sixth Hair did the same. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. To obtain Wisdom Gu, you guys are willing to let me go and recruit me. It shows how important rank 9 Wisdom Gu is to all of you. Then how about this? If you do not let us off today, I will destroy Wisdom Gu in your face. Your attempt will end in failure. Humph! Incorrigible. How can the grand righteous path be threatened by the likes of you? Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. Thunder Ghost True Monarch charged at Fang Yuan with deep anger. Boom, boom, boom. Fang Yuan fought against Thunder Ghost True Monarch on barely even grounds. Thunder was rumbling, air currents were turbulent. Oh? That means Wisdom Gu is on you now. Fairy Z-Wei's eyes flickered with brilliance. She started to act as well. Fairy Z-Wei was suppressed by Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Fairy Z-Wei's cooperation. He could only use reverse flow protection seal to defend himself. He could not fight back at all. He transmitted to Langya Land Spirit, First Supreme Elder. This is an emergency. If you have any methods left, use it now, otherwise, there will be no time to regret. Langya Land Spirit shouted. Forget it. I'll show you the true power of Langya Blessed Land. As he said that, the entire sea surface of Langya Blessed Land started to bubble. It was as if the ocean was boiling. Countless refinement path Dao marks shone with the light of Dao marks. Be it Gu Immortals or mortals, they could see it with their naked eyes. The aura of an immortal killer move burst out like a grand tornado. It rampaged in the entire Langya Blessed Land. None of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were spared. They were all hit by the move. What is this? Chan Yi and the rest had changes in expressions. All of their defensive methods radiated with a brilliant light, forced to resist the move. The mysterious killer move was incredibly powerful. Even Fong Yuan was hit by it. There were countless ripples on his reverse flow protection seal. Quick! Come inside. Langya Land Spirit transmitted, moving the silver giant towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan successfully fused into Heavenly Giant Solar Formation. This was not the first time he was entering this ancient battle formation. What move is this? A flash of joy sparked on Fong Yuan's face. Langya Land Spirit's move was very powerful. All 4 Heavenly Court Immortals were all forced to defend themselves. They could not attack. Langya Land Spirit smiled bitterly. These were the gains in battle that my main body had obtained when he killed a waterpath great expert in his life. Using it, he comprehended the strongest refinement path killer move. Omnipresent 4 Seas. This move expends an immense amount of seawater. Unless we are refining rank 8 immortal goo, we would not use it. Against the enemy now, it can only last for dozens of breaths. Fong Yuan observed carefully. Langya Blessed Land sea level was truly falling. A vast amount of water was expended to maintain this omnipresent 4 Seas killer move. Fong Yuan had a realization. So this Langya Blessed Land's terrain was carefully designed. The 3 continents float on the vast sea. But the seawater is not simple at all. It is actually the refinement path foundation of the Blessed Land. It is truly precious. Fong Yuan looked at Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals as he sighed. It is a pity that this move cannot differentiate friend and foe. Otherwise, if we can attack now, we can gain the upper hand. Actually, omnipresent 4 Seas could be contained in an area, but that place needed to have a corresponding immortal formation to draw out the power of the killer move and refine Gu. And this refinement path immortal formation is none other than the long hair refinement path formation used to refine Miri itself for Fong Yuan. Heavenly Court would naturally not be lured into such an obvious trap, and in this situation, Langya Land Spirit had no choice but to use this move fully across the whole of Langya Blessed Land, in the sky, land, and sea. But this way, Fong Yuan's super immortal formation would also be attacked by omnipresent 4 Seas. Thankfully, Langya Land Spirit was prepared for it and went towards the silver giant, disassembling as the immortal Gu were collected back. The variant human Gu Immortals of the 3 races also entered the silver giant. What do we do now? Fong Yuan looked at Langya Land Spirit as he asked. He felt that Langya Blessed Land still had some trump cards left, and this battle would be decided by those trump cards. Langya Land Spirit had a look of pain. As he looked at the falling sea level, he frowned tightly, feeling deep loss. This seawater seemed ordinary, but it was not. Long Hair Ancestor had painstakingly created this refinement water during his late years. Right now, there was only the quantity of 1 sea. If there were 4 seas, he would be able to use a secret method to cause a qualitative change and create a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. For this goal, Langya Blessed Land had been kept at Crescent Moon Lake for a long time. Using the Waterpath environment and Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer move to trigger Waterpath Tribulations and increase Waterpath Dao marks for Langya Blessed Land. But now, in order to resist Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, Langya Blessed Land's accumulations were rapidly expended. After this battle, it would definitely be depleted. Ah! Langya Land Spirit growled, leading the band of Hairy Man Gu Immortals to mobilize Heavenly Giant Solar. The Silver Giant attacked with Immortal Killer moves as Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals were faced with explosions. The attacks were extremely powerful. They were at rank 8 level. At once, Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals had no way to fight back. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor was broken. While Chen Yi and Fairy Ziwei spat out blood, Feng Juji's state was even worse. His face was pale as paper as he gritted his teeth. He was holding on with Fate Armor Immortal Goo. Omnipresent 4Cs was in essence a refinement path killer move. It used the refinement path Dao marks of Langya Blessed Land. It was the accumulation of long-hair ancestors' entire life. This move did not care about ally or foe. Fang Yuan would be hit if he was within range. But hairy men could move freely. The reason was that hairy men had refinement path Dao marks naturally. And when Langya Land Spirit side uses killer moves, the refinement path killer moves would be amplified by omnipresent 4Cs. Each hit would be extremely powerful, having first-rate rank 8 power. As for the Silver Giant, it could also move freely as it was an ancient battle formation instead of an immortal Goo house. Heavenly Giant Solar depended on the user. Right now, with the Hairy Man Goo Immortals controlling it, it was a refinement path giant. This was also why Fang Yuan and the variant human Goo Immortals of the other 3 races did not participate. If he attacked, he would be restricted by omnipresent 4Cs. There would not be any point. Kill them all. Langya's foundation is truly unfathomable. The variant human Goo Immortals of the 3 races gasped. But Fang Yuan frowned deeply, telling Langya Land Spirit, First Supreme Elder, even though your all-out attacks are powerful, they cannot determine victory. Omnipresent 4Cs cannot last long. We have limited time. If you do not use any of your remaining methods. I know, shut up. Langya Land Spirit growled. His eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth, having a fierce expression. He was very uneasy in his heart. On the surface, he had a great advantage, but Heavenly Court's 4 immortals could not be killed. They were like rocks by the seashore. No matter how hard the waves crashed into them, they remained motionless. After more than 10 breaths of time, even though the Silver Giant burst out with immense might, Heavenly Court's 4 immortals were still alive, while Langya Blessed Land's seawater had dried up. Not a drop of water remained. Even the seabed was exposed. It is time to retaliate. Thunder Ghost True Monarch breathed in deeply. Her expression was sinister. She started to condense her black armor again. As expected of long-hair ancestors' legacy, Chen Yi sighed deeply, healing his own injuries rapidly. Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals had deep foundations. They resisted the Silver Giant's attacks with only mild injuries. You forced me. You all forced me. Seeing the approaching Heavenly Court Goo Immortals, Langya Land Spirit muttered as he screamed afterwards, Come! Come if you want to lose your life. Omnipresent 4Cs could not defeat the enemies. But Langya Land Spirit took out another trump card. Rumble. Intense thunder rumbled and red lightning flashed. In an instant, the whole of Langya Blessed Land was enveloped. This is. Heavenly Court's 4 immortals' expressions rapidly changed to great shock. Be it the plotting Fairy Ziwei, or the Thunder Ghost True Monarch bursting with battle strength, or Chen Yi who was once the authoritative figure of a sect, or Feng Jiugu with immense talent, they all lost their cool. Fang Yuan was also dazed. Memories flashed in his mind as he spoke. Steal life. The other hairy man Goo Immortals were stunned. They did not know what this trump card was. Even Langya Land Spirit looked at Fang Yuan in surprise. That's right. This is thieving Heaven Demon Venerables rank 8 Steal Life Immortal Goo. You know about it. Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. Langya Land Spirit actually had Steal Life Immortal Goo in his hands. Fang Yuan knew about Steal Life Immortal Goo from thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. To think that thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had left this immortal Goo to Longhair Ancestor. Defend. Heavenly Court's 4 immortals tried to defend themselves. They were extremely nervous now, hundreds or thousands of times as before, because they could tell that this was the red light emitted by Steal Life Immortal Goo. At the next moment, the overwhelming red light suddenly retracted, as if thousands of arrows were shot out before flying back to the bows like time was reversed. The red light brought away the lifespan of all life forms. In an instant, Feng Jiugu turned from a handsome young man to an old and wrinkled man with white hair. Fairy Ziwei spit out a mouthful of blood. wrinkles appearing on her face. Chun-Yi was extremely pathetic. His long hair broke as strands flew in the wind. As for Thunder Ghost True Monarch, she held her chest. Originally, she looked like a young girl, but after the red light retracted, she completely turned into an old lady. Her hair was white and her eyes were blurry. She gasped in weakness as she tried to breathe. There were barely any teeth left in her mouth. Good. Seeing this, Fang Yuan smiled. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were very powerful, but most of them were slumbering in the immortal graveyard. Unless they had no choice, they would not wake up. Because they had already expended most of their lifespan, with their already limited lifespan, they would not be able to live long. And now, Lang Yalan's spirit used Steel Life Immortal Gu. This weakness was targeted, greatly influencing the Heavenly Court's 4 immortals. However, Lang Yalan's spirit is only using Steel Life Immortal Gu. It is not a killer move and has a singular effect. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals activated their methods urgently. They were all defensive, but could not block everything. And this Steel Life Immortal Gu did not differentiate ally from enemy. Even the Silver Giant was useless against it. Our Gu immortals were also affected. Fang Yuan looked at himself. He was also covered in white hair and wrinkles. But it was not a problem. He had 4,000 years of lifespan Gu. He quickly used a few to become a young man again. As for the other variant human Gu immortals, they originally had longer lifespans than humans. Even without lifespan extension methods, they could also continue to live. Even those mortal hairy men could survive. This was also why Lang Yalan's spirit had kept the Steel Life Immortal Gu until now without using it. Even if Heavenly Court's Gu immortals are stronger, so what? We will compete with them using lifespan. First Supreme Elder. Use Steel Life again. Fang Yuan's eyes burst with ruthlessness. He urged Lang Yalan's spirit. Lang Yalan's spirit smiled bitterly. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was afraid that this Steel Life Immortal Gu would cause chaos in this world. Even though he gave it to my main body, he set up methods to only allow it to activate thrice before self-detonating. What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is such a merciful person. The variant human Gu immortals were very surprised. As for Fang Yuan, thinking about Thieving Heaven's dream realm, he understood why. Who cares if it can be used thrice or twice? When else do you want to use it? Fang Yuan urged again. Lang Yalan's spirit nodded deeply, using Steel Life Immortal Gu again. In the blink of an eye, the red light retracted again. Ugh! Thunder Ghost True Monarch sighed with a weak tone. To think that I, Jinglan, would die here. She tried to open her eyes, but she was too weak. Her eyes closed again. She had died of old age. Senior Jinglan. Fairy Ziwei cried out in sorrow. Chun-Yi and Feng Jiugu also had expressions of sorrow, hatred, anger, and other emotions. Jinglan's death was unexpected, because they did not expect that Langya Blessed Land actually had Steel Life Immortal Gu. Wasn't it said that before Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable vanished mysteriously, he had been worried that Steel Life Gu was too powerful and would cause great chaos in the world if it ended in others' hands. So he destroyed it along with the Gu recipe? Fairy Ziwei frowned. Evidently, this was false information, but Heavenly Court thought it was real. If Fairy Ziwei wanted to know the details, she could only interrogate Lang Yalan's spirit after capturing him. After all, in the past, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Longhair Ancestor to refine Gu for him. Whatever internal transaction they had or whatever information they leaked to deceive Heavenly Court was known to only these two parties. Ha ha ha! Lang Yalan's spirit laughed heartily. You think that Langya's sect is so easy to bully? This time you will all die. Be careful! Fang Yuan suddenly shouted in warning. What? At the next moment, Lang Yalan's spirit gasped. Because even though Jinglan died, her heart was still shining with lightning sparks. Soon, her aged body melted entirely from the lightning heart's heat and current. The electric current filled the black armor. This unmanned armor actually raised its head, bursting out with a grand aura that could trample heaven and earth. This? Isn't she dead? Not good. This is not good. The variant human Gu immortals gasped in fear and shock. Fang Yuan had a grim expression, saying his deduction. Thunder Ghost True Monarch indeed died. but her black armor is soul path in essence. Even though she died, the armor remained. It is akin to a special soul. And most importantly, her heart seems to be the final trump card. It has great power. We need to be wary of it. But at this moment, Thunder Ghost's true monarch's armor burst out like a shooting star towards the silver giant. A vast amount of blue electric currents leaked out of the black armor, forming a trail of electricity behind it. Fast. The armor was extremely fast. After hearing Fang Yuan's words, the hairy men were forewarned. But they had no time to dodge or use killer moves, because it was too fast. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was most skilled at movement. Her strength overall was at high standard within rank 8, but her speed was at the peak of rank right. Right now, the lightning armor flew with speed that surpassed the peak of rank 8. It was at quasi-rank 9. The silver giant could not dodge. It was hit by the lightning armor. We will retreat. Fairy Z-Wei's eyelids were twitching. She wanted to escape, but it was too late. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. Countless flashes of lightning weaved and danced. The central area turned into a pool of lightning plasma due to the dense electricity. At once, the world turned white. The light was simply too blinding. Countless mortal hairy men looked at the sky. They were crying, holding their eyes as they rolled on the ground. They had all gone blind after taking one glance. As the light faded, an unparalleled air current blew in all directions. Even Fairy Z-Wei and the rest were pushed away. They could not help themselves. They were like rafts in the middle of a tsunami. The entire cloud cover continent's central area was blown to bits. A huge hole of gigantic size was created. The whole of Langya blessed land shook intensely. Originally, the refinement path Dao marks emitted dense light of Dao marks, but now within the range of the explosion, they were all destroyed. The refinement path Dao marks that were near the explosion had decreased greatly in numbers, while the ones left faded and dimmed. At the center of the explosion, there was an empty space. Only several Gu Immortals remained in the vast area like tiny ants. Cough, cough. The remaining variant human Gu Immortals all had rank 7 cultivation level and were people with great battle strength. They continued to cough as they spat out blood. They were in a pathetic state. Lang Yalan's spirit was translucent now, fading like an illusory shadow. He was on the brink of collapsing. Only Fang Yuan was unharmed, but his expression was very dark. The reverse flow protection seal on him had been almost depleted. The reverse flow river within Sovereign Immortal Aperture had expended 10% of its water from this one attack. Worthy of the rank 8 expert that once resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Even in death, she could retaliate to this extent. This move condensed all of her lightning path Dao marks into her heart, detonating it at once and erupting with overwhelming might. After that, the battlefield had no lightning path Dao marks remaining. It shows how she had made use of every single Dao mark. She definitely had lightning path Great Grandmaster attainment level. Fang Yuan's mind flashed with thoughts. Even though he was not injured, his losses were severe. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final attack had quasi-rank 9 power. When the explosion occurred, the silver giant first resisted it, but after the silver giant broke apart, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal resisted it. Even then, reverse flow river lost water amounting to 10% of its total capacity. Reverse flow river sustained the reverse flow protection seal killer move. It was not unlimited. Fang Yuan had used it multiple times already. Only 60% was left. Fang Yuan was in a better shape, but the rest were in pitiful conditions. The silver giant broke apart. The backlash coupled with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final explosion caused half of the variant human Gu Immortals to die. Their corpses were decimated. Their souls had disintegrated. Only their immortal apertures were left. The remaining immortals who were alive had severe injuries. Some showed shock on their faces, while others were emotionless. They were completely stupefied from the explosion. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's explosion caused great damage to the entire variant human alliance. Protect Lang Yalan's spirit. We still have Steel Life Gu. We can fight. Fang Yuan shouted. At the same time, he flew in front of Lang Yalan's spirit, protecting him. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had to control the situation. That's right. We have Steel Life Immortal Gu. The battle was at the most crucial moment. Lang Yalan's spirit knew that he could not be angry or upset now. He immediately moved to use Steel Life Immortal Goo a second time. Quickly act. Fairy Ziwei and Chun Yi charged. Seeing that Steel Life Immortal Goo was about to be used again, how could they not be anxious? Immortal Killer Move. Karma Divine Tree. Chun Yi's body shook as green smoke emerged to form a huge divine tree. Meanwhile, Fairy Ziwei attacked fiercely. Immortal Killer Move. Dead Inside from Sorrow. She directly used her strongest method. The emotion of sorrow quickly spread. There were no bright lights from her method, but many of the variant human goo immortals defending Lang Yalan's spirit twitched as they grasped their hearts. Their eyes rolled over as they died mysteriously. Sixth Hair. Fong Yuan called out. Fairy Ziwei's attack could not be guarded against. Sixth Hair had barely survived the explosion earlier. He was almost dead. With this attack from Fairy Ziwei, he could not take it anymore. He died. Fong Yuan's expression changed. Even though he was unharmed, Reverse Flow River lost another 10% of its water. This meant that Fairy Ziwei's offensive killer move was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final self-detonated explosion. No! Save me! Lang Yalan's spirit shouted, grabbing Fong Yuan's arm as he used a defensive killer move against Fairy Ziwei's attack. Fong Yuan looked at him helplessly. Because Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only protect him, it could not defend Lang Yalan's spirit as well. First Supreme Elder, you cannot use Steel Life Immortal Goo anymore in this state. The only way now is to move the entire Lang Ya Blessed Land into my immortal aperture. That is the only way left. Fong Yuan urged with an earnest expression. But Lang Yalan's spirit rejected him. He stared at Fong Yuan angrily. No, this won't do. I can still fight. Bump. At the next moment, he reached his limit. His defensive methods were all broken. His entire body shattered into countless shards, dying on the spot, disintegrating and breaking down. Killed him. Fairy Ziwei saw this and relaxed. She almost fell down and fainted on the spot. Dead Inside from Sorrow had great backlash. Fairy Ziwei laughed bitterly in her heart. After using it this time, she would have to rest for a very long time. Lang Yalan's spirit. Damn it. Fong Yuan frowned, cursing. But I have not lost my chance. Maybe. At the next moment, at the place where Lang Yalan's spirit died, a figure appeared. He had a white beard and eyebrows. It was the previous white-haired Lang Yalan spirit. Lang Ya Blessed Land had two obsessions, causing there to be two land spirits. The black-haired land spirit was killed, but the white-haired land spirit appeared once again. What? A second Lang Yalan spirit appeared. Fairy Ziwei frowned deeply. She knew of this secret, but she was very confident in Dead Inside from Sorrow. She felt that both land spirits could be killed together. But the truth was, Lang Ya Blessed Land was more profound than her estimations. Even though Fairy Ziwei could use Dead Inside from Sorrow killer move again, there was no time. And could ordinary methods kill Lang Yalan's spirit defended by Fong Yuan? Fairy Ziwei was not flustered. Instead, her lips curled up. She started to focus on defense, protecting her teammate. That teammate was Chun Yi. Chun Yi's Karma Divine Tree was already bearing a huge fruit. Every cause has an effect. The effect can eliminate the cause one. Chun Yi shouted as he extended his right hand, grabbing this fruit and squeezing it. Guh. The fruit was instantly squashed as the purple fruit juice splattered on Chun Yi's face and body like poisonous venom. Kai Chi Chi. Intense pain assaulted him as Chun Yi cried out. His face and body was corroded by the fruit juice. Pieces of flesh and skin rotted as his bones were exposed in a few breaths of time. Chun Yi paid such a huge price, injuring himself gravely to use Karma Divine Tree forcefully. He had his motive. Lang Yalan's spirit's expression changed as he said grimly, "They destroyed Steel Life Immortal Goo." Sigh. Fong Yuan sighed deeply, urging again, "Now, you can only fuse Lang Ya Blessed Land into my..." Before he finished, white-haired Lang Yalan's spirit interrupted. "No need. My Lang Ya Blessed Land has its trump card. My former main body had made an agreement with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in the past. If we face any danger of extermination, we can request help from Longevity Heaven to seek help from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's descendants. Afterwards, we will join longevity heaven and fuse into it while being on equal status. Saying so, a door opened deep within the blessed land. A few breaths of time later, legendary immemorial desolate beast Mao Li Chou charged out from deep underground. Behind it, there were several Gu immortals with rank 8 aura approaching with battle intent. Langya blessed land is now the territory of longevity heaven. Heavenly court. Your claws are even longer than mine. I, Mao Li Chou, will chop them all off today. Ha ha ha. 1. Fong Yuan is here too. Kill him. We will take revenge for the collapse of 88 Truyong building and reclaim the Luck Path True inheritance. At once, with strong reinforcements, the situation of the battle was turned around immediately. Sigh. Fong Yuan let out a deep sigh. He told himself internally, "It is time to retreat. First Supreme Elder, how can you say this?" Longevity Heaven's members were filled with animosity towards Fong Yuan. He retreated as he chided Lang Yalan's spirit. Lang Yalan's spirit snorted, not showing Fong Yuan any kindness. "I have not settled the score with you. You had ulterior motives and pushed black hair to the brink of destruction. Haven't you obtained enough benefits during this period?" Lang Yalan's spirit turned on him. Fong Yuan's expression turned grim. "Aren't you afraid of the alliance agreement? Black hair was the one who set the agreement with you, not me." Lang Yalan's spirit responded. As expected. Fong Yuan sighed internally. The white-haired land spirit's decision showed some problems. Fong Yuan had guessed it already. He merely confirmed it with Lang Yalan's spirit personally. "Fong Yuan, where can you run to?" Saying so, Mao Li Chou pounced and slammed its claw on Fong Yuan. Boom! The huge force impacted Fong Yuan as he was pushed away. He crashed like a meteor onto the dried seabed. Even though Fong Yuan looked pathetic, he was unharmed, while Mao Li Chou shrugged its claws and said with anger, "This reverse flow river is truly annoying. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals, fight us." A muscular brute with a thick beard said with a thunderous voice. He was extremely tall and strong, having a powerful aura. There was another Gu immortal. She was a little girl with a flower on her head. She sat on the muscular man's shoulder, giggling as her crystal-like eyes on her innocent cute face stared at Fairy Ziwei. The two Gu immortals had rank 8 cultivation level, but they did not attack Fong Yuan. They charged at Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei was a wisdom path Gu immortal. There was great risk for longevity heaven to keep her in the battlefield. She had to be eliminated first. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, you are both here. Fairy Ziwei's pupils shrunk. She recognized who these people were as solemnness flashed on her eyes. Ha ha ha. Since you, Ziwei, can move around, so can the two of us. The brutish bull demon laughed maniacally. Boom, boom, boom. A chain of explosions occurred as Bull Demon and Flower Lady forced Fairy Ziwei to retreat time and again. Fairy Ziwei had little lifespan to begin with. She was lucky to have Star Constellation True Inheritance helping her. But after facing the effect of Steel Life twice, she was in a poor state now. In contrast, Longevity Heaven expended its foundation and summoned Bull Demon and Flower Lady in perfect condition. They had the advantage. Fairy Ziwei blocked their attacks while observing the battlefield. When she saw that Mao Li Chou slashed at Fong Yuan, she suddenly reminded, "Be careful, Fong Yuan had rank 7 fixed immortal travel. Don't let him escape." Even though Longevity Heaven wanted her dead, she was still calm as ice. She was not overwhelmed by them. Her intention to kill Fong Yuan had never wavered. Mao Li Chou frowned immediately. They had brought 3 rank 8s, 1 legendary immemorial desolate beast, and 1 immortal Gu house here, but they were not space path related. Fixed immortal travel was a space path immortal Gu. Only space path Gu immortals were the most skilled at countering it. Mao Li Chou had a change of mind as it charged at Fong Yuan, shouting at Lang Yalan's spirit, "Old man, quickly act, deal with Fong Yuan. We will give you a lot of credit for it." Lang Yalan's spirit was hesitant, but he quickly shouted, "Shut up, Mao Li Chou. Since Fong Yuan wants to leave, let him. What rights do you have to order me around? Even though I sought help from Longevity Heaven, according to our agreement back then, we are on equal status." Lang Yalan's spirit had thought of killing Fong Yuan, But he soon thought of how Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven failed to kill Fong Yuan after hunting him down for so long. How could he succeed? Fong Yuan knew everything about Langya Blessed Land. He also had Great Thief Ghost Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Fixed Immortal Travel, and countless unscrupulous methods. Langya Land Spirit did not want to aggravate such a demon. You! Mao Li Chiu shouted in anger. But it could not do anything to Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit said to the remaining variant human goo immortals. You are all clear of the situation now, even though Black Hair died. I am not restricted by the agreement. But don't worry, as long as you all join my Langya Blessed Land, I can ensure your safety. The variant human goo immortals had ugly expressions. They looked at each other and nodded. There was no choice, they were exposed now and were under the alliance agreement. Langya Land Spirit also knew a lot about them. There was no options left. If they did not want to die, they would need to surrender. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Myriad Dragon. Familiar Face. Fong Yuan used 3 moves at once with Myriad Self-Immortal Goo. He could be very efficient in using consecutive killer moves. Before Mao Li Chiu got close to him, it had to face the Myriad Dragon army. Mao Li Chiu growled, using immortal killer moves to summon wind, frost, and lightning, killing countless sword dragon clones. But at this time, Fong Yuan had already gotten close to Langya Land Spirit. Be careful, he is there. 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted. He found out Fong Yuan's location in advance. He had sneaked into Longevity Heaven but got trapped in Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar after he was discovered. After a long time of resisting the Longevity Heaven Goo Immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster realized that he had no chance of escaping. He could only lower his head and join Longevity Heaven. This time, Longevity Heaven came to reinforce Langya Blessed Land. He was one of the ones who came. He actually found me. But it is too late. Fong Yuan turned into the ancient sword dragon and roared. His dragon fangs were sharp and sinister. Fong Yuan, what are you trying to do? Langya Land Spirit shouted in shock. He quickly used his defensive immortal killer move. Naturally to kill you. Immemorial Yama Child. Soul Explosion. Fong Yuan shouted angrily. Boom! The rank 8 killer move erupted. Pitch black smoke spread out as it engulfed everything. The entire Langya Land Spirit was covered in the black smoke. Don't! The variant human goo immortals shouted. Quickly stop, we are allies by marriage. Snowman Goo Immortal Bing Yuan screamed. But at this moment, Fong Yuan could not care about their lives anymore. Langya Land Spirit knew too much. Since it did not want to join Fong Yuan, it had to die. Quickly save the Land Spirit. Don't let him die. Mao Li Chiu was so shocked its hair was standing. It resisted the soul explosion as it charged at Fong Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar. 5 Elements Grandmaster directly let out this immortal goo house and went inside, crashing towards Fong Yuan while moving it. Calamity Luck Altar was one of the foundations of Longevity Heaven. They had actually brought it over to help Langya Blessed Land. Humph! He escaped quickly. Fong Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He did not take Langya Land Spirit's life at the crucial moment. Langya Land Spirit teleported away. If 5 Elements Grandmaster had not reminded him, Langya Land Spirit might not have reacted in time. But now, this was his domain. Without using other methods to restrict him, he could teleport away from Fong Yuan. It is not so easy to take my life. Everyone, we will meet again. Fong Yuan looked around as he left his final words, using fixed immortal travel afterwards. He was in the center of the soul explosion. It was like the eye of the tornado. He was safe and sound. To approach Fong Yuan, the rest had to resist the soul explosion, which had dense soul path Dao marks. Their immortal killer moves were restricted. Rank 7 Immortal Goo. Fixed Immortal Travel. Jade light flashed as Fong Yuan vanished on the spot before anyone could interfere. He retreated successfully. We did not manage to kill this demon. Fairy Ziwei felt regretful. Mao Li Chiu roared in anger. Its bloodshot eyes stared at Fairy Ziwei. Without Fong Yuan, only Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court were left. Bam bam bam. Continuous explosions resounded. The battle went into the climax right from the start. Stop, stop. Don't destroy my blessed land. Damn it. Langya Land Spirit stomped his feet in anger. moving away as he tried to gather the lucky survivors on the 3 continents. Fang Yuan's vision changed. When he regained his senses, he was in an underground cave. Fixed immortal travel is just so convenient. Fang Yuan sighed. After stealing this rank 7 fixed immortal travel, he placed it in Heaven-Sealing Mountain's immortal formation for refinement. It quickly became Fang Yuan's. After confirming that there were no traps, Fang Yuan used it and left Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had rank 8 Gu immortals fighting. While outside there was Prince Fengxian lying in ambush, Fang Yuan was an eyesore for both forces. He could not stay. If others were given enough time, or if he was hit by any special move and could not leave, it would be too stupid of him. Who is it? Ah, it's Elder Fang Yuan. Several rank 6 Gu immortals sensed the immortal aura as they ran over. After seeing Fang Yuan, they bowed and asked, Elder Fang Yuan, how is the situation in Langya Blessed Land? Fang Yuan smiled viciously. He did not speak. He spread his arms instead. Immortal killer move. Yama Battlefield. What happened? Immortal Battlefield. This is not funny. Lord Fang Yuan. We are on the same side. Panic and shouting ensued. The Rockman and Snowman Gu immortals screamed while revealing deep wariness in their eyes. In the current world, humans were the dominant race. These snowmen and rockmen were living desperately in the icy plain. They had a huge pressure of survival. In this environment, those variant humans who could become Gu immortals were not useless. If not for Fang Yuan's rank 7 aura and publicly recognized rank 8 battle strength, these rank 6 variant human Gu immortals might have attacked already. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He looked at the sole rank 7 Gu immortal among the variant humans as he sighed. Don't panic. I am your ally. How can I harm you? Langya Blessed Land lost the battle. Only I managed to escape. We lost because there was a traitor among you. What? We lost. Langya Blessed Land has been taken over by Heavenly Court? We have a traitor? Fang Yuan's words were shocking. All the variant human Gu immortals were deeply shook. The sole rank 7 snowman Gu immortal frowned deeply. Lord Fang Yuan, please open the immortal battlefield. Let us communicate with our tribe. But before he finished his words, his body shook. He screamed, My immortal Gu! It was Fang Yuan's great thief ghost hand. It had succeeded in stealing the Gu. The other variant human Gu immortals were confused. They asked in concern, Lord Bingzhua, what happened? That's right, the snowman Gu immortal guarding their base was Bingzhua. He had a rather good relationship with Fang Yuan. He had once invited Fang Yuan to drink his ice wolf wine. Bingzhua stared at Fang Yuan angrily. He was about to scream when Fang Yuan took the initiative and pointed at him, saying with great certainty, You are the traitor. The variant human Gu immortals felt deep shock again. I am not a traitor. Fang Yuan, you stole my immortal Gu and accused me. What is your intention? Bingzhua was furious. He grabbed the air as a pair of ice spears formed in his hands, emanating with deep frost energy. Fang Yuan smiled coldly and said with deep anger and sadness, I am right. You guys heard correctly. Look, my alliance agreement did not trigger. This Bingzhua is a heavenly court Gu immortal in disguise. The real Bingzhua died long ago. The other variant human Gu immortals looked at each other. Female immortal Shui Er was Fang Yuan's fiancée. She asked, Is there any misunderstanding? Lord Bingzhua has been with us all along. I am not a traitor. There has to be some misunderstanding. Lord Fang Yuan, you might have fallen for the enemy's ploy. Quickly return my immortal Gu. Bingzhua said with a cold expression. But at the next moment, Shui Er's body shook as she revealed great fear. My immortal Gu. Bingzhua was covered in frost energy. Great thief ghost hand could not approach him, but Shui Er was an easy target. Fang Yuan. Shui Er looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Bingzhua charged at Fang Yuan as he shouted in anger. I knew you humans were all incorrigible. Fang Yuan snickered. Clown. Saying so, Yama children emerged from his emperor's robe. Dozens of them flew out towards Bingzhua and the other variant human Gu immortals. At this moment, Fang Yuan exposed his ill intent. The variant human Gu immortals no longer had any illusions. They charged at Fang Yuan after a temporary shock. But how could their strength match these Yama children with rank 7 battle strength? After the first clash, the variant human goo immortals formation was broken by the Yama children. They were separated and forced into their respective desperate fights. Fang Yuan turned into Emperor Yama form and controlled the situation while he watched these variant human goo immortals fight the Yama children. Yama children were useless against Feng Jiugu and the rest, but against the variant human goo immortals they were sufficient. If not for Fang Yuan intentionally holding back, these rank 6 variant human goo immortals would have been killed by the Yama children already. The only rank 7 goo immortal Bingjue was also in a tough fight. He could not escape. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan used Great Thief Ghost Hand consecutively, stealing the immortal goo of these variant human goo immortals one by one. This was the reason why Fang Yuan held back. If he forced them too much, they would despair and destroy their immortal goo and resources. Fang Yuan would lose all his gains. But now that they had hope, these variant human goo immortals would resist till the end. Only few were as resolute as Meng Tu in suiciding. Furthermore, the variant humans had been living in seclusion. They only sparred regularly. They had little experience with battles that involved life and death. As a wisdom path goo immortal, Fang Yuan had already deciphered the thoughts of these variant humans. Right now, even though his tactic was simple, it was incredibly effective. The variant human goo immortals had their immortal goo stolen. Their battle strength fell drastically. They were becoming weaker. Fang Yuan, I was wrong about you. How can you be so unscrupulous? You harmed your allies. A Rockman goo immortal shouted in anger and agony. Bingjue smiled coldly. Haven't you realized? This guy has gotten rid of the alliance agreement already. He is not an ally. He is an enemy. Sigh, you speak too much crap. Fang Yuan sighed lightly, making a Yama child self-detonate. Immortal killer move. Soul explosion. Bingjue was a close combat specialist. The Yama child was too close to him. He could not dodge. After getting hit, the explosion destroyed his corpse entirely. Lord Bingjue! A sorrowful cry resounded. Shui almost fainted. Fang Yuan had a cold expression. He had almost stolen all of these goo immortals' immortal goo. The rest were well guarded and Great Thief Ghost Hand could not get close to them. Fang Yuan had limited time. He did not want to drag this on. He started to kill them. Variant human goo immortals died one after another. Only Shui was left eventually. You demon! I will not let you off even as a ghost. Shui had a distorted expression, saying her final words with deep hatred. At once, several Yama children went up and tore her into pieces of shredded meat. As for her soul, it was preserved in Yama battlefield, imprisoned by Fang Yuan along with the other variant human goo immortal souls. Soul search. Using his extremely proficient soul search method, Fang Yuan quickly grasped the details of the Snowman and Rockman tribes. Fang Yuan dispelled Yama battlefield as he returned to the icy plain again. This slaughter took some time, but the process was not hindered by any external forces. There were no deductions or attacks on Yama battlefield. This showed that the variant human goo immortals were the final batch of goo immortals left here. According to the soul search results, Fang Yuan went deep underground and found large numbers of Rockman and Snowman goo masters, and even more normal mortals. Fang Yuan forcefully moved them all into his sovereign immortal aperture. After a while, he excavated the treasury of these two tribes and moved them into his immortal aperture. The Snowman tribe's Ice Tear and the Rockman tribe's Bumpy Rice were specialty immortal materials of the two tribes. Other than that, there were normal immortal materials left behind from the Olden Antiquity era and Remote Antiquity era. They were all nearly non-existent by now, unable to be found in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Among them, there was face-changing silver. This metal could mimic any beautiful woman and turn into their face. As for the immortal apertures of the dead variant human goo immortals, Fang Yuan sealed them temporarily. He did not want to land the apertures here. Rank 7 fixed immortal travel. Using this immortal goo, Fang Yuan left freely, leaving the empty crime scene behind. This paradise of the Rockmen and Snowmen had been destroyed completely. At the next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in southern border. Who? The two goo immortals in southern border shouted as Fang Yuan activated Emperor Yama. Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he pointed. Soul explosion. Soul explosion. Soul explosion. Soul explosion. After 5 to 6 soul explosions, the two southern border goo immortals ran away in great fear. Who was this person? He was simply crazy, attacking with a series of killer moves at once that were all at rank 7 peak power. The two immortals left using the immortal goo formation. Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. But soon, he destroyed this immortal goo formation with brute force and destroyed the two immortal goo and countless mortal goo inside. Once the immortal formation was destroyed, the inside was exposed. Fang Yuan smiled. This flowing light was bright and dazzling. It was a dream realm. This dream realm was not very big. The reason why Fang Yuan could find it was because he had thrown this dream realm out personally. Back then, he disguised as Wu Hai and entered the righteous path, secretly entering dream realms to raise his attainment level. When the battle started, Heavenly Court interfered and Purple Mountain True Monarch died. Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect and brought the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and escaped for his life. Along the way, he used the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to resist the strong enemies and managed to escape safely. But he used up all the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies in the process. This place was where Fang Yuan fought against E-Clan's Goo Immortals. He detonated 2 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and forced back E-Clan's Immortal Goo House Bay Pavilion. After the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies detonated, they formed into this dream realm. The southern border Goo Immortals were not going to let it go. After some contest, 2 clans won and created an immortal formation to develop using this dream realm. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to arrive here and sent the guarding Goo Immortals running before he destroyed the immortal formation. Even though using Great Thief Ghost Hand now could steal Goo worms, it could not target Immortal Goo specifically. With so many Mortal Goo here, there was a big chance of Great Thief Ghost Hand stealing Mortal Goo consecutively. To prevent the immortal formation from sending reinforcements or self-detonating, Fang Yuan decided to strike first and destroyed it. Even though Immortal Goo were unique, Fang Yuan did not really mind it now. Fang Yuan had a lot of Immortal Goo. After slaughtering the Rockman and Snowman Goo Immortals, he gained a lot of rank 6 and 7 Immortal Goo. There was going to be a headache later on how to feed them. What Fang Yuan lacked were Immortal Goo that suited him. Firstly, they had to be rank 7 for him. Rank 6 Immortal Goo were too low ranked now. And the path also had to be among the ones he was specialized in. With Fang Yuan's refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level, any Immortal Goo recipe could be turned into an Immortal Killer move. If he needed any specific Immortal Goo, he could use Immortal Goo to deduce recipes and use them instead. Of course, the deduction's difficulty would vary according to the specific situations. Even with the light of wisdom, some Immortal Goo recipes that needed decades or even centuries would be ignored by Fang Yuan in this case. The dream realm has shrunk a little. Fang Yuan noticed when he took a second look. The original dream realm was made of 2 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It was slightly smaller now. Because others explored it and consumed it, other Goo Immortals did not have Fang Yuan's advanced methods, but they could still explore it for dream path Goo materials. But these materials could be harvested in their own dreams too. The true value of dream realms was the true meaning left behind by others. The southern border Goo Immortals were simply giving up the treasure for scraps. But they were happy to do this. The forces were busy gathering Dream Path Goo materials and buying them for high prices in Treasure Yellow Heaven. If I remember correctly, these 2 dream realms are Ice and Snow Path along with Space Path. These dream realms originate from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was a great grandmaster in every path. His dream realms comprise all the different paths currently known. Fang Yuan had specially chosen these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. But because he was trying to escape, he gave up on them as they were not very useful to him. But that was in the past. Right now they were very useful. Fang Yuan needed Space Path attainment level because he could design an Immortal Killer move for fixed immortal travel so that the teleportation time was reduced. Fang Yuan needed Ice and Snow Path attainment level even more. He had just killed many variant human Goo Immortals. The immortal apertures that the Snowman Goo Immortals left behind were mostly Ice and Snow Path. He needed attainment level to annex them. Right now, among my paths, Refinement Path is the highest at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, followed by Theft Path at Great Grandmaster. The third group of Strength Path, Wisdom Path, Star Path, Transformation Path, Blood Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, and Water Path are all at Grandmaster attainment level. The fourth group are Luck Path, Soul Path, Enslavement Path, and Earth Path at Master attainment level. Below that are Sword Path, Space Path, Time Path, Dream Path, Poison Path, Fire Path, Metal Path, and others. They are all ordinary. And finally, Information Path, Ice and Snow Path, Chi Path, Light Path, Sound Path, Phantom Path, Rule Path, and others. I have not been involved in them in both lives. Among all his paths, Fang Yuan needed to raise Time Path the most. His Time Path attainment level was only ordinary. Fang Yuan had to become a Grandmaster at the very least. Heavenly Court is too big and strong. It had countless hibernating experts. Even now, with the Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Ziwei leading them, with Chun Yi and the rest supporting her, they managed to invade Langya Blessed Land without even Duke Long's presence. If not for Long-Hair Ancestors and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's agreement, so that Langya Blessed Land could gain Longevity Heaven's assistance, it would have fallen already. Fang Yuan was not someone who did not know his limit. He knew clearly. Even if he had Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Emperor Yama, or even if he deduced Luo Pasil, he was only counted as a rank 8 Gu Immortal against Heavenly Court. His strength as a single individual was useless. In his previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable led Shadow Sect and successfully defied Heaven, mixing into Heavenly Court and concealing himself, becoming the mastermind that wreaked havoc in the 5 regions, secretly supporting Ma Hongyun and Western Desert's Tang clan, even causing the death of Feng Jiugu in Langya Blessed Land and Feng Jinhuang's death by Fang Yuan and the others. Shadow Sect was behind all these events. They had unfathomably deep influence. But now, Heavens will use Fang Yuan as a pawn to rebirth and change the past. Shadow Sect lost the fight and Heavenly Court had the absolute advantage. Fang Yuan was using Shadow Sect's inheritance to maintain his footing, but it was too difficult to deal with Heavenly Court. The loss of Langya Blessed Land was a clear example. My only hope of defeating Heavenly Court is to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Using the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance, I will resist Heavenly Court and destroy Fate Gu. But to inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance, I will need to enter the River of Time. Heavenly Court must already have a huge force in there waiting for me. Even now that Fairy Ziwei and the rest were trapped in Langya Blessed Land fighting against Longevity Heaven's experts, Fang Yuan did not think of exploring the River of Time. How could Fairy Ziwei leave out such a big flaw? The River of Time contained countless Time Path Dao marks. Even though the sovereign immortal body was not restricted, when Fang Yuan uses killer moves of any other path, it would be greatly weakened. Rank 6 immortal killer moves would become as weak as mortal killer moves. Earlier, Fang Yuan entered the River of Time to catch Heavenly Court off guard, because he had the immemorial Year Monkey, and because Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had already taken over one of the Stone Lotus Islands. Eventually, he used the Stone Lotus Island to kill Lord Huangshi, but in the process he did not truly fight. And now, Fang Yuan wanted to find another true inheritance of Red Lotus. He wanted to find a new Stone Lotus Island. The immemorial Year Monkey died in Langya Blessed Land, while Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Emperor Yama and other killer moves were all weakened in there. In the River of Time, the most suitable methods are Time Path killer moves. Even though I have Heifan's True Inheritance and Spectral Soul's True Inheritance has lots of Time Path details, the former lacks an offensive rank 8 Time Path method. Even though Year's Flow like water is rank 8, its effect is to produce Year Goo and create defensive killer moves. As for the latter, Spectral Soul's True Inheritance has many Time Path offensive methods, including rank 8, but I do not have the necessary Time Path Immortal Goo. Thus, Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Time Path Grandmaster attainment level and use the Light of Wisdom to deduce killer moves that he could use personally. With these methods, he would be able to resist Heavenly Court in the River of Time. Immortal killer move, Heaven's Will Dissipation. While thinking, Fang Yuan multitasked and completed his killer move. A gray-white light appeared on his body. The gray-white light spread into the dream realm in front of him as it spread their radiance everywhere, like ink entering clear water. Soon, the entire dream realm was covered by gray-white light specks. The multicolored eyes appeared from these specks. These eyes were very special, they changed colors with each blink. The number of multicolored eyes increased rapidly. After a few breaths of time, they went from tens to hundreds and to thousands in a flash. The colored eyeballs blinked continuously. Each time they blinked, it was an attack against heaven's will. Eventually, the multicolored eyes fell in numbers until they vanished entirely. Immortal Killer Move. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Feng Yuan used a second move as this dream realm condensed into two human figures. One was intact while the other was handicapped. Feng Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and sent these two pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies inside. Using fixed immortal travel, he vanished in a few breaths of time, leaving behind an empty space. The two pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and settled down in mini-green heaven. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had 5 regions and 9 heavens. Among all the 9 heavens, mini-green heaven was the least developed. Thus, Feng Yuan used it as the storage area of dream realms. Shadow Sex members, Ing Wu Xie, Lady White Rabbit, He Lu Lan, Fairy Miao Yin, and Bai Ning Bing were all cultivating in mini-yellow heaven. Lang Ya's battle was too high-end. Everyone who participated had rank 8 battle strength. Even the variant human goo immortals relied on the super immortal formation to fight. Once it was destroyed, they could not fight anymore. In a crucial moment, Feng Yuan would possibly need the Shadow Sect members to use ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, so they did not join that fight after all. As for Feng Yuan's time path clone, he was at the most northern part of mini-northern plains. TCH. With a soft click, as the time path clone placed the final mortal goo in, the goo formation activated. This goo formation had a huge range of a few dozen square kilometers of land. There were tens of thousands of mortal goo used to create it from rank 1 to 5. They were of all paths, but most of the goo worms were ice and snow path. The core was made of 2 ice path immortal goo. They were obtained from the snowman goo immortals, refined into Feng Yuan's property. The cores of the goo formation were 3 of the rank 8 immortal material, Ice Path Crystal Essence. Each Ice Path Crystal Essence was large like a mountain peak. The entire crystal was ice blue in color. It had crystallized texture. The surface had countless holes of varying sizes. A large amount of cold and icy air was spewing out of these holes unceasingly. If the frosty air was allowed to spread, the ice and snow path Dao marks would also be carved in the surroundings, modifying the environment and creating a habitat suitable for snowmen and snow monsters to live in. Thus, Feng Yuan's plan earlier was to use an ice path crystal essence to create a snow monster production line and establish new sources of revenue. His original ice path crystal essence was obtained from his marriage with Shui Air. But earlier, he slaughtered the snowman tribe and obtained 2 more ice path crystal essences. With these 3 ice path crystal essences, I can easily produce snow monsters. I will name this formation Snow Crystal Formation. Feng Yuan's time path clone observed for a while before nodding in satisfaction. Attainment level was shared between his clone and main body. Feng Yuan had Formation Path Grandmaster attainment level, so did his clone. This was different from Shadow Sect. Back then, in order to deceive Heaven, Spectral Soul made use of the fact that his split soul clones did not carry his full attainment level, so that almost all of them only focused on one path. Even if Shadow Sect's members fought against Heavenly Court, they would not be found out as the Demon Venerable's split soul. This was also why Shadow Sect was able to plant spies into Heavenly Court. As for Feng Yuan's time path clone, it was easy to expose, but Feng Yuan did not need it to go outside and fight anyway. Feng Yuan's motive was different from Spectral Soul. His time path clone was meant to make use of the light of wisdom, and to deduce matters in the light of wisdom, attainment level was needed. Feng Yuan made a wise choice between the 2 options. The Snow Crystal Formation was created by Time Path Clone. Its main purpose was to emit the frost energy that would constantly alter the environment inch by inch. Of course, the formation also had the ability to monitor and control the area. It is a pity I am a Formation Path Grandmaster and not a Great Grandmaster. Grandmasters can mimic other paths while Great Grandmasters can use natural Dao marks directly. If I am a Great Grandmaster, I will not need Ice Path Immortal Goo for this Snow Crystal Formation. I can use these 3 ice path crystal essences directly. This way, Fang Yuan would be able to free up these 2 ice path immortal goo for other uses. Of course, Fang Yuan did not lack immortal goo, so that was not an issue. But normally speaking, goo immortals had very few immortal goo. If they used the immortal goo for formations, they would not be able to use them in other aspects. Thus, attainment level had an incredible effect. Goo immortals could save use of immortal goo. After setting up the snow crystal formation, Fang Yuan's time path clone flew away. Even though he was not a land spirit and could not teleport, he had immortal goo and could fly very quickly. After a while, the time path clone went past several hundred li as he looked down on the ground while concealing his figure. There was a group of moving snowmen on the ground. They were either mortals or goo masters. They were all captured by Fang Yuan from the northern icy plain. There were several thousand of them. Snowman slaves on the order of thousands in numbers were not rare in Treasure Yellow Heaven. But the quality of this batch far exceeded the norm, because among these snowman slaves, goo masters were a high proportion. This was not normal. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, this batch of snowmen could be exchanged for 10 times the usual number of snowman slaves. These snowmen had left the place where they lived for a long time and entered the sovereign immortal aperture. They were very fearful and timid. At this moment, the group moved forward while conversing intensely. When Fang Yuan slaughtered the snowman and rockman goo immortals, it was inside the immortal battlefield. He kept it hidden. When he captured these snowmen, he disguised as a snowman goo immortal, so these slaves did not know the truth. Immortal killer move. Familiar face. Fang Yuan's time path clone turned into Bingzhua and descended from the sky. Using goo worms, he created a blizzard in the sky as snow descended slowly. Ah! The immortal of our tribe. Quickly kneel down. Kneel down and greet Lord Immortal. Welcome, great immortal Bingzhua. The snowmen quickly knelt as they paid respects to Fang Yuan's time path clone. Fang Yuan's time path clone was expressionless, saying, "The world is in chaos, but we are in paradise. The 3 mountains have immortal fog. The snow race has nothing to fear." His voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone clearly. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew as the blizzard stopped. The snowmen raised their heads but only saw the empty sky. Bingzhua's figure had faded with the wind. The snowmen were stunned. After realizing that Bingzhua had vanished, they got up with joy on their faces. They thought about his words. The snowman tribe leader thought and said to the elders, "Earlier, we came here due to the vague guidance of great immortal Bingzhua. He wanted us to come here. And now, he has shown up to tell us that there are 3 mountains ahead where we can live in peace." After talking for a while, everyone agreed and set off. They were no longer hesitant. Even though they brought the young and old with them, the speed was much faster than earlier. To create snow monsters, the snow crystal formation was not needed. Just the 3 ice path crystal essences were enough to show effect just by existing. It was a simple matter. But Time Path Clone spent so much effort to create the snow crystal formation. He wanted to give these snowmen a place to live and grow. With the snow crystal formation, the snow monsters and snowmen can live here without obstructing one another. But I cannot isolate them completely. I need them to interact and conflict with each other, so as to develop. The snow crystal formation's maintenance is not a problem with food path methods. But the 3 ice path crystal essences are expendable. They will be used up eventually. Time Path Clone flew as he thought. The frost energy that the ice path crystal essence emits contains the ice and snow path Dao marks of the crystal itself. These Dao marks would be carved in the surroundings for a while before dissipating. They would not increase Sovereign Immortal Aperture's total number of ice and snow path Dao marks. But the environment it creates would suit the snow monsters and snowmen a lot. But it was too early for this problem. The 3 ice path crystal essences would only be depleted after a long time. After managing the snowmen, the Time Path Clone went to Mini Southern Border and had the Rockmen settle down. In the 5 mini regions, Mini Southern Border had the densest Earth Path Dao marks. It was most suited for Rockmen to live in. The process of settling down the Rockmen was very simple. The Time Path Clone used almost the same method as before. While the Time Path Clone was managing the Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan's main body was at another end of Southern Border. This was a huge earth trench. It was deep and dark. Even in broad daylight, it was covered in darkness. These dark shadows were dark path Dao beasts, shadow monsters. This was Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Back then, I succeeded in learning ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel here. I used many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to stop the righteous path pursuers. Fong Yuan observed and had a moved expression. Southern Border's righteous path built an immortal formation here too, and it is not weak at all. Who is it? This is an important place of Southern Border's righteous path. Any unauthorized lone immortal should leave before regretting it. At this time, a Southern Border Gu immortal's voice resounded from the clouds. He was hidden within the immortal formation, not showing his true figure. Oh! Fong Yuan's lips curled up, killing intent surging in his eyes. I want to see how you'll make me regret it. Boom! With a loud sound, he started to attack the immortal formation forcefully. Boom, boom, boom. With a chain of explosions, multicolored lights shone like fireworks. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wisdom, strength, soul, poison, star, refinement, killer moves of many paths were used easily by Fong Yuan. Under such attacks, the figure of an immortal formation appeared. It was like a reinforced castle. White lights shielded it like a mountain, blocking all of Fong Yuan's attacks. Ha ha ha! Colorful attacks with little power. Your methods are too flashy. They cannot take down our formation. Within the immortal Gu formation, Yang Clan's Gu immortal Yang Sanmu mocked loudly. Fong Yuan was currently in Emperor Yama form. Southern Border's Gu immortals could not tell who he truly was. No, this person's formation path attainment is not low. He is using all sorts of methods to probe our formation. Chi Chio's expression changed as he said in a low tone. This immortal Gu formation was set up by Chi Clan. Chi Chio was tasked here to guard it, as a formation path cultivator. His words were seriously noted by the rest. Yang Sanmu frowned immediately, asking Chi Chio, "We are defending passively. Do we let him continue testing his moves?" Chi Chio shook his head. Our formation has offensive methods too. When the Gu formation is destroyed to some extent, the attacks will be unleashed. Don't look at me. I cannot command the Gu formation to retaliate. All of you know that this setup has its reason. I am sure there is no need for me to explain it. The immortals looked at each other helplessly. The fundamental cause was Fong Yuan after all. He had once disguised as Wu Yihai and mixed into Southern Border's righteous path. At the crucial moment, he controlled the immortal formation and left after gaining great benefits. Southern Border's Gu immortals lost a lot of face. They made changes after that battle. Chi Clan's immortal formations were no longer controlled by outsiders. They operated on their own. It was to prevent traitors like Fong Yuan from succeeding. Yang Sanmu saw that Chi Chio was without options. He turned to look at Xia Clan's Gu immortal Xiafan. Xiafan was a wisdom path cultivator. Seeing that Yang Sanmu had turned to him, he shook his head and answered, "The other party has very powerful wisdom path defensive methods. I cannot deduce his origins, unless we can gain crucial information later." Yang Sanmu heard this and his expression sank. Next, he shouted at Fong Yuan, "Ha ha ha, scoundrel. Why are you using so little strength? Are you here to scratch my back?" Yang Sanmu, Chi Chio, and Xiafan had rank 7 cultivation level. They were also defended by the immortal formation. They did not fear the rank 7 Gu immortal Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan snickered and ignored him. He continued to probe this formation from different angles. This immortal formation is more complex and strong than I had expected. Yang Sanmu continued to provoke him, but Fong Yuan was completely immune to his words. Yang Sanmu frowned. He is just one rank 7 Gu immortal, while we have many people and the immortal formation. If we hide here and let him attack freely, wouldn't we lose face in the righteous path? Will any Gu immortal be willing to face this daring scoundrel? If you can kill him, it will be quite a good story. Once he said that, nobody moved. Almost all Gu immortals were not rash people. It might seem easy to deal with Fong Yuan who was alone, but that was the problem. Why would any ordinary rank 7 Gu immortal have the guts to attack this fortified immortal formation alone? The Southern Border immortals were thinking that an ambush was likely here. They were not going to take the risk. Yang Sanmu could not get anyone to move. He was quite gloomy. He was the temporary leader among these people. If they avoided battle this time, news would spread and others would put the blame on him. Yang Sanmu would lose the most reputation among them. Right now, Southern Border's earth veins are moving as immortal materials and immortal goo are being exposed constantly from the earth trenches. And yet I am here guarding a bunch of dream realms. I wanted to go around and leave this post. After paying a huge cost, I was about to succeed, but if I avoid battle this time, and allow this person to leave, the clan would have an excuse and evidence against me. I will never be able to relocate myself. Thinking of this, Yang Sanmu gritted his teeth. The enemy is quite peculiar. As a righteous path member, I cannot let him off. Everyone, guard the formation. I will go fight him. The Gu immortals heard this and had varying expressions. Some urged him to be careful. Some clapped and praised him for the bravery. Some assured Yang Sanmu that they would guard the formation and he could go in peace. Yang Sanmu sneered in his heart, but showed an attitude of acting for a righteous cause. After saying some words that boosted his reputation, he left the formation to fight Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan saw him and was slightly surprised, before understanding Yang Sanmu's mentality immediately. Soul explosion. Fong Yuan pointed as an immortal killer move was used against Yang Sanmu. Yang Sanmu fought against Fong Yuan for some rounds. He could not take it much more. He panicked as he thought, this person must cultivate soul path. Even though his attacks are simple, they were very powerful, and his defensive method is very profound. I am not his match and will lose sooner or later. I should retreat now while it has not turned ugly yet. I have found out about his background anyway. I can explain myself later. But Fong Yuan's battle experience was incredibly deep. After seeing that Yang Sanmu had the intention to retreat, he quickly activated Yama Battlefield. Instantly, Yang Sanmu's vision changed. He was trapped inside Yama Battlefield with no way of escaping. Yang Sanmu was shocked. Immortal Battlefield? How can this be? How can there be such a rapidly activated immortal battlefield in this world? He was shocked and panicked, but he tried to stay calm. Don't fluster. This immortal battlefield was created so quickly. It must be deeply flawed. Maybe it is easy to deduce and break? I have other immortals on my side. They will have seen this immortal battlefield appear and surely help me get out of this. Fong Yuan pointed as 3 Yama children attacked Yang Sanmu. Yang Sanmu's heart jumped. He fought as he retreated, trying to stall for time. Immortal killer move. Great thief ghost hand. Suddenly, Yang Sanmu's body shook intensely. A look of shock was frozen on his face as his eyes almost popped out. He shouted, "My immortal goo!" Fong Yuan successfully stole an immortal goo. He threw it into his immortal aperture without looking. Yang Sanmu spat out a mouthful of blood. He was immediately in bad shape after suffering heavy injuries. Turned out that Fong Yuan stole the core of his movement killer move. With the loss of the immortal goo, the killer move failed and he suffered a backlash. The battle quickly went sour for him. It seems my luck is much better than yours. I could not steal Fong Juji's core immortal goo? But you? Fong Yuan snickered. Fong Jogu? Who exactly are you? Great thief ghost hand. Fong Yuan succeeded again. Guh. Yang Sanmu spat out blood again. His killer move's activation failed. With this second backlash, he lost his life. Great thief ghost hand could actually kill people. He actually died? Fong Yuan saw this result and was slightly stunned. It seems this Yang Sanmu is really unlucky. He got the core immortal goo of his killer moves stolen by me twice in a row. Fong Yuan had a plain expression as he shook his head. This effect was from their difference in luck. Earlier, he could not subdue Fong Jogu because he was a Dao Guardian with similar luck as Fong Yuan. But Yang Sanmu was a normal person. Thus he died from Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fong Yuan suddenly realized that luck path and theft path were very powerful when combined together. Even though his luck path true inheritance was not complete and his theft path true inheritance was also incomplete, these inheritances originated from 2 venerables. It was a rare case in history to have inherited true inheritances of 2 venerables at once. Inside the Immortal Gu formation, the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals saw that Yang Sanmu was trapped in the immortal battlefield. They became quite nervous. Chi Chiu urged Xiafan, Quick, quick, quick. Haven't you deduced this immortal battlefield yet? Sci-Fi was deep in thought, seemingly not listening to anything. The other Gu immortals were discussing with uncertainty. What immortal battlefield did he use? It was set up so quickly. This is simply unprecedented. No wonder he has the guts to provoke us alone. He has quite the incredible move. It will all depend on Lord Sci-Fi now. Sci-Fi heard their chatter. He rolled his eyes and thought to himself, these people know nothing about wisdom path. Do they really think immortal battlefields are so easy to unravel and break? Sci-Fi could feel the difficulty. He thought to himself, "Oh Yang Sanmu, I hope that you can last some time." But as time passed, his pressure intensified. There was only one wisdom path Gu immortal here. If he could not deduce it, no matter how many southern border Gu immortals there were, they could not enter the immortal battlefield and help. If he failed, his personal reputation in terms of capability would suffer a hit, but that was nothing compared to the rumors that might spread, saying that he had the ability to do it but refused and watched Yang Sanmu die. His reputation would go down the drain if that happened. But how could Feng Yuan's Yama battlefield be so easily deduced and broken? Fairy Ziwei could do it because she was among the top 3 wisdom path great experts in the current world. But Sci-Fi was not. I cannot deduce it. This killer move's foundation is too deep. It seems to have a terrifying origin. After deducing for a while, Sci-Fi was already full of sweat. The southern border Gu immortals were still talking among themselves. Sci-Fi felt increasing annoyed. He opened his eyes and anger showed in them. Can you people shut up? The immortals stopped talking. Chicho coughed. That's right. Be quiet. Let's not disturb Lord Sci-Fi. I believe he will not disappoint us with his abilities. Saying this, Sci-Fi was forced into a corner. Sci-Fi looked at Chicho with a dark gaze while the latter had a supportive look. Sci-Fi gritted his teeth in anger. But he was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. With a shift of his thoughts, he smiled. Everyone, calm down. You must have forgotten that Yang Sanmu is most skilled in investigative methods. He went out to fight because he is very confident. He must have detected some information or truths that we do not know. Sci-Fi and Yang Sanmu were not on good terms. They hated each other. But now, Sci-Fi praised Yang Sanmu and placed him on a high pedestal. Everyone was stunned before realizing. If it was like what Sci-Fi said, Yang Sanmu's actions were simply too much. He had left them aside and went out to take all the credit for himself. Right now, southern borders earth veins were moving and immortal materials as well as immortal Gu were appearing everywhere. Who would want to guard this place? Who would not want to go out and seek fortune? If Yang Sanmu gained credit here, he would be redeployed and leave this place. Not only Yang Sanmu, everyone else here desired to leave. Soon, the immortals started to change their words. They started to agree with Sci-Fi. Lord Sci-Fi is right. Lord Yang Sanmu's investigative methods are renowned in southern border. Who does not know that? That's right, that's right. I remember the time when he investigated the turbulence in Black Heaven clearly. After reporting to Yang Clan, they moved out in advance and actually arrived at the accurate spot for the meteor rain. It is said that Yang Clan obtained 3 hills worth of Star Path immortal materials from that. Lord Yang Sanmu had even chased after the demonic path Gu immortal Nian Wang Huai before. That guy was so vile and devious, staying hidden for a long time and evading Tai Clan's capture multiple times. But he eventually ended up in Lord Yang Sanmu's hands. In my opinion, Lord Yang Sanmu must be very confident this time. We must trust his judgment, we cannot fluster. I also need to remind everyone, after Lord Yang Sanmu wins this time, we need to place him in the sub-formation and inspect him carefully. Remember the matter about Feng Yuan not too long ago. Feng Yuan had used familiar face to disguise as Wu Hai and was in the righteous path for a long time. He toyed around with the southern border righteous path Gu immortals during the Dream Realm battle. The moment southern borders Gu immortals heard this name, they became extremely angry. Humph! Feng Yuan is a demonic path scoundrel who infiltrated the righteous path. One day, he will be punished. Demonic will never defeat righteousness. This is the rule of this world. The demon might be arrogant for now, but he will face retribution one day. Even spectral soul demon Venerable got his soul captured after death by heavenly court, didn't he? I want to kill this demon personally. Sigh. It is a pity I could not join that fight. Chi-Chou did not speak. He looked at Xia-Fan with a deep gaze. Xia-Fan shut his eyes as he started deducing again. Chi-Chou sighed internally. As expected of a wisdom path Gu Immortal. He had said that earlier to trap Xia-Fan. But Xia-Fan actually reversed the situation easily with a few words. Xia-Fan hinted that Yang Sanmu was greedy for credit and did not want to share it with the rest. All of the Gu Immortals here were savvy people. They soon understood what Xia-Fan was trying to say. He meant, if that was not the case, and Yang Sanmu was instead stupid and entered the enemy's trap, what would they do? If he died inside the formation, everyone would be implicated. They would be labeled as being vicious people who watched their comrade die in battle while they cowardly hid inside the formation, right? Thus, these immortals had to praise Yang Sanmu to the sky. Xia-Fan used their mentality to easily get past Chi-Chou's attack. But Xia-Fan's mood was bad now. This immortal battlefield cannot be unraveled by me alone. Damn it! We need to seek help, but before that I need to make some credit. I cannot be so useless. At this time, Yama battlefield disappeared as Fang Yuan reappeared. Yang Sanmu had vanished from sight. This. What happened? The southern border immortals drew in a sharp breath. The rank 7 Xia-Fan and Chi-Chou had changes in expressions. The situation was clear, only the enemy was left now. Yang Sanmu was likely to be gone. But why was it so quick? Yang Sanmu was a skillful person at the very least. He had ample battle strength. How could he die so easily? The enemy's immortal battlefield had a dense soul path aura, without any time path aura. There was no time difference inside it. Thus, the biggest possibility was that this mysterious demonic path rank 7 Gu Immortal's battle strength dominated Yang Sanmu. But was that possible? Or rather, he must have used some peculiar and uncommon method, right? The southern border immortals were shocked and found this unbelievable. Fang Yuan looked at the formation as his gaze flickered in cold light. Originally, he wanted to disguise as Yang Sanmu and dispel Yama battlefield, getting into the formation by disguise. But after soul searching him, he found out Southern Border's arrangements and gave up on that plan. Southern Border's righteous path had deep foundations. Looking down on them would be stupid. Familiar face was already exposed. It was impossible to replicate Wu Yihai's success again. Even though this killer move came from thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, in the world of Gu Cultivation, there had never been invincible killer moves. After such a long time, the era had advanced greatly. Of course, Southern Border's righteous path might not be able to easily produce immortal Gu or killer moves that could see through familiar face, but they had other methods to decipher the identity of Gu immortals. Especially with Heavenly Court's guidance, Southern Border's righteous path had many ways of ascertaining identities. The process was strict and had many procedures. Especially when they had Soul Lantern Gu and other identity-type Gu, it was hard for Fang Yuan to disguise himself even with familiar face. Demonic scoundrel! What did you do to Lord Yang Sanmu? Quickly release Lord Yang Sanmu. Lord Yang Sanmu might have already escaped that immortal battlefield using some method that he had. The southern border Gu immortals spoke. Some were still carrying illusions in their minds. Fang Yuan's expression turned increasingly cold. This immortal formation was set by Chi-Chou Yu personally. If I try to deduce it step by step, there will not be enough time. I can only force my way through now. Let's see how tough this formation is. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan dispelled Emperor Yama, used Ancient Sword Dragon transformation and activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Next, he used Immortal Killer move Myriad Dragon, causing a sea of ferocious dragons to charge at the formation. This killer move was currently Fang Yuan's trademark. Upon seeing this, if any Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortal could not tell it was Fang Yuan, they were just purposely acting unaware. Ah! This person is Fang Yuan. Oh heavens! That demon is here. He is here again. He is simply too daring. He is acting so freely. He is truly looking down on the righteous path of Southern Border. The Gu Immortals screamed one after another, unable to conceal the shock on their faces. Other than shock, there was also fear that they tried hard to hide. Fang Yuan had to conceal and hide himself in the past, but now against the immortals of Southern Border's righteous path, he did not need to anymore. Fang Yuan's appearance was very shocking to the Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals now. In the past, Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and obtained great benefits in the Battle of the Dream Realm, becoming the leader of Shadow Sect. Eventually he was chased down by Southern Border's righteous path, but he was able to escape. Heavenly Court's pursuit could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Months ago, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared in Southern Border and killed 2 Gu immortals from Ho clan and Shang clan. If not for Paradise Earth's inheritor, even Tai Mian Shan would have died. Afterwards, Heavenly Court sent out the rank 8 Gu immortal expert Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The process of the battle was unknown, but Fang Yuan managed to take away 3 of her rib bones. The scene of her getting beaten up was displayed in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Instantly, the world was shaken. Fang Yuan's reputation completely suppressed Feng Jiugu as the number 1 rank 7 expert. Most Gu immortals realized that even though Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was a unique individual on par with and should be treated as a rank 8 Gu immortal. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon who was reborn using Spring-Autumn Cicada. He was vicious and devious. Many people despised his non-existent bottom line. Even as a Gu immortal, he attacked mortals. And now, Fang Yuan was the most dazzling and rapidly rising demonic path overlord. Such a person had shown up. Southern Border's righteous path immortals were naturally surprised, shocked, and panicking. Lord Yang Sanmu had sacrificed himself heroically. Our Southern Border's righteous path and this vicious Fang Yuan have yet another debt of hatred. One day, we will make him pay the price. Xia Fan patted his chest as he said in sadness. The immortals were silent. Nobody held any illusions anymore. Fang Yuan's appearance made them feel intense lingering fear, and also a sense of pity for Yang Sanmu. Why was he so unlucky as to face the great demon Fang Yuan? He could have stayed in the formation, but he chose to go out. Wasn't he courting death? But silence did not last long. Someone shouted immediately. This Fang Yuan is as vicious as ever. He lured Lord Yang Sanmu out. Thankfully, we were led by Lord Xia Fan and Qi Qiu. Under their leadership, we managed to hold our ground and did not give the scoundrel a chance to sneak in. The immortals all had varying expressions. Someone wanted to speak when suddenly, the world shook. The entire immortal formation started trembling intensely. Outside the immortal formation, countless silver scales filled the sky. Myriad dragons flew and charged at the white formation. The Southern Border immortals' expressions also turned pale from the reflection of the silver scales' light. Fang Yuan's immortal killer move Myriad Dragon was like a tsunami. Even though they were protected by the immortal formation, they felt extremely small and weak. Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon did not get much more powerful than before, but with Myriad Self-Immortal Gu, it was far easier to use Myriad Dragon now. When activating it, the steps were fewer and the success rate was higher. The time it took Fang Yuan to use Myriad Dragon once or twice before was enough to unleash it 5 to 6 times now. Fang Yuan continued to use Myriad Dragon. Countless ancient sword dragons charged at the formation, causing the formation to explode with greater force. Pure white light ripples spread like waves or the contours of mountains, blocking the attack of the myriad dragons. Interesting. Fang Yuan observed carefully. Even though the immortal formation was shaking, its roots were not shaken. As he increased the power of his attacks, so did the defensive power of the immortal formation. We have the Gu formation, we should last for some time. A Southern Border Gu immortal said in uncertainty as he looked at Qi Qiu. Qi Qiu's gaze was flickering intensely. Currently, the immortal formation was keeping them safe. But the other party was not ordinary, he was Fang Yuan, the demonic path overlord that Heavenly Court could not deal with even after pursuing him for so long. Everyone, seek help from your clans. Tell them Fang Yuan is here. Quick! Do you think this formation can block such a person? Qi Qiu sighed. The immortals saw that Qi Qiu was very anxious. They did not wait but started to seek reinforcements. Earlier, Fang Yuan did not state his identity. He was just a rank 7 Gu immortal. How could the Southern Border Gu immortals ask for help? They only reported this battle normally. But now that Fang Yuan exposed his identity, these Gu immortals started to ask for help openly and loudly. Or, The dragons roared as Fang Yuan attacked. The Immortal formation blocked him with all its strength. It was also increasing in power. Block him. Even if we die, we must block him. The western part of the formation is broken. Quickly repair it. I don't have enough immortal essence. Who will replace me? The southern border immortals blocked him desperately. Due to the strong pressure from Fang Yuan, these immortals stopped scheming against each other. They were truly united. Chi Chiu tried to fix the Gu formation while Xia Fan spat out blood multiple times. In order to try and deduce the flaws of Myriad Dragon, he had given it his all. They were rank 7 Gu immortals, but they were like this. The rank 6 Gu immortals were in far worse conditions. Outside the Immortal formation, Fang Yuan crossed his arms as he watched quietly. He was calm as a breeze. After having Myriad Self-Immortal Gu, the killer move Myriad Dragon was much more usable. It was no longer his strongest method. It was a killer move that could be used conventionally and regularly. Fang Yuan's strongest method was now an immemorial Yama Child's soul explosion. But he did not have any immemorial soul beasts to modify now. He had already used both immemorial Yama children, one to kill Feng Jiugu and the other to kill Lang Yalan Spirit, but neither succeeded. As for an ancient Yama Child's soul explosion, it was similar in power to Myriad Dragon, but it was amplified by Yama Battlefield and would be slightly stronger. Thus, Fang Yuan used this method to attack the Immortal formation. Intense winds blew. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking at the dragons attacking this formation. His demonic might was already developed. Right now, he single-handedly suppressed Southern Border's Gu Immortals. They were busy defending against his barrage of attacks. However, Fang Yuan frowned lightly. It was taking quite a while. Fang Yuan needed some more time to break this Immortal formation. Fang Yuan still had 3 methods left, but Reverse Flow Protection Seal could not be used against the Immortal formation. This formation got stronger as the attacks targeted at it got stronger. Reverse Flow Protection Seal could not reflect anything. Led Soul into Dream had failed against Heavenly Court once before. Measures had been taken against it when they fought Lord Huang Shi. Led Soul into Dream needed to sense the target soul. But these Southern Border Gu Immortals were hidden in the formation. Fang Yuan could not sense them. As for Great Thief Ghost Hand, it could not be used. The Immortal formation was hidden behind the white light in multiple layers. Great Thief Ghost Hand was unable to get close. Lord Chi Chuyu. At this time, inside the Immortal formation, Southern Border's Immortals received a surge of morale. The reason was simple. Chi Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Formation Path Gu Immortal Chi Chuyu, had arrived in secret. To think that this Immortal formation had this hidden pathway in it, allowing a rank 8 existence tens of thousands of li away to teleport here. The clan truly put in a lot of effort into this. Chi Chiu praised in his mind. This hidden pathway was left by Chi Chuyu just in case a situation like the Dream Realm battle occurred again. In that situation, Chi Clan, which had access to the hidden pathway, would have a huge advantage. And now, Fang Yuan suddenly attacked. Chi Chuyu thought about it and decided to expose this hidden trump card. Continue controlling the Immortal formation. Act like you cannot last long. I will make an arrangement to lure this demon into my trap. Chi Chuyu smiled. Fang Yuan had lots of treasures on him and was a demonic path overlord. Heavenly Court had a huge headache against him. If Chi Chuyu could use Formation Path to capture Fang Yuan or kill him, not only could he gain a lot of loot, he could also raise his reputation to the limit. He could also use this matter to raise Chi Clan's ranking in the Southern Border Righteous Path by several levels. Even though Fang Yuan had great achievements, Chi Chuyu was a Formation Path Great Grandmaster and had rank 8 Cultivation level. He was extremely confident in his Formation Path attainment. After learning about this, he came here to take Fang Yuan's life. Any other rank 8 Gu Immortal who did not cultivate Formation Path would not have Chi Chuyu's advantage and ease. With Chi Chuyu as the mastermind, Southern Border's Immortals had a huge surge of confidence. They started to contest with Fang Yuan patiently. Chi Chuyu had Formation Path Immortal Gu. His methods were very quickly set up. He soon created a formation inside the Immortal formation. This was Chi Chuyu's expertise to begin with. But when he was about to succeed, Fang Yuan suddenly stopped and left the battlefield using fixed Immortal travel. Did he sense me? Chi Chuyu frowned, but he thought about how he vigilantly created the goo formation. He did not expose anything. The chance of that was low, so why did Fang Yuan retreat? This is Contact Heart River Bank? Jade light flickered as Fang Yuan appeared in the sky. He looked down. The surrounding hundreds of li were covered in mountains. Only the land below him was flat with fog in it. It could not be seen clearly. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, using Myriad Dragon Killer move again. Myriad dragons attacked as the fog rose, clashing with each other. But soon, the fog could not stand up to Fang Yuan's attacks and faded, exposing the true terrain. A shallow, deep blue lake surrounded by silent, verdant mountains. Around the lake were pure white round rocks. They stacked at the river bank. On the river bank, there were a large number of Wisdom Path Contact Heart Goo. There was also the obvious aura left behind by some Chi Clan rank 6 Goo Immortal. Fang Yuan did not chase them. He looked at Contact Heart River Bank and grabbed, starting his plunder. Information that Contact Heart River Bank had been robbed soon got to Chi Chuyu. This was Chi Clan's resource point. Even though there was a Goo formation, the defense was not as strong. Fang Yuan easily took it over. Come. Fang Yuan floated in the air as he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. A large number of wild Contact Heart Goo were drawn by a gentle force, gathering in the air like a beautiful colored cloud, entering Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture. The process lasted for several minutes. Fang Yuan estimated, more than 3,000 are rank 5 Contact Heart Goo, 50,000 are rank 4, and over 1,000,000 are rank 3 and below. Contact Heart Goo resembled colored Yuhua stones. They had different colors and shapes according to their rank. It was a Wisdom Path Goo worm that could steal the opponent's concentration and make them enter a daze, losing the ability to perceive and think. If combined with other relevant Goo worms, it could form killer moves. Contact Heart Goo had a lot of value in combat. The most usual method was to supplement it with enslavement path methods to enhance the enslavement ability. Of course, Wisdom Path Goo masters used it too, but Wisdom Path was a rare and mysterious path. Goo masters faced difficulty in raising Goo. Most of them had less than 10 Goo at once. But for Goo Immortals, they could get tens of thousands of mortal Goo easily. Only Immortal Goo were hard to get. Fang Yuan's situation was simply a rare exception. Contact Heart River Bank is a mid-sized resource point. I attacked and destroyed the Goo formation here, while the defending Goo Immortal escaped for their life without destroying the Contact Heart Goo. This was why I could obtain this wealth. If the defending Goo Immortal took away or destroyed the Contact Heart Goo before leaving, Fang Yuan's gains would be greatly reduced. That Goo Immortal must have exerted all their effort to block Fang Yuan. They could not distract themselves by storing the Contact Heart Goo. When they left, they either had no method or lacked the resolve to destroy this place. After storing the Contact Heart Goo, Fang Yuan's gaze returned to the river bank. Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo. Pulling water. He activated this Immortal Goo. The river water was pulled up like silk by a formless force, before being moved into Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture. This Contact Heart River Bank was a special area filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks. There were Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path, and other Dao marks as foundation, but they paled in quantity compared to Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan took away the water, but the dense Wisdom Path Dao marks still remained here. It is a pity that most of the Wisdom Path Dao marks are on this land. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. There was no helping it. Even though he had pulling mountain Immortal Goo, it was targeted at mountains, not land. I'll bring the rocks with me. Contact Heart River Bank's rocks were filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks too. They were excellent materials. Fang Yuan brought them along. He took everything that he could take. A moment later, he used rank 7 fixed immortal travel to leave this place, leaving behind a ransacked resource point. Fang Yuan was currently being pursued. He could not stay at a place for long. Otherwise, his enemies would be able to encircle and plot against him. Thus, when he attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench earlier and was blocked by the formation, he retreated wisely. It was not because he found out about Chi Chuyu's scheme. Fang Yuan focused his mind as he used fixed immortal travel, crossing an enormous distance, arriving above a mountain. This mountain range was majestic and huge with curved contours. There were no trees on it, only bamboos. These bamboos were very thick and each were the size of giant trees. The leaves of the bamboo were triangular with a long base and sharp tip. The tips were thin and sharp but tough. Many mortals would pluck these leaves and tie them to wooden rods to create wooden spears. This was also why this bamboo was called spear-tip bamboo. The spear-tip bamboo forest was huge and covered the entire mountain range. There were many life forms living in the bamboo forest. It was filled with vitality. Most had cloud path Dao marks. The highest quantity group was the cloud fox. This fox had snow-white skin and could float in the air temporarily. Right now, Feng Yuan could see a group of cloud foxes floating around in the bamboo forest, playing with each other happily. It was a serene sight. Feng Yuan's eyes shone. This is Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, a large resource point under Qi Clan's control. The super forces of the 5 regions controlled resource points, classified into 5 groups: mini, small, middle, large, and giant. Feng Yuan's Dragonfish Sea area in Sovereign Immortal Aperture was a giant resource point. It could produce copper, iron, silver, and gold dragonfish. It was Feng Yuan's most important source of revenue now. Oh no! The demon Feng Yuan is here. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was attacked. Contact Heart Riverbank was taken by him. To think that he would come to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range at this crucial moment. Sigh. The 2 Qi Clan rank 6 Gu Immortals defending the place saw Feng Yuan and were flustered. Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to arrive here. There was a huge disturbance as Feng Yuan did not conceal himself. Qi Clan's 2 Gu Immortals immediately noticed it. The 2 Gu Immortals were currently deep within the mountain range. There was a huge spear-tip bamboo in front of them. It was over 20 meters tall. The bamboo was so large that even 10 grown men could not surround it with their arms. And inside this giant bamboo, an immortal Gu was being nurtured. Indeed, a wild immortal Gu was about to form here. Qi Clan's 2 Gu Immortals were putting their focus here while defending Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Immortal Gu were unique. This wood path immortal Gu that was about to form was the most important thing in Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Boom, boom, boom. Feng Yuan waved his sleeves, sending out sparks and smoke. The 2 Qi Clan Gu Immortals sighed together, activating the Gu formation to block Feng Yuan's attacks. Qi Clan was most skilled at formation path, while Qi Chu Yu was a formation path great grandmaster who could use natural Dao marks and mortal Gu to create immortal formations. Thus, Qi Clan's resource points all had immortal formations, and these resource points had something in similar. They were all dense with Dao marks. As Feng Yuan attacked, jade green light appeared on Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range that blocked Feng Yuan's attacks. Countless spear-tip bamboos started shaking as leaves shot out with intense winds. It was like a tornado of countless spears that shot at Feng Yuan with great intensity. This immortal formation is not only larger than the one at Contact Heart Riverbank, it can even retaliate. Feng Yuan smiled, using Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The bamboo leaves landed on his body and were all sent back to attack the immortal formation without question. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Quick! Quick! Stop the retaliation method. The 2 rank 6 Gu Immortals panicked before encouraging each other. The immortal Gu is about to form. It is a few minutes away from completion. We need to wait for the clan's reinforcements. The immortal formation was manipulated by them and stopped attacking. It focused on defense. Feng Yuan could not reverse its attacks anymore, but he smiled nonchalantly, dispelling Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He activated Myriad Dragon Killer move again, sending a barrage of attacks at the immortal formation. The immortal formation shook intensely. The 2 rank 6 Gu Immortals were sweating profusely, gritting their teeth as they spat out blood, defending themselves desperately. After a while, Feng Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he found a flaw of this formation. Feng Yuan's formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster after all. He noticed this flaw and started attacking it. After a while, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range's immortal formation exploded intensely as a portion of the green light covering the mountain range dissipated suddenly. Oh no! He destroyed a portion of the immortal formation. Hang on! Reinforcements are coming. The 2 Qi Clan rank 6s were greatly shocked. Feng Yuan sent out attacks again, creating explosions on the defenseless Cloud Bamboo Mountains. Yama Child Soul Explosion. He found that Soul Explosion was more suited for destroying the immortal formation. He used it without hesitation. The start was the most difficult. After creating a hole in the Cloud Bamboo immortal formation, the difficulty reduced drastically. Fang Yuan made good use of the weakness. The two Qi clan Gu immortals' dreams did not come true. Fang Yuan's dismantling speed became faster and faster. He destroyed more and more of the formation until he reached the Qi clan Gu immortals. It's too late. Let's retreat. What about the immortal Gu? We are only a few minutes away from its creation. Leave, we will lose our lives if we stay. The other Gu immortal jolted into realization as he wiped his sweat. You're right. We'll leave. What about the immortal Gu? The Gu immortal companion struggled for a moment before gritting his teeth. Destroy it! Boom! Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. Black smoke spread out to the surroundings. He had used Soul Explosion. This was a rank 7 peak method. It immediately destroyed the core of the immortal formation on Cloud Bamboo mountain range that Qi clan had created with ease. Rumble. There was another explosion as the formation's core broke apart. The other areas of the immortal formation also collapsed. At this point, the entire mountain range's formation was destroyed. They left after all. Looking at the empty place, Fang Yuan's gaze was dark and unsurprised at all. His attack on the formation earlier was met with great resistance that was quite skillful. But later on, Fang Yuan noticed that the immortal formation was getting more slow in reacting to his actions. Immortal formations and immortal Gu houses needed people to manipulate them. Even wills or formation spirits left behind could not replace the use of a Gu immortal. Oh? An immortal Gu was destroyed here. Fang Yuan soon noticed a special aura. He confirmed quickly that there was an incomplete immortal Gu here. Qi clan's Gu immortals had destroyed it before leaving. Fang Yuan sighed in pity, but he admired their resolution. He would have done the same thing. There was nothing valuable at the core area. Fang Yuan flew into the sky and started to ransack Cloud Bamboo mountain range. Cloud Bamboo mountain range had a large number of cloud path lifeforms. Like the cloud fox, Fang Yuan used an enslavement path method as orange-yellow light burst out of his bodice, shrouding all the surroundings. Within the light, cloud foxes and other lifeforms struggled intensely. They had a painful expression as they growled. But soon, their resistance weakened as they stopped moving. They stayed on the spot as they became Fang Yuan's enslaved beasts. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture door as these lifeforms gathered and went into sovereign immortal aperture like a flowing river. Fang Yuan continued his actions as a large number of lifeforms entered his immortal aperture. Suddenly, there was a sudden sound as two desolate beast cloud foxes emerged, running towards the outside of the mountain in a panic. Come back! Fang Yuan laughed, flying as he chased them. Using his enslavement path killer move to make these two desolate beast cloud foxes sprawl and admit him as their master. Cloud Bamboo mountain range was a huge large-sized resource point. It was filled with dense Dao marks. It was normal for desolate beasts and plants to grow here. Even ancient desolate beasts could grow. Immortal Gu were rarer. There was one, but it was destroyed before it could form. After Fang Yuan finished his exploration, he obtained 7 desolate beast cloud foxes. A total of 11 desolate plants of 3 species, cloud chi root, white hair root, and spear tip bamboo. The thing that made Fang Yuan the happiest was the quantity of a rank 7 immortal material, cloud soil. It was huge. However, he did not see any ancient desolate beasts or ancient desolate plants. The Gu immortals guarding this place must have brought them away, or maybe they never existed. According to the laws of nature, there was a possibility of ancient desolate beasts or plants appearing here. But this place was governed by Qi clan for countless years. They were skilled at formation path but lacked enslavement path expertise. They would not allow an uncontrollable ancient desolate beast that could rival rank 7 Gu immortals to stay in their territory. Fang Yuan did not mind it. He continued to search the entire mountain for spear-tip bamboos. These spear-tip bamboos were ordinary Gu materials. The desolate plant spear-tip bamboos had already been completely taken by Fang Yuan. But it was quite troublesome now. Fang Yuan had rich enslavement path methods, but he could not use many wood path methods due to his lack of wood path immortal Gu. I need an appropriate wood path method to relocate these spear-tip bamboos. Fang Yuan sighed. If he wanted to move these spear-tip bamboos, he would need delicate wood path methods. Methods of other paths would carve different Dao marks on these bamboos. Even temporary ones would damage the spear-tip bamboos and reduce their quality. Actually, Spectral Soul's true inheritance had lots of wood path methods, but Fang Yuan did not have the necessary wood path immortal goo. Thus, he could only use mortal methods to take these spear-tip bamboos. But this lowered his efficiency greatly, far worse than immortal killer moves. And this cloud bamboo mountain range was huge. The amount of spear-tip bamboos that Fang Yuan had taken were still very insignificant. A pity that pulling mountain immortal goo is only rank 6. Even though it can pull mountains, it cannot move the entire mountain range. In the past, Fang Yuan had pulled up Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, but it was because these two secluded domains of heaven and earth was modified by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable using the killer move Orderly Well. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range did not have such a treatment. Of course, Fang Yuan could smash the mountain range, but the results from that would not be under his control. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Unless he had an appropriate earth path method, he could not preserve these mountain roots. What? Fang Yuan is attacking Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Chi Chu Yu's frowned deeply. He had a grim expression. He was the first supreme elder of Chi clan. Information had gotten to him at the very first moment. The Contact Heart River bank earlier was a middle-sized resource point. The losses were not too big. But Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was a large resource point. In the past, our clan paid a hefty price to invite an Earth Path great expert to move the mountain veins and develop Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, only forming scale similar to today after 100 years. To think that it would be targeted now. Chi clan was a super force. It had many large resource points, but Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was quite a unique one. Back when Chi clan was still in its infancy period, Chi clan's ancestors had scrimped and saved when they were weak to slowly develop it. In Chi clan's history, this Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range provided Chi clan a steady source of income over time and did not disappoint its initial creators. After generations of hard work, the clan got stronger and its territory expanded continuously. Even though they had many large resource points now, and Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range became less important, it was never neglected. It was always guarded by two Gu Immortals. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a resource point. It was a form of mental encouragement to Chi clan's members. Forget about other large resource points, but Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range cannot be destroyed. Mobilize the Immortal Gu House. Find Fang Yuan and take back Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Chi Chu Yu thought about it for a moment before ordering with a firm tone. What about you, First Supreme Elder? Chi clan's Gu Immortal asked. Chi Chu Yu snorted. Fang Yuan seems to know that I am here. His true motive is to take the dream realms here. I will stay guard here. He will definitely come again. Of course, you all must put up a facade that I am going to find him personally. Thus, Chi clan moved its Immortal Gu House and went to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Fang Yuan had not left yet. He was still collecting spear-tip bamboos. This bamboo had very deep roots of 50 to 60 feet. Specific methods were needed to relocate them into his immortal aperture without any damage. Chi clan's Gu Immortals saw Fang Yuan and hesitated. This was Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. If they fought against Fang Yuan here without any immortal formations protection, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range might get destroyed. Immortal Killer Move. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan was already prepared. His Great Thief Ghost Hand had been lurking for a while. It directly targeted Chi clan's Immortal Gu House. Inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At the northmost end of many northern plains, snow was falling as frost energy permeated. The snowmen had traveled for a long time. They finally arrived at their destination. The cold weather made the snowmen reveal smiles of joy. This is a good place for us to live. This place is so huge. We will not have to crowd around like before. Thanks to great Immortal Bing Zhua's guidance. Sob, sob, sob. Some elderly snowmen were already kneeling on the ground, sobbing profusely. Quickly look, someone shouted. The snowmen raised their heads and saw a scene they would never forget. The huge blizzard suddenly stopped as 3 huge crystal mountains appeared from within the fog. Gu Immortal Bing Zhua, floated in the air as he nodded at them, before the fog gathered and concealed the three mountains again. It's great Immortal Bingzhua. This is the home that great Immortal has guided us to, Triple Sacred Mountain. It seems that the immortals of our tribe live on Triple Sacred Mountain. The snowmen were very excited. They knelt down and prayed towards the direction of Triple Sacred Mountain. They did not know that great Immortal Bingzhua, concealed by the fog, turned back into a stranger. He was Fong Yuan's time path clone. Food, environment, and plants, they are all set up already. Even though the environment is plain, it is enough for them to live. At this point, the snowman relocation is finally completed. The time path clone nodded lightly as he controlled the snow crystal formation, looking at another area. Over there, a group of snow monsters emerged from the snow, looking around curiously as they moved around. Not bad. Under the effect of the snow crystal formation, snow monsters are forming too. This snow monster production line is starting to work. In time, it will bring me huge profits. After leaving Mini Northern Plains, the time path clone arrived at Mini Central Continent. Not long ago, he had set up a riverbank here. He directly copied the name of Contact Heart Riverbank. On the riverbank, there were countless white round rocks of varying sizes. There was a river with flowing water. Contact Heart Goo lived inside it. Fong Yuan obtained a large number of Contact Heart Goo. He sold most of them in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The remaining river water, rocks, and a small number of Contact Heart Goo were left as seeds. In time, he could develop this into a source of revenue too. The time path clone flew again, towards the southeast of Contact Heart Riverbank. He only stopped after a while. It was a barren land without any life forms. Time path clone started to plant spear-tip bamboos here while releasing the cloud foxes and other beasts. There was no mountain range here, but Fong Yuan planned to start building a cloud bamboo forest here. Southern border. Fong Yuan broke into Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range and scavenged it, but he knew about the significance of this resource point. He was ready for Qi Clan's counterattack. Immortal Killer Move. Great Thief Ghost Hand. His Great Thief Ghost Hand that had been lurking for a while directly targeted Qi Clan's Immortal Goo House. The Qi Clan Goo Immortals in the Immortal Goo House were shocked. But immediately, the Immortal Goo House's surface shined with a dazzling golden light. The surface of the Immortal Goo House had ripples that formed into a spiral, absorbing Great Thief Ghost Hand into it. At the next moment, the spiral vanished without a trace. Fong Yuan grunted as he lost his connection to Great Thief Ghost Hand. Bright light shined in his eyes for a moment. As expected of one of the top 10 Immortal Goo houses, Great Space Temple, Qi Clan had 2 Immortal Goo houses. They were both extraordinary. Great Space Temple was the stronger one, able to resist rank 8 Goo Immortals. From the outside, it looked like it was made of marble. It was pure white and round. There were golden accents on it. It radiated with sunlight and was extremely grand, giving people a feeling of warmth and hope. In the 500 years of Fong Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, all the different forces competed with each other as the world went into chaos. Immortal Goo houses were mobilized often and fought against each other. With ample battles, people started to learn of the strength of different Immortal Goo houses. They were able to create a ranking list for the Immortal Goo houses. Qi Clan's Great Space Temple was ranked 9th on this list. It was not simple. It had one move called Moving Space Domain. It could trap rank 8 Goo Immortals. When Heavenly Court attacked Southern Border, this Immortal Goo house trapped 4 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s. It had an extremely incredible use in that battle. I'm afraid that Great Thief Ghost Hand is trapped inside Moving Space Domain. That's how I lost contact with it. But the usage of Moving Space Domain has a huge price. It needs time for preparation. How did they respond so quickly? They seem very prepared. Fong Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly in his mind. He quickly saw a problem. There really was such a theft path method. Demon Fong Yuan is getting harder to deal with. Thankfully, we were amply prepared. We only made it in time due to Heavenly Court's intel. If he really succeeded in stealing the Immortal Goo of this Immortal Goo house, what would happen? Qi Clan's Goo Immortals felt deep after fear and relief. Kill. Prepare Moving Space Domain for Demon Fong Yuan's theft path method. But we need to be careful. This demon Fong Yuan has a defensive killer move made using reverse flow river. Rumble. Under the Qi Clan Gu Immortal's manipulation, Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Great Space Temple erupted with fearsome might, quickly suppressing Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan retreated while his mind entered Treasure Yellow Heaven. At the next moment his heart shook. Like he had expected, Heavenly Court had placed a clip in Treasure Yellow Heaven, showing the fight scene earlier. His usage of Great Thief Ghost Hand against Feng Jiugu was also exposed. Not just that, Heavenly Court also released a lot of deduction results that were free for everyone to view. These deductions were all about Fong Yuan. They were exposing his secrets. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, there were lots of commotion. The Gu Immortals in the 5 regions were very shocked. They were discussing his methods and Gu worms. They felt deep envy and jealousy towards Fong Yuan's resources. This was a huge blow. Intel of Gu Immortals was usually very crucial. In most cases, once Immortal Gu and killer moves were exposed, they would be easily countered by others. Like now, not only did Qi Clan defend against Great Thief Ghost Hand, they even trapped it inside Moving Space Domain. They were going to research on this Great Thief Ghost Hand and trace it back to the source, exposing more weaknesses of this move. If they were not guarded and Fong Yuan succeeded, he might be able to steal a few Immortal Gu and earn a fortune, and even gain an advantage. Fong Yuan had used Treasure Yellow Heaven to show himself thrashing Thunder Ghost True Monarch, and it deeply affected Heavenly Court's prestige. They were merely giving him a taste of his own medicine now, dealing with Fong Yuan using the same method. I have Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fairy Ziwei must be very worried that I would use this move to steal more Immortal Gu and strengthen myself, since she could distract herself to do this. I'm afraid Lang Ya Blessed Land's battle has ended. Fong Yuan's heart shook. He wanted Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven to fight to the death. It was best if Lang Ya Blessed Land got destroyed. But both sides were very smart. They would not do something so stupid. I'm afraid that Heavenly Court took the initiative to retreat. After all, in order to deal with Lang Ya Blessed Land, Fairy Ziwei, Chen Yi and the rest were all injured to some degree. Feng Jiugu had lost his battle strength after fighting me. Thunder Ghost True Monarch died from battle. While Longevity Heaven has Lang Ya Land Spirit's help, they have the absolute advantage. Another thing Fong Yuan noticed was that Prince Feng Xian's traitor identity was not exposed yet. Prince Feng Xian might possibly be hiding near Loose Tail Ridge, waiting for a chance. It seems that Heavenly Court is very prepared. Even without Prince Feng Xian, they managed to escape. Fong Yuan was not foolish enough to expose Prince Feng Xian's identity in advance. Heavenly Court knew that Fong Yuan was an otherworldly demon that had reborn, but they did not know that Prince Feng Xian's identity was already known to Fong Yuan. Right now, I have no evidence to testify against Prince Feng Xian. Actually, even if I have solid evidence, Prince Feng Xian is still a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Longevity Heaven will have a tough time dealing with him. If they do not prepare amply, he might even escape. Fong Yuan had to make good use of this. He might be able to reap great benefits in the future. Using it now would just be venting his anger. A successful person would have deep tolerance. How could he be swayed by emotions and act foolishly? However, I cannot let all of you off either. Fong Yuan sneered. He immediately sent a video clip into Treasure Yellow Heaven. This video recorded Heavenly Court using Starcast and sending multiple rank 8 Gu Immortals into Lang Ya Blessed Land. It was like a huge rock tossed into a lake. It created huge ripples and waves. Heavenly Court had such a method. It was like Fong Yuan's fixed immortal travel. The incredibly useful effect could influence important battles. Other than Central Continent, the Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions and leaders of superforces felt greatly shocked. Their alertness towards Heavenly Court rose to an incredible degree. Goodbye. Fong Yuan smiled as he waved at Great Space Temple. At the next moment, he used the opportunity to activate Fixed Immortal Travel, escaping successfully. Rank 7 Fixed Immortal Travel was too useful. Great Space Temple was not an immortal battlefield. Even if it contained an immortal battlefield killer move, Fong Yuan would not let himself be trapped easily. Even if he was trapped, many immortal battlefields could not contain Fixed Immortal Travel. Unless it was an incredible method or countered Fixed Immortal Travel, Fong Yuan then would be in trouble when he gets trapped. At the next moment, Jade light flickered as Fang Yuan arrived at Qi Clan's third resource point. Wind Flame Mountain. This mountain had countless sunset parasol trees. The leaves were red like fire. There were many birds and barely any land beasts. A small number of fire phoenixes were resting inside the parasol forest. Sensing Fang Yuan's animosity, these phoenixes raised their heads and looked at Fang Yuan fearlessly. They had an aura of indomitability. This giant resource point was rare even for super forces. It was one of Qi Clan's most important sources of revenue. Demon Fang Yuan is here. A rank 7 from Qi Clan was here. They first activated the defensive Immortal formation before reporting to the clan, seeking reinforcements. If I can take down this resource point, Qi Clan would really feel heartache. Hee. Fang Yuan laughed coldly as he charged down and crashed like a meteor. With an intense explosion, the Immortal formation remained unmoved. Giant resource points had far greater defenses compared to middle and large resource points. Fang Yuan stopped his movement as his gaze flickered with uncertainty. He rapidly deduced in his mind while using countless killer moves like they were cheap fireworks. Scoundrel Fang Yuan, you are so devious. After receiving news of this, Qi Chuyu was extremely furious. He could no longer stay. He left and went to reinforce the resource point. Wind Flame Mountain was quite a unique resource point. Other than raising phoenixes, at a certain timing each year, many wild phoenixes would come here and lay eggs. If something happened to Wind Flame Mountain, the wild phoenixes might choose other locations. Qi Clan would suffer great losses. But Wind Flame Mountain was very far from Cloud Bamboo Mountain range. Qi Chuyu was the closest to it. Even though this Qi Clan First Supreme Elder had already set up the formation in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he had to give up on that plan and save his resource point from Fang Yuan. When he arrived, Fang Yuan had already broken up more than half of the formation of Wind Flame Mountain. Many ancient phoenixes also died. Fang Yuan even captured 3. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel! Don't run if you have the guts! Qi Chuyu screamed in anger. Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he greeted politely. Senior Qi Chuyu, we finally meet. You want to meet me so urgently. It seems you really want to die. Qi Chuyu snickered. First Supreme Elder is here. I'm saved. The Qi Clan Gu Immortal defending Wind Flame Mountain felt great ease as he shouted. I waited specially for you. Are you interested in the Dream Path results that I have? Fang Yuan suddenly transmitted in secret. Qi Chuyu was slightly dazed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan pointed with his finger as Immortal Battlefield Killer move Yama Battlefield formed and trapped Qi Chuyu in it. Qi Chuyu was slightly shocked, but he soon calmed down. He even looked around the battlefield calmly. This is the battlefield that trapped Feng Jogo? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Senior Qi wants to say, is this the immortal battlefield that Fairy Z-Wei broke? Heavenly Court not only exposed Fang Yuan's great thief ghost hand in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they even released their understanding of Yama Battlefield and even the way to break it publicly. Thus, with this information, Qi Chuyu was not worried. He was not even anxious at all. As a Formation Path Great Grandmaster, he could defend himself inside Yama Battlefield. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had limited time. If the Righteous Path Gu Immortals could encircle him, he would be in trouble. There were no invincible Gu in this world, only invincible Gu Immortals. Fixed immortal travel could be countered in many ways. Compared to that, Qi Chuyu's bigger headache was that after Fang Yuan leaves, he would continue targeting Qi Clan's resource points. That was a huge problem. Take a look, Senior Qi. Fang Yuan tossed an Information Path Mortal Gu over. Qi Chuyu took a look. It was truly an Information Path Mortal Gu. He looked into it and his gaze flickered. This Information Path Mortal Gu recorded details about the formation that Qi Clan had set up on Wind Flame Mountain. As a Formation Path Grandmaster who had the light of wisdom, it was not hard to make such deductions. Qi Chuyu instantly understood Fang Yuan's intention. According to the info in this Information Path Mortal Gu, Fang Yuan could totally destroy the Immortal formation on Wind Flame Mountain. But he purposely chose not to and waited for Qi Chuyu's arrival. Qi Chuyu nodded. You are indeed a genius. Your Formation Path attainment is so high. No wonder Qi Shang acknowledged you. Formation devotee Qi Shang was a rising star of Qi Clan. He was recognized by Qi Chuyu as a future Formation Path Great Grandmaster. Earlier, Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Hai and interacted with him. They built a good relationship. When Fang Yuan got exposed and was pursued by everyone, Qi Shang publicly announced that he was an enemy of Fang Yuan, putting a clear line between them. Fang Yuan laughed loudly before looking at Qi Chuyu solemnly. What if I told Senior that my formation path attainment level was obtained from the dream realm? What do you think? Oh? Is that true? Qi Chuyu was moved. He assessed Fang Yuan again as he said with a questioning tone, You really want to transact with me? Fang Yuan retorted, Why not? I need dream realms, but Southern Border's dream realms have defensive formations made by Qi Clan. I want to use dream path gains to exchange for Qi Clan's cooperation. To display my sincerity, I want you to see this. Fang Yuan tossed out another information path mortal goo. Qi Chuyu received it and his gaze flickered. He unconsciously grasped the information path mortal goo in his hand, as if afraid that it would fly off. Information regarding Dream Path had an incredible attraction to Qi Chuyu. He quickly looked into it. When he raised his head, he looked at Fang Yuan with a different expression. As expected of the one who used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth and had inherited Shadow Sect, the amount of Dream Path information that he is willing to release already far exceeds the total amount of research our Southern Border's Righteous Path has done. Furthermore, this is only a small part of the information. A lot of things are missing. There is even some vague content not explained in detail. Thinking of this, Qi Chuyu was deeply moved. He had to be moved. Fang Yuan's bait was simply too attractive to him. Currently, the Gu Immortal world agreed that Dream Path would be greatly developed in the future. Not only would Dream Path be created, it would prosper and create great Dream Immortal Venerable. Thus, be it super forces or rank 8 Gu Immortals, they knew the importance of Dream Path. They explored dream realms and tried to advance further in this path than anyone else. Whoever gave up on pursuing Dream Path would be left behind by this upcoming great era. It was like how Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Theft Path, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Transformation Path, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable created Chi Path. In the long history of humanity, countless experiences had proven this point. However, the start was the most difficult. Dream Path was only a concept now. No matter who explored it, they would have to pay a huge price with little gains. Because he knew this, Qi Chuyu understood that this information path mortal goo was extremely valuable. If it was revealed to the outside world, all the super forces would fight for it. Even if they had to fight until blood flowed into a river, they would do it without hesitation. Qi Chuyu caressed the information path mortal goo in his hand as he looked at Fang Yuan with a sharp gaze. I can see your sincerity, but there are many Southern Border Righteous Path forces. Why did you choose me? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I have interacted with Qi Shang before. I also have Shadow Sects and Wu Clan's information. I know a lot about Qi Clan. Qi Bang is your son, but he lacks the ability to become the first Supreme Elder. That was why you needed Qi Shang, the future Formation Path Great Grandmaster, to help him. Senior Qi, you have limited lifespan. When you die and chaos starts, can Qi Bang protect Qi Clan? You! Qi Chuyu's expression turned dark. Killing intent leaked out of him. But Fang Yuan was completely ignoring it. Qi Chuyu had no choice but to admit Fang Yuan was right. Southern Border's earth veins were shaking. Such situations occurred in the other 4 regions too. A person at Qi Chuyu's level could also sense the chaos of the future. Qi Chuyu had already used many lifespan extension methods. Lifespan goo were not effective on him anymore. He had already started preparing long ago, for the sake of his son's succession. Even though he knew that Qi Bang lacked talent, as a father he had his selfish side. But he could not be selfish entirely. If Qi Clan was destroyed in Qi Bang's hands, even if Qi Chuyu died, he would not rest in peace. And if Qi Clan was destroyed, would Qi Bang be safe? Therefore, Qi Clan needed Fang Yuan's Dream Path gains. With this, Qi Clan would be able to protect itself in the future. It would also ride the tide of the Great Era and become an even stronger super force. Ha ha ha! Qi Chuyu suddenly laughed loudly as if his killing intent never existed. He looked at Fang Yuan and shook his head. Fang Yuan, you are truly the #1 demonic figure of the 5 regions. I have finally seen your true abilities today. No wonder Heavenly Court and Wu Clan were helpless against you. I will accept this transaction. Fang Yuan nodded. Qi Chu Yu's response was within his expectations. There was nothing peculiar. Qi Chu Yu was the leader of a righteous path force, while Fang Yuan was a demon that everyone was after. How could they make a deal? This seemed quite unthinkable. But actually, for the terms righteous path and demonic path, everyone had their own understanding of it. The central thing that mattered were benefits, be it righteous path or not. Look at Qi Clan, it had so many resource points, it had to promote the advantage of the righteous path, that evil cannot defeat righteousness, so that they had the moral high ground to defend their territory and attain stability. As for demonic path Gu immortals, they had to deal with calamities and tribulations, they needed to become stronger and that needed resources. But what to do when they had no resources? The only way was to rob and steal, to kill and loot. It was all for gains and benefits. Precisely because of this central reasoning, why would Qi Chu Yu not agree to Fang Yuan's deal? They were just getting what they needed for their respective benefits. The talk was done. Fang Yuan dispelled the immortal battlefield and acted like he was forced to retreat in a panic. Qi Chu Yu won, but Fang Yuan managed to escape. His expression was quite ugly. For the following days, he defended cautiously, preventing Fang Yuan's retaliation from coming. 7 days later, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, breaking the formation and successfully taking the Dream Realm. We need to get rid of Fang Yuan. He dared to attack our Righteous Path's formation openly. He is too daring. Luo clan's first Supreme Elder screamed. This time, our clan's Gu Immortal was sacrificed heroically. This demon Fang Yuan already has the blood of 2 Gu Immortals on his hands. He needs to pay the price. Ho clan's first Supreme Elder said in an aged tone, filled with rage. Yao clan's first Supreme Elder sighed. Fang Yuan needs to be dealt with. But he is not an ordinary demonic path Gu Immortal. His identity is very complex. He not only is an otherworldly demon, he also has Spring-Autumn Cicada and has returned from the future. He destroyed 88 Truyong Building and has Giant Sun's true inheritance. He also inherited Spectral Soul true inheritance and became the leader of Shadow Sect, as well as the funding of Langya Blessed Land. Even with Central Continent Heavenly Court's pursuit, he still remains scot-free. He continued to harm the world while getting stronger at a rapid rate, far beyond logic. To speak the truth, he has the demeanor of a demon venerable in his youth. There will only be Great Dream Immortal Venerable in the future. There will not be a Great Dream Demon Venerable. Yao Clan, are you afraid? Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder immediately said sarcastically. Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder snickered. I'm just stating the truth. If we want to kill Fang Yuan, we need to recognize this truth. Like how your Xia Clan lost to my Yao Clan earlier. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder was incredibly furious. Recently, due to the turbulence of the earth veins, large amounts of cultivation resources were unearthed from underground. Southern Border's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and lone cultivators competed for them. During this period, lots of conflict was natural. Xia Clan had fallen into an ambush by Yao Clan and lost, but Yao Clan paid a huge price too. Therefore, their conversation was very hostile. Alright, our discussion is not for bickering, we need to plan on how to deal with Fang Yuan. If he continues his plunder, what will we do? At this time, Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder spoke in a moderate tone. There was silence. Shang Clan had always been neutral and was specialized in trading with all the different forces. When Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder spoke, everyone had to listen. A while later, Ba Clan's first Supreme Elder broke the silence. Fang Yuan must have ways to explore dream realms and obtain great benefits. Otherwise, why would he impersonate Wu Yihai back then to get into our righteous path? This time, he attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and took all the dream realms away. This proves my point. I wonder what Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder has to say about this. Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder was naturally none other than Wu Yihai's elder brother, Wu Yong. Wu Clan has already dominated the #1 spot in the righteous path. Ba Clan had been after their position, but Wu Yong showed up with clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, destroying Ba Clan's hope of replacing them as they solidified their status. Ba Clan would not let this chance go now. Wu Yong was silent for a while before speaking. Fang Yuan is an enemy of everyone. Yesterday, he plundered Qi Clan's resources. Tomorrow, he might show up anywhere else. Our resources and even clansmen might be targeted by him. Wu Yong said plainly that dealing with Fang Yuan was the responsibility of all the Southern Border Righteous Path members. Ba Clan and others could not make Wu Clan take on this role and exert great effort alone. Hearing Wu Yong's words, many people frowned. Wu Duxiu and Wu Yong were vastly different. If this was Wu Duxiu, she would charge ahead as the vanguard. That was the style of Wu Clan. But Wu Yong stepped back this time. It was as if the humiliation that Fang Yuan gave to Wu Clan earlier did not exist. Ba Clan's first Supreme Elder was not going to let Wu Yong off, he added. The reason why Fang Yuan is a problem to deal with is because he has fixed immortal travel. I wonder if Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder has any good method to restrict fixed immortal travel. Wu Yong smiled bitterly. I am ashamed. Wu Clan does not have such methods. I cannot compare to my mother. We can defend ourselves, but that is our limit. In my opinion, Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder set up effective immortal formations earlier. Even though Fang Yuan broke through, he still spent quite some time. Why doesn't Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder help us to set up immortal formations around our resource points, so that we can stall for some time when Fang Yuan attacks? Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder Qi Chuyu quickly waved his hand. I am ashamed. My immortal formations were all destroyed by Fang Yuan. I will disappoint all of you. Wu Yong smiled. No need to be so humble. Fang Yuan did not manage to destroy the formation on Wind Flame Mountain. The immortal formation set up in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench also blocked Fang Yuan's assault once. But his formation path attainment level is too high. He was friends with your clan's formation devotee Qishang. We all know that. Wu Yong's words had deep meaning. Qi Chuyu snorted coldly. He remained silent. Southern Border's super forces had all sorts of resource points. If Qi Chuyu had to set up immortal formations one by one, when would he finish? And most importantly, this matter was very sensitive. Resource points were the most important areas of the different clans. They would not feel easy if outsiders were the ones setting up their defenses. Among the clans here, only Qi Clan had been plundered, without experiencing it for themselves. The other clans did not feel an urge to ask for Qi Chuyu's help. Qi Chuyu understood this, which was why he stopped talking. Wu Yong saw that Qi Chuyu was silent. He could not say anything else. At this moment, Tai Clan's first Supreme Elder said excitedly, Actually, Wu Clan First Supreme Elder's method is the best way to deal with Fang Yuan. But that is only half of it. Qi Clan's First Supreme Elder's immortal formations can block Fang Yuan for some time. At this time, if there is our Tai Clan's beacon tower, we would be able to teleport there and block Fang Yuan to kill him together. With the combination of both methods, Fang Yuan is not a problem at all. Once he said that, the Gu Immortals became even quieter. Beacon Tower was an immortal Gu house of Tai Clan. Its greatest use was similar to Western Desert Shao Clan's 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. This Gu house was made of multiple beacon towers. They could transport Gu Immortals to each other. If many beacon towers were put together, they could even transport rank 8 Gu Immortals. Tai Clan First Supreme Elder's idea was not wrong. In fact, Tai Clan had been trying to set up more beacon towers around Southern Border. But this arrangement was too much of a threat to the other super forces. Thus, the forces had been trying to stop Tai Clan from creating more beacon towers. And now, Tai Clan's First Supreme Elder used this chance to promote the beacon towers again. The leaders of the different clans did not agree. They only kept silent, showing their resistance to it. I have another plan. A long while later, Shang Clan's First Supreme Elder spoke. After 15 minutes, the discussion between these Southern Border Righteous Path leaders concluded. Under the moonlight, Qi Chuyu stopped using his killer move. He flew in the sky while riding a thick cloud, having an eerie gaze. Southern Border's Gu immortal world was full of conflicts between major forces to begin with. During this period, the earth veins shook. While it gave great benefits, it also intensified the conflict between forces. This made the super forces more hostile to each other. Other than scheming against each other, just look at this time when Fang Yuan attacked Qi Clan's resource points. Not a single force helped them out. After flying for some time, Qi Chuyu's vision changed. He ended up in an immortal battlefield. He was not nervous because this was Yama battlefield. He had already set up a meeting time with Fang Yuan. These are yours. Fang Yuan tossed out multiple pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and an information path mortal goo. Where are my things? I brought them. Chi Chuyu took out a large number of immortal essence stones and immortal materials of all kinds. There was also one information path mortal goo, and information path inheritance was recorded in it. Both sides inspected the goods and traded successfully before parting. Chi Chuyu frowned lightly while Fang Yuan smiled. Chi Clan's first supreme elder. In the future, I will transact with you again. Before leaving, Fang Yuan transmitted. How will you contact me? You will know by then. Both sides quickly left the place. They were extremely alert. Nobody found out about this transaction. The information in this goo worm is not complete. I can see that Fang Yuan still has a lot of dream path research results. But what I obtained this time has already far exceeded the other super forces of southern border. Chi Chuyu looked at the dream realms in his immortal aperture as he sighed deeply. Thinking of Fang Yuan, his gaze turned dark. Fang Yuan is a scoundrel. He obviously wants to cooperate with me again. After all, he wants to know about Etion Mountain's formation. I should work with him now and obtain more dream path research results. I will use Southern Border's righteous path in the future to eliminate him afterwards. The transaction between Chi Chuyu and Fang Yuan was merely for benefits. His intention to take down Fang Yuan now was also for benefits. After all, if Fang Yuan sold these dream path research results to other superforces, Chi Clan's advantage would be lost. Their benefits would be greatly affected. Even though I gave Chi Clan a few dream realms this time, I have already obtained a lot of time path dream realms. I am going to cultivate now and raise my time path attainment level. Fang Yuan was thinking and planning. Chi Clan had obtained dream path methods. They naturally needed more dream realms to explore. Even though Etion Mountain had a huge dream realm, they could not explore it under everyone's watchful gaze. That was too risky. Fang Yuan wanted to encourage these transactions, but he did not want Chi Clan to be exposed either. This time, I succeeded in invading Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Southern Border's righteous path must be plotting against me. Even though fixed immortal travel is good, it can be countered. Let alone the foundation of Southern Border's righteous path. Close connections between Wu Yong and Heavenly Court will make sure they help out as well. I should lay low now. The truth was, Fang Yuan could use the Dream Path research results to find any superforce and become allies with them to undergo transactions. But Fang Yuan chose Chi Clan. There were reasons behind it. The most important reason was that during the chaotic period of his previous life, Chi Clan was a firm force in resisting Heavenly Court. In his previous life, Wu Clan was the same, but because Wu Yong managed to take back many immortal goo from Southern Border's righteous path this time, Fang Yuan thought about it and could not trust them. The moon was bright outside the window, while a faint candle lighted the room. Wu Yong paced around in his room. He felt worry and frustration in his heart. He could not let it go. Right now, Wu Yong had rank 8 cultivation level. He had supreme authority in Wu Clan. He used clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to help Wu Clan get through tough times. He even got back the Southern Border righteous path's immortal goo from Heavenly Court. His reputation was at its peak. During this period, he had worked hard to nurture some goo immortal seeds. Wu Clan was doing very well. Why was he so worried now? Fang Yuan. Disguising as Wu Hai, he even deceived Wu Yong, managing to take away lots of resources and even immortal goo. Not only did he toy around with Wu Clan, even Wu Yong's pursuit saw no results. Fang Yuan was like a thorn in his heart. Whenever Wu Yong thought about it, he would feel heartache, humiliation, anger, and hatred. This time, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared in Southern Border, destroying Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's formation and taking the Dream Realms. Wu Yong seemed very calm and composed now, but his heart was bleeding from this thorn that stabbed deeply into his wound. Shang Clan First Supreme Elder's method can target Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel. But Wu Yong frowned as he walked around, shaking his head. He felt that it was not reliable. Could this method really kill Fang Yuan? Thinking about how he failed to kill Fang Yuan even with all the Southern Border righteous path forces. thinking about how Heavenly Court failed to capture him after multiple attempts. Could the southern border righteous path really succeed this time? Wu Yong shook his head. He admitted that he was quite wary of Fang Yuan now. This demon's strength improved by leaps and bounds whenever he appeared. He could not be looked at with logic. And also, Wu Yong was not confident in Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Clan was the leader of Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong had been nurtured under Wu Du Xiu's wings. How could he not see the weakness of Southern Border's righteous path? They all had their individual desires, they were filled with conflict and wariness. Unless they had no choice, there would not be a leader that could unify them. Even for Wu Clan, even if Wu Du Xiu was around and worked with Wu Yong, they could not be an absolute leader. Wu Yong could imagine that, on the day of the operation, Southern Border's righteous path would be very wary of each other. They would make excuses and refuse to be the first ones to act. They would want to fight for benefits. How could such a group deal with the crafty Fang Yuan? Especially now, only Qi Clan was plundered by Fang Yuan, the other clans were untouched. With the turbulence of the earth veins, they had to fight for the resources underground. How could the clans spend their effort on Fang Yuan? Or rather, Fang Yuan noticed this, so he only plundered Qi Clan's resources. Wu Yong's heart sank. From this angle, he really wanted Fang Yuan to go all out and aggravate all the clans. But he was simply too crafty, he only targeted one clan. If Wu Yong knew that Fang Yuan not only plundered Qi Clan, he even made a deal with them secretly to plot against Heavenly Court during the Five Regions' chaotic war. Who knew what he would think? After walking around for a while, Wu Yong made up his mind. I should communicate with Heavenly Court. I should use them to get rid of Fang Yuan. This was quite a tough decision. Even though this was a wise choice, since the enemy of an enemy was a friend, it was taboo. The Five Regions excluding Eastern Sea had a mentality against foreigners. Southern Border did too. If Southern Border's forces and Gu Immortals knew that Wu Yong was working with another region's superforce to meddle in Southern Border's affairs, he would receive huge criticism, even if he was Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder, even if he had rank 8 cultivation level. He would not be exempt from it. Could be said that Wu Yong was taking a huge risk. If he was exposed, Wu Clan's current advantageous position would be destroyed. Oh? Wu Yong contacted me? It must be due to the demon Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei was resting, seeing that Wu Yong had contacted her. She smiled as she replied. Wu Yong had a special status. He was the first Supreme Elder of Wu Clan. Even without trying to influence him, the cooperation between them was already his weakness. Both sides talked for a while. Wu Yong got to the topic of Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei thought, like I expected, Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel, and because I exposed his methods in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Wu Yong is even more wary of him now. He wants to eliminate Fang Yuan despite the risks. Heavenly Court was not in good shape recently. Not long ago, they failed to achieve any of their goals in their second attack on Langya Blessed Land. Wisdom Gu was taken by Fang Yuan, who escaped successfully. Langya Blessed Land was guarded by Longevity Heaven, while Heavenly Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch died. Chen Yi, Fairy Ziwei, and Feng Jiugu also suffered injuries to certain degrees. They were all recuperating now. But even so, after hearing Wu Yong's words, Fairy Ziwei agreed without hesitation. Fang Yuan needed to die. Even if he had rank 7 fixed immortal travel, there were ways to restrict this Gu. Or rather, even if they failed to kill Fang Yuan, as long as they pressured him and did not give him time to grow further, it would be a success for Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan's growth is simply too fast and too scary, and this is already with Heaven's will giving him hurdles constantly through its influence. Once in a while, he shows up with shocking improvements. Even if we fail to kill him, we must make sure he has no time to cultivate. If he gained new methods, we must expose all his trump cards. Fairy Ziwei felt deeper wariness against Fang Yuan. To pursue him, she had put in so much effort, and right now even Langya Blessed Land was nearly taken down by her. But Fang Yuan? He was still free and roaming around. Heavenly Court had the absolute advantage, be it Fate Gu's repair, the nurturing of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, or even the imprisonment of Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan could not match their achievements. But in the deepest part of Fairy Ziwei's heart, she started to feel fear and unease. This emotion was absurd, but she truly felt fear and unease. Fear and unease due to Fang Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path is dealing with Fang Yuan now. This is a chance. Forget my injuries. I need to go all out to kill Fang Yuan and eliminate this problem. Determination flashed in Fairy Ziwei's eyes. Southern Border's righteous path was plotting against Fang Yuan. Because of Wu Yang's contact, before Heavenly Court even made a move, they were already the mastermind. Once Heavenly Court moves, they would unleash a terrifying attack. It was a pity that Fang Yuan had expected this. After the transaction with Qi Chuyu, he went into seclusion, exploring the dream realms that he had. This was a time path dream realm. Inside this dream realm, Fang Yuan was an old man. He was the main character of this dream, having rank 4 cultivation level. Right now, he was surrounded by 5 or 6 Gu masters with hostile expressions. Lord Bai Lian, this is the treatment fee in advance. Please follow us. The leader Gu master also had rank 4 cultivation level. Looking at Fang Yuan, he spoke threateningly. Fang Yuan first looked at the Gu worms in his aperture. They were all time path Gu worms used for support. They could not heal. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan probed, I am just an ordinary time path Gu master. I am not a doctor. Aren't you making things difficult for me? The other party replied, Humph. You will go whether you want to or not. Do you dare to defy the request of our central continent's Meng clan? We already know everything about you, don't worry. We are asking you to go because of your abilities. We know you can heal Lord Meng Bai's illness. Come. Do you need us to invite you by force? Let's go, lead the way. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Following these Gu masters, Fang Yuan soon arrived at Meng clan. He saw the patient Meng Bai, only to see that this person was frail and yellow. His bones were protruding from his skinny body. He rested in bed as he grunted weakly. How did this happen? What illness is it? Fang Yuan probed. A servant started crying as he said, My master has always been healthy and strong. He sprints as fast as a wolf. To think that this would happen. He was harmed by that unscrupulous merchant. He bought a water text Gu. The merchant said that this Gu would allow him to write beautiful words that resembled flowing water. Master has always been brutish. The others have always said that he had bronze but no literary flair. Because of this, Master bought this water text Gu at a high price, wanting to write a beautiful verse that night. Is the problem regarding that water text Gu? Fang Yuan asked. The servant nodded. Initially, Master used that water text Gu with no issue. He wrote verses after verses. Master was extremely happy. He wrote 50 to 60 texts. But in the morning, before he ate, he started to have diarrhea. Poured like flowing water, he had the runs for over 20 times. Even with Master's tough body, he ended up like this after a day. Fang Yuan realized at last he gained confidence in solving this. Water text Gu was not the problem, but overly using it caused the diarrhea. Nobody could deal with that side effect. Rushing leads to worse results. This was quite common. Using Gu carried risks. Meng Bai truly brought it upon himself. Meng clan was right to invite me. My time path Gu worms might not be able to heal, but in this situation, they are appropriate in healing Meng Bai. Fang Yuan thought. Fang Yuan was not a novice at exploring dream realms. He had a lot of experiences. Fang Yuan had already understood Meng Bai's dream realm at this point. I need to use the time path Gu worms in the aperture to create a time path killer move and heal Meng Bai's injuries. Meng Bai was injured from overly using water text Gu. This time path killer move must target the root cause. Even though Fang Yuan had ordinary attainment level in time path, he had Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Lang Ya's true inheritance, and Heifan's true inheritance. Especially the final one, it was a huge help for this problem. This dream realm was testing the explorer's knowledge and ability to formulate killer moves. Of course, it was not so simple. Fang Yuan analyzed them. He found that the time path mortal Gu in this aperture were unique to this dream realm. They did not exist in real life. Fang Yuan was not surprised. This was a dream realm after all. It was different from the real world. Others, including time path great experts, would have to test their luck now. But Fang Yuan's luck was very good. However, he had a better option. Immortal killer move Unravel Dream. This move was useless when he explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm. But now, because this dream realm was much smaller, it had an extraordinary effect. The necessary goo worms started to float in the aperture, giving Fang Yuan the answer directly. Fang Yuan already had a blueprint in his mind. Using these goo worms, he started to test them. After failing twice, he succeeded in the killer move. Meng Bai was saved. And with this, the dream realm was over. His soul returned to sovereign immortal body as Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He joyfully discovered that his time path attainment level had risen from ordinary to master level. But his joy did not last long. His expression suddenly changed. At the same time, Immortal Killer Move Emperor Yama that was shielding his soul started to expand rapidly from its original state. Someone is deducing my location. They are quite proficient. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. If this was before the defensive battle of Langya Blessed Land, he would be worried. But he had Emperor Yama now. His defense against deductions made even Heavenly Court's Fairy Ziwei without options for now. As expected, after deducing for a while, the other party was unable to break Emperor Yama. They paid a huge price for nothing. Fang Yuan's Emperor Yama killer move shrunk back into a simple garment on his soul again. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with cold light. He looked around as Emperor Yama's aura burst out in the surroundings. To play safe, he decided to leave this place immediately. Using fixed immortal travel again, it was simply too convenient to move around with this goo. In a flash, Fang Yuan went from one side of southern border to the other side. Who knew how far the distance was? Fang Yuan flew for a while before lurking in a gray valley that was filled with mist. My soul foundation is only at 30 million man soul now. Fang Yuan calculated as he sighed. Using Emperor Yama would place a burden on Fang Yuan's soul. His soul foundation would be depleted. Earlier, against that mysterious expert, Emperor Yama expended 1 million of Fang Yuan's soul foundation. The deducer was truly powerful. Long ago, Fang Yuan's soul foundation far exceeded 30 million. But in the Battle of Langya, he expended it greatly. And also, exploring dream realms consumed soul foundation and also caused great harm to the soul. If this was before, Fang Yuan could use his resources to raise his soul foundation again. But now, Danghun Mountain was still being repaired. It could not be used. Without Danghun Mountain to produce guts goo, with just Fang Yuan's guts goo in stock, they could not last long. To repair Danghun Mountain, I have been using landscape as before immortal goo. Event Hof Danghun Mountain has the effect of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Orderly Well Killer move. It is just a rank 6 immortal goo. This task has been draining my immortal essence. Fang Yuan's immortal essence storage was drying up. His abundant storage had already been depleted by the intense battles earlier. Heavenly Court's attacks on Fang Yuan did not kill him, but they were not in vain. His foundation was deeply hit by this. The lack of immortal essence was also why Fang Yuan wanted to work with Qi Chuyu instead of fighting. Actually, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had an incredible amount of time path resources. The rate of time was rapid. His immortal essence was produced at the fastest rate in the world compared to all other rank 7 goo immortals. But his expenditure was even greater. Just him alone could not make up for the deficit. The dragonfish business was sustaining him for now. The dragonfish business was raking in huge profits. Fang Yuan used these immortal essence stones and constantly converted them into immortal essence, alleviating his problem. With the dragonfish business and my guts goo storage, I can still sustain myself. When Danghun Mountain is repaired, everything will get better. With fixed immortal travel and omnidirectional travel, Fang Yuan was not afraid of people approaching him. The truth was, with Emperor Yama's protection, there was little possibility of them deducing his location quickly. Fang Yuan decided to continue exploring time path dream realms. He had left many time path dream realms in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. After setting up a goo formation to alert himself, he entered the dream. On a snowy mountain peak, an old man looked at Fang Yuan with his hands behind his back. "Kneel down," the old man said plainly. Fang Yuan was dazed but quickly followed the old man's words. The old man's expression turned solemn and grand. He said slowly, "From now on, I will impart upon you the strongest killer move of our clan. Time Cutting Edge. Once this is shot out, it will not miss. Anyone hit by it will die. There is only hope in taking revenge on our clan's mortal enemy after you learn this move. Yes. Fang Yuan heard his words and had a feeling he was going to have huge gains in this dream realm exploration. As expected, the old man taught him the entire killer move, Time Cutting Edge. This move was very complex, much more than Fang Yuan's own creation, Myriad Self. And the harder thing was, this move had a very short completion time. Hundreds of steps needed to be completed in 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would face the backlash of this killer move. 3 breaths? How can that be possible? Even Fang Yuan felt that it was impossible. However, the old man's explanation had not ended. Fang Yuan listened closely. The solution was for Fang Yuan to use another time path killer move to shorten Time Cutting Edge's activation time to 3 breaths. That would allow him to use it. If other paths uses time path methods to accelerate their killer moves, they would be adding fuel to the fire, the effect would backfire and the move would fail, resulting in a backlash. But Time Cutting Edge was a time path killer move to begin with. When using other time path killer moves, there would be no conflict, instead they complemented each other. Thus, rather than Time Cutting Edge itself, Fang Yuan started to learn the supplementary killer move, Shrink Time. Time Path Dream Realm. Fang Yuan turned into a young-looking rank 6 Gu Immortal. His eyes were shut as his body was covered in specks of white light. As the number of white lights increased, Fang Yuan's aura became denser and more stable. Suddenly, his body shook. His aura became chaotic. It was like a tall building collapsing into the abyss. Guh. Fang Yuan opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I failed again. He opened his eyes, bright light shining within. He had already failed to activate Shrink Time 3 times. This was a rank 6 killer move used to supplement Time Cutting Edge. With 3 consecutive failures, Fang Yuan's soul foundation fell with each injury. His 30 million man soul had fallen to 29,600,000. This was not Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm after all. The soul foundation loss in Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm was too absurd. Fang Yuan did not feel discouraged. His gaze flickered as fighting spirit rose in him. Ignoring the rest, just Shrink Time itself was very valuable. It was not only useful for Time Cutting Edge, he could supplement it for other time path killer moves. The exploration failed. Fang Yuan's soul left the dream realm, returning to heal in the sovereign immortal body. Guts Gu. Fang Yuan took out a Guts Gu and used it. Earlier he had an abundant supply, but now he had to use them wisely. He did not have many Guts Gu. Fang Yuan planned to use them for the healing of his soul. Therefore, he could only stop his soul path cultivation. The truth was, not only would Fang Yuan's soul foundation remain stagnant. As he explored more dream realms later, it would continue to fall. This was something to be expected, there was no helping it. Soul path cultivation was no longer his priority. He needed to head into the River of Time and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. That was the most logical plan. Fang Yuan needed to go soon. Firstly, the longer he waited, the more problems that would arise. His enemy was Heavenly Court, which had a deep foundation. They might have another great expert awakening at any time. Heavenly Court also had traps set in the River of Time. The more time passed, the more traps there would be. Secondly, Fang Yuan was placing his hope on Red Lotus True Inheritance to resist Heavenly Court and preventing Fate Immortal Gu from being repaired. This had the greatest chance of success now. But in the worst-case scenario that Red Lotus True Inheritance could not help him, he had to make other plans. Thus, the earlier Fang Yuan obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, the more time he had to deal with the future. As for his soul path cultivation becoming stagnant or falling, or even the lack of immortal essence, Fang Yuan did not care. Of course, he was not ignoring them. He already had the way to settle them. Once Danghun Mountain was repaired, everything would be in order again. Other than this method, Fang Yuan had no way of resolving these problems now. Currently, Danghun Mountain was about 30 to 40% restored, but the Soul Path Dao marks had not reached a qualitative change yet. It could not produce Guts Gu. After resting his soul, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm again. This time, he finally succeeded in activating Shrink Time. The first 3 failures were not for nothing. Each failure led Fang Yuan closer to success. Fang Yuan finally grasped the killer move Shrink Time. Of course, the shrink time obtained in the dream realm might not be usable in the real world. After all, dreams and reality were different. Fang Yuan was clear in his mind. The content of shrink time was accurate. Even if there were differences, with the light of wisdom, he could spend some time to create a version usable in real life. At this point, this stage of the dream realm has been cleared. The entire cultivation area faded from Fang Yuan's view. His time path attainment started to rise rapidly before stopping. I am still a time path master. But, compared to before, it has risen a bit. I am approaching Grandmaster. In the second stage of the dream realm, Fang Yuan started to practice time cutting edge. This move was even more difficult and complex than Miri itself back then. Fang Yuan focused his mind and practiced. He soon felt his head spinning. Thoughts were expended rapidly in his mind. It was like a dried pond. Fang Yuan was very patient. He practiced the contents continuously over and over again, moving towards the path of success. While practicing, he got injured again. After leaving the dream realm and going back to his body, Fang Yuan was shocked to find out that not only did his soul foundation fall from this injury, his lifespan was also shaved off to some extent. Getting injured in this dream realm will expend lifespan. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This was a new discovery. But thankfully, he had a lot of lifespan goo now. There was no issue. Of course, other goo immortals would think differently. Just like this, after a while, Fang Yuan got injured 4 times before he finally managed to use time cutting edge in the dream realm. Just once was enough. This was not reality after all. The dream realm collapsed as Fang Yuan entered the 3rd stage. The old man appeared again. After 6 years, you finally learned time cutting edge. Not bad. But we will have to test it in battle first. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Please arrange it. The old man laughed. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Li Xian is that person's right-hand man. There is chaos in the south due to ancient desolate beasts. He is there to suppress them. Go kill him. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He only had rank 6 cultivation level under this identity. Without deep foundations, how could he kill a rank 7? The only advantage was his killer move time cutting edge. Before Fang Yuan could think anymore, the dream changed. The surroundings were covered in flames. A person stood in the sea of fire, looking at Fang Yuan with his triangular eyes. So you are a lingering member of Bo clan? Humph! Die! Saying so, dark red flames surged towards Fang Yuan like a huge wave. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. At the crucial moment, he activated the time path immortal goo in his immortal aperture. At the next moment, the flames engulfed him. Fang Yuan died in battle. The dream realm exploration failed. Fang Yuan moved his injured soul back into his body. This dream realm was quite ridiculous. The battle started immediately. Fang Yuan had no time to react. Furthermore, other than time cutting edge, I can only use the other time path immortal goo without formulating any killer moves. Fang Yuan was quite vexed. These time path immortal goo were all rank 6 when used alone. How could they match the rank 7 goo Immortal Li Xian? And his dark red flame killer move was clearly rank 7. It seems that I can only counter offense with offense and use time cutting edge against him. Fang Yuan made up his mind after a moment. If this was real life, Fang Yuan would fight cautiously. But the dream realm was a different case. After a while, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm. Dark red flames came at him, but Fang Yuan did not dodge. He used immortal killer move time cutting edge. A thin blade formed instantly. The flying blade shot out with the flash of a sharp light. What is this killer move? Li Xian had a shocked expression as he fell. The dark red flame surged and burned him to a crisp. Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. This move is amazing. It could easily kill a rank 7, even though this Li Xian was covered in defensive methods. Even in the dream realm it is so powerful. It seems it is not weak in real life either. With Li Xian's death, the dream realm dissipated. The 3rd stage of the dream was passed. Fang Yuan became a time path grandmaster. The dream realm reached the 4th stage. I killed Li Xian, Fang Yuan said. The old man stood in front of Fang Yuan, nodding. It seems that you are already proficient in time cutting edge, but you only learned the rank 6 version of time cutting edge. I will impart you the rank 7 version now, listen carefully. Fang Yuan focused his mind and memorized it. The rank 7 killer move was many times more complex than the rank 6 version. Fang Yuan got a headache from just listening to the steps. This was the most complex killer move he had ever heard of. There was no competition. After imparting him the killer move, the old man said to Fang Yuan before leaving, "After you succeed in learning this rank 7 killer move, come find me." Fang Yuan was left alone in the dream realm. It seems that the 4th stage still wants me to practice the killer move. Fang Yuan pondered. Having understood this, he started to work, practicing laboriously in the dream realm. Even though the killer move was complex and difficult to master, Fang Yuan had lots of patience. His personality had already been tempered into a piece of black steel by his previous life and the toying of fate. He was extremely firm and determined. These small setbacks would not make him dejected or feel like giving up. While Fang Yuan explored the dream realm and practiced his killer move, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's time path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom Gu, using the light of wisdom to make deductions. Next, he opened his eyes, muttering, "The formation's deduction has reached a certain point. Next, I will move on to time cutting edge." It was actually quite strange. This killer move, time cutting edge, had exceptional power. Why was it not recorded inside Spectral Soul's true inheritance? After all, this time path dream realm came from Spectral Soul himself. Normally speaking, time cutting edge should be recorded inside Spectral Soul's true inheritance. But in fact, Fang Yuan's true inheritance of Spectral Soul did not have such content. "We have not deduced Fang Yuan's location yet?" Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder said with a grim expression. In front of her, a group of southern border Gu immortals fell into silence. They all had ugly expressions. Because Fang Yuan destroyed Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and took away all the dream realms earlier, Southern Border's righteous path gathered together and sent out their people, forming a group of specialized individuals to track Fang Yuan. The leader of this group was Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder, Xia Cha. Xia Cha had white hair and wrinkles on her face. Even though she was old, she had a grand disposition. Her gaze swept across the crowd as she dominated everyone with her aura. The Southern Border immortals lowered their heads. Who did not want to find Fang Yuan? But he had Emperor Yama protecting him. Even Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Ziwei was without options against him. Not to mention this hastily gathered group of Southern Border Gu immortals. Of course, Southern Border's righteous path had deep foundations. They were not to be underestimated. These people were not completely incapable of finding out Fang Yuan's location. They just needed more clues. Like when Fang Yuan appears again to attack another resource point. With sufficient clues, there was a possibility that these people could use their various methods and cooperate to unravel Emperor Yama. Emperor Yama was strong, but if it remained the same over time as deductions piled up, it would eventually be broken. Xia Cha knew this too. This damned Fang Yuan, after plundering Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he vanished into thin air. Xia Cha felt pressured. As long as Fang Yuan was still alive, as leader of this expedition, her reputation would continue to plummet. If it got serious, the whole of Xia Clan would suffer too. This demon Fang Yuan, he is hiding in seclusion. He must be exploring dream realms and gaining benefits. We must eliminate him fast, otherwise, he will get much stronger again. Xia Cha said eerily, "Everyone, if you have any trump cards, use them. I swear on my name that I will compensate you all fairly." The Southern Border immortals looked around at each other. They did not move. Xia Cha felt increasingly disappointed. Her gaze swept across the people and stopped at one person. "Lu Hao, I wonder what brilliant method you have?" Lu Hao was slightly stunned. He had a tall body, he wore a green robe and had a goatee, his face was yellow, he was the representative of Wu Clan. Because of the turmoil earlier, many of Wu Clan's Gu immortals had been sacrificed. Thus they recruited a lot of outside Gu immortals recently as their external supreme elders. Lu Hao was one of them. But the truth was, he was a Central Continent Gu immortal, a spy sent by Fairy Ziwei, arranged by Wu Yong as a Southern Border Righteous Path member. Xia Cha was familiar with the other Gu immortals except Lu Hao. On the surface, He was a secluded cultivator and did not have much reputation. Lu Hao reacted in time and smiled bitterly. I am ashamed. I cannot do anything about this. Our information is severely lacking, especially clues connected to Fang Yuan. In my opinion, we are not weak. The problem is that we have nothing to work with. Indeed. Lu Hao is correct. Lu Hao's words resonated with everyone present. Xia Cha was slightly disappointed, but she did not suspect Lu Hao of lying. After all, Wu Clan and Fang Yuan had deep enmity between them. What do we do now? Do we continue waiting? If Fang Yuan does not show up, will we do nothing but wait for him to appear? Xia Cha thought about this and felt a headache coming. But at this time, an unknown voice suddenly spoke around them. I can help in this matter. Who is it? The immortals were shocked. Even Xia Cha stood up as her eyes shined brightly. She stared hard. An unknown Gu immortal with a muscular body and conical hat suddenly appeared in the immortal formation. If he did not speak, nobody would have noticed. Who are you? Southern Borders immortals were all prepared to fight. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Wait, you are... The expression of Tai Clan's representative changed as he stopped the immortals. That's right. I am Lu Wei-yin, the person said plainly with a smile. Dream Realm. The old man nodded with satisfaction and a bit of shock. Rank 7 time cutting edge. You mastered it as well. Fang Yuan had a plain expression, cupping his fists. I did not disappoint you. The old man nodded. It seems that you are talented in this aspect. Very good. Our clan's revenge can finally see some hope. But I have some things to tell you. Please tell me. First. The old man raised his right index finger. Rank 6 time cutting edge can kill rank 7, but rank 7 time cutting edge cannot kill rank 8 Gu immortals. Rank 7 and 8 are too different in strength. Thus, even if you master time cutting edge, do not seek the enemy for revenge yet. You are only rank 6 now, you will only be courting death. Second, the old man raised his right middle finger. You only have rank 6 cultivation level. Using rank 7 time cutting edge is quite difficult. You need to raise your cultivation level to rank 7 or even rank 8. When you raise your cultivation level, you will be able to learn rank 8 time cutting edge. With a rank 8 killer move, you would be able to take revenge, but before that, you need to endure. And third, the old man raised his fourth finger. Time cutting edge is an extreme move. It has incredible power, but the drawback is huge. The higher the rank, the stronger the drawback. You must have realized it now, right? That's right, time cutting edge will remove your memories related to it. The more you use it, the more you forget. One day you will forget me, the enemy, and even this killer move itself. Thus, before you lose too many memories, you need to control yourself and not use this move excessively. Southern Border. The sovereign immortal aperture had already been placed. The entrance was open and swallowed a vast amount of heaven and earth chi. Swoosh swoosh. The turbulent heaven and earth chi approached grandly. If anyone saw this, they would be deeply shocked. No blessed land had ever been able to absorb so much heaven and earth chi at once. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was near the entrance, watching the heaven and earth chi flow in. Because it was too dense, the chi could be seen like moving fog or clouds. Absorb more, take in everything you need. Fang Yuan smiled. He could tell that the sovereign immortal aperture was very hungry. City Well, Reverse Flow River, and Luopa Valley, even though the 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth were unique and amazing, they caused a huge burden on the blessed land. The expenditure of heaven and earth chi was intense. From time to time, Fang Yuan had to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish them. And this is before Danghun Mountain gets repaired. After it is restored, the amount of heaven and earth chi needed will be even higher. From this aspect, the destruction of Danghun Mountain had a tiny bit of benefit to Fang Yuan. Of course, the biggest reason was that sovereign blessed land had a lot of resources. It was like a huge foundation that could handle the weight of 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth. Ordinary blessed lands could not sustain 2 of them at once. Placing his immortal aperture and opening the immortal aperture's entrance had several drawbacks to Fang Yuan. At this moment, because the inside and outside were connected, when he absorbed heaven and earth chi, Fang Yuan's location would be exposed to heaven's will. And if any Gu Immortal tried to make deductions on him, the difficulty of defending himself would be many times higher. Thus, Fang Yuan had been buying immortal materials and turning them into heaven and earth qi to replenish his immortal aperture. But recently, his focus was on repairing Danghun Mountain. He started lacking funds. He could not buy them anymore, so he had to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth qi. The sovereign immortal aperture was definitely a big eater. It needed dozens or even hundreds of times of heaven and earth qi as ordinary blessed lands. The sovereign immortal aperture had its fill, but heaven and earth qi continued to pour in unceasingly. This phenomenon did not shock Fang Yuan, because he knew that this time was different. His tribulation was coming. Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Ever since Fang Yuan used his time path methods to modify the sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time to its quickest, his calamities and tribulations had been coming at a rapid rate. This was an earthly calamity. But be they earthly calamity or heavenly tribulation, they were not a problem for Fang Yuan, especially when he had the killer move exposing Heavenly Secret. This move used Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as the core with supplementary goo worms to allow Fang Yuan to deduce the contents of upcoming calamities and tribulations. Thus, before this earthly calamity even formed, Fang Yuan already knew what it was. As expected, the calamities and tribulations formed like how Fang Yuan had predicted. Earth Qi continued to rumble under Fang Yuan's feet, forming into huge yellow spirals. Heaven Qi rumbled in the sky, booming as green lightning in the sky continued to flicker. Screech, screech, screech. With a chain of shrill noises that could burst eardrums, terrifying statues emerged from the center of the yellow spiral. These giant statues were 10 meters tall. They were muscular and had sharp teeth that protruded out of their faces. Suddenly, they opened their red eyes as the purple bat wings on their backs expanded. They flew up and charged at Fang Yuan. Yellow spring ghost martial statues. Fang Yuan floated in the sky. His arms were behind his back as he looked at these statues calmly. He was very relaxed. He could even look at the sky during this critical moment when the enemy approached. In the sky, the green lightning split apart the cloud layer. Countless statues that resembled the Yellow Spring Ghost martial statues appeared. The Yellow Spring Ghost martial statues bore their fangs and claws. But these statues were very orderly, like a group of troops. They had solemn expressions and huge bodies. There were eagle wings on their backs. Green lightning divine martial statues. Fang Yuan smiled in his mind, recognizing the second type of statue. At this moment, the Yellow Spring Ghost martial statues had already reached Fang Yuan. They slashed their claws and opened their mouths, biting at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not move. Ripples appeared on his body. It was the famous creation of Fang Yuan Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Be they the Yellow Spring Ghost martial statues or Green Lightning Divine martial statues, their attacks were all reflected back and injured themselves. Fang Yuan was completely unharmed and could not be defeated. Begone! Fang Yuan waved his hand. Immortal Killer Move Myriad Dragon burst out. Within the sea of silver scales, myriad dragons flew and attacked endlessly. Even though there were many Yellow Spring Ghost martial statues and Green Lightning Divine martial statues produced by the Heaven and Earth Qi, how could they match Fang Yuan's myriad dragon? At the start, they could still resist, but soon, they were engulfed by the myriad dragon army, losing their numbers rapidly. The Heaven and Earth Qi were scattered by the myriad dragons. Even though Heaven's will was unresigned and sought to try again, the next wave of myriad dragon destroyed the gathering Heaven and Earth Qi again. A moment later, the calamity was over. The immortal aperture's entrance closed. The sovereign immortal aperture became peaceful again as the turbulence ended. Fang Yuan nodded to himself and concluded, "This earthly calamity only had the Yellow Spring Ghost martial statues originally, but changed because I did not go through the previous earthly calamity, instead using the Immortal Killer Move Endless Trouble to delay it." Immortal Killer Move Endless Trouble was among the contents of Hei Fan's true inheritance. It could delay the current tribulation until the next time, and undergo both tribulations together. The weakness was that it would anger heaven's will. The following calamities and tribulations would increase greatly in strength. Heaven's will was trying to suppress Fang Yuan and prevent his cultivation level from advancing. It intentionally made his calamities and tribulations as weak as possible so he could gain few Dao marks. In this situation, the weakness of endless trouble was actually advantageous to Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan used this killer move to undergo two tribulations together. He could gain Dao marks and heaven's will could not stop him. Yellow Spring Ghost Martial statues were the earthly calamity, while Green Lightning Divine Martial statues were on the level of heavenly tribulation. This time, I gained quite a few Dao marks. Fang Yuan inspected it. His soul path and transformation path Dao marks had increased. These were both useful to Fang Yuan. Of course, he needed time path Dao marks the most. The sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space. Fang Yuan intentionally chose an empty area to undergo tribulation. Even if heaven's will wanted to destroy anything, it had no target. Even though the calamity was over, Fang Yuan's body remained here. He started to activate heaven's will dissipation, only stopping after he confirmed that the remaining heaven's will was cleansed away. When Fang Yuan's main body underwent tribulation, his time path clone had been staying with Wisdom Gu, deducing immortal killer moves continuously. Previously, Fang Yuan successfully explored the dream realm. His time path attainment level rose drastically to Grandmaster level. With this attainment level, he was very successful in deducing time path killer moves. Actually, Fang Yuan's main body had many time path killer moves. Spectral Soul's True Inheritance had many, followed by Heifan's True Inheritance and Langya Sect. In theory, Fang Yuan with Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Attainment could deduce and modify these immortal killer moves. But for Fang Yuan, Heifan's True Inheritance was his main consideration, because his time path immortal Gu were mostly from Heifan's True Inheritance. For example, rank 8 years flow like water, rank 7-year Gu and after immortal Gu. The remaining time path immortal Gu were all rank 6. Most were left behind from Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, and Fang Yuan also had Day Immortal Gu. The time path clone's main job was to use Heifan's True Inheritance as the foundation along with other immortal killer moves and time path immortal Gu recipes to deduce the most appropriate time path methods for Fang Yuan. Even though not long had passed, the time path clone was extremely efficient. Currently, Fang Yuan had an entire set of time path methods, covering offense, defense, movement, and healing. He just needed to spend some time practicing them and he could easily grasp them. But this is not enough. The time path clone opened his eyes, sighing. The light of wisdom faded away as Wisdom Gu flew away slowly. The time path clone went to an empty area to experiment on the killer move. Immortal killer move. Time cutting edge. A flying blade tore through the sky, instantly vanishing with shocking speed. But the time path clone's blood flowed out of his mouth as he shook his head, greatly disappointed. I deduced rank 7 time path methods that are suitable for me. But in the river of time, when searching for Red Lotus True Inheritance and facing the obstruction of Heavenly Court, I will need to have rank 8 time path methods. Heifan's True Inheritance had rank 8 defensive killer moves that used years flow like water immortal Gu as the core. But it did not have rank 8 offensive methods. In Heifan's case, he only obtained years flow like water in his later years. With limited time, deducing rank 8 defensive methods were already not easy. He had rank 8 level Dao marks, rank 7 offenses were enough for him. Of course, most importantly, he solely had years flow like water. He could either use it to attack or defend himself at one point in time. Defense was naturally more important than offense, especially for a righteous path member. And time cutting edge is very extraordinary. Even though rank 7 time cutting edge cannot kill rank 8 experts, it can harm them. It is a pity that after modifying it, the power is far lower than the original, and the backlash is heavier. Fang Yuan was not unfamiliar with this situation. Like how he had created Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe, because of his refinement path quasi-supreme attainment level, he had modified it to its limits. Any minor adjustment would be detrimental and make it worse than before. Fang Yuan's modification of Time Cutting Edge was similar. It seems that the complete Time Cutting Edge killer move is a rank 9 killer move. like how Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Immortal Killer move Orderly Well was also rank 9 and could not be modified further. Even though Fang Yuan only obtained the rank 6 and 7 time cutting edge, even the incomplete versions could not be modified. After forcefully changing the content, the disadvantages far outweighed the advantages. Furthermore, with Fang Yuan's deductions, time cutting edge's memory loss effect was not simple. It was not as plain as the old man had described it. The memories lost were not just about the move, but everything related to the move. Any information related to this move, be it memories or records in information path goo worms, even carvings on stones would be erased from the river of time as this move got used continuously. Spectral Soul must have obtained time cutting edge in the past, but because he used it often, all of the information that he had regarding time cutting edge was erased from the river of time, therefore it was not inside Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Of course, there is a possibility that Spectral Soul's true inheritance is not complete. Shadow Sect still kept a small portion of it, including this, hidden from me, but that is very unlikely. Regardless, I am sure of something: this time cutting edge is truly a divine technique. If I can grasp it, I will have more confidence in the river of time. My chances will rise by 20%. A day later. This is it. Lu Wei-yin half knelt on the ground as he placed his palm down, sensing the changes in the earth chi. Next, several figures descended from the sky and landed behind Lu Wei-yin. They were led by an old woman, the rank 8 time path great expert, Xia Clan's first supreme elder Xia Cha. Fang Yuan placed his aperture here and absorbed the heaven and earth chi. In fact, he went through a tribulation here. Lu Wei-yin said with deep certainty. Xia Cha's eyes flashed brightly. Lu Wei-yin was indeed Paradise Earth's inheritor. His earth path methods were profound to this extent. The Gu immortals behind them started to converse. With Lord Lu Wei-yin here, we will be able to find Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has many secluded domains of heaven and earth. The burden of heaven and earth chi is huge. With such a clue, we will definitely find him. Don't you all find it strange? He has fixed immortal travel. Why is he staying in southern border? Why not go to Eastern Sea or Western Desert? Aren't those places safer? Humph. He is already wanted by everyone. Nobody can tolerate him. Nowhere is safe. This demon is too vicious. He is likely staying in southern border because he wants to rob our resources, especially the dream realms in Etion Mountain. We cannot let them go unguarded. Kill. We need to kill this demon before we can rest at ease. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, the higher the value of items, the taller and brighter the treasure light. At this stall, the treasure light had been consistently tall and bright. It was like a torch compared to the other stalls. Southern Border Gu Immortal Tai Chu Zhong's divine sense was moving around this stall. I want 3,000 copper dragonfish. After hesitating for a moment, Tai Chu Zhong added, and 200 silver dragonfish. The transaction was completed quickly. Tai Chu Zhong paid a hefty amount of immortal essence stones for them. When he withdrew his divine sense and flew around southern border sky with his main body, his vision was obscured by clouds. Tai Chu Zhong's worry had dissipated. With these dragonfish, my rank 7 edge Gu can be fed for now. However, dragonfish is only a temporary replacement item. To solve this problem, I need to be self-sufficient and create the white steel extract resource point in my immortal aperture. White steel was a rank 6 immortal material, one of the earth vein essences. White steel extract was a rank 7 immortal material. Often, there would only be a small bowl of white steel extract from a huge piece of white steel. Tai Chu Zhong wanted to create a resource point to produce white steel extract, but it was a huge project to start with. If he could not solve the problem, purchasing dragonfish to feed his rank 7 edge Gu time and time again would incur huge costs. He would be making a loss. When Gu immortals cultivate, they do not just fight. Resource management was also of utmost importance, occasionally even more than fighting. Thinking of the white steel extract, Tai Chu Zhong's gaze turned to his right. There was Gu Immortal moving with him hundreds of steps away. Shang Hu Zhang. Tai Chu Zhong transmitted. The Shang clan Gu Immortal immediately replied with a nervous expression. Have you found traces of that demon Fang Yuan? It turned out that the two rank 7 Gu Immortals, Tai Chu Zhong and Shang Hu Zhang, were members deployed by Southern Border's Righteous Path to hunt down Fang Yuan. Because of Lu Wei-yin, the group that chased after Fang Yuan had always been consistently following his tracks, finding new clues from time to time. This time, the Immortals went to the southeast of Southern Border. Due to Lu Wei-yin's suggestion, Rank 8-time Path Gu Immortal Xia Cha ordered the Gu Immortals to work together and search for new clues. Shang Hu Zhang and Tai Chu Zhong were one of such pairs. Tai Chu Zhong smiled lightly. "No need to be worried. I just wanted to ask about the white steel extract." Shang Hu Zhang heard this and relaxed. He smiled too. "So you want to create a white steel extract resource point to feed your edge Gu. This is not hard. Shang clan can assist with that. But the price?" Both sides negotiated for a while. Shang clan eventually fought for a price that was not too low, while Tai Chu Zhong made up his mind and gritted his teeth as he agreed. After succeeding in the transaction, Shang Hu Zhang's smile widened. He praised, "Friend Chu Zhong, you want to create the resource point. It is truly wise. Even though the investment is expensive, in the long term, it will save you a huge amount. Indeed, like how I bought dragonfish this time to replace a portion of the white steel extract. If I do this every time, the expenditure is huge." Tai Chu Zhong sighed. Shang Hu Zhang's gaze suddenly flickered. "Dragonfish? To speak the truth, our Shang clan has a dragonfish stall in Treasure Yellow Heaven too. Not only do we sell ordinary dragonfish, we also have copper dragonfish. Sai friend, you should have told me earlier. I would be able to give you discounts." Tai Chu Zhong chuckled. "Shang clan is also in the dragonfish business? Our Shang clan is interested in any kind of business. Friend Tai Chu Zhong, you also know that the biggest seller of dragonfish now is Fang Yuan. Come, I'll introduce you to the stall. It is run by one of us. Trading with outsiders will lead to their growth after all," Shang Hu Zhang said with an earnest tone. Tai Chu Zhong had to thank him profusely, but he felt unmoved on the inside. Even though Shang clan gave discounts, the price of the dragonfish was still quite high. And this stall only sold copper dragonfish. There were no silver dragonfish here. Fang Yuan killed Qin by he and Yu Chan, obtaining the number 1 spot in the dragonfish business. Fairy Ziwei obviously knew about this. She had exposed Fang Yuan's information in Treasure Yellow Heaven earlier. Other than Great Thief Ghost Hand and other methods, the dragonfish business was also exposed. Thus, the Gu Immortals of the entire world knew that Fang Yuan was the current number 1 seller of the dragonfish business in Treasure Yellow Heaven. And naturally, he attracted the envy and jealousy of these Gu Immortals. There was naturally an impact dealt, but the actual loss to his dragonfish business profits were marginal and inconsequential. Copper dragonfish had already been replicated, but the cost of production was much higher than Fang Yuan. This made his competitor's copper dragonfish much more expensive and unable to compete with Fang Yuan. Other than that, silver dragonfish was exclusive to Fang Yuan. Currently, Gu Immortals interested in the dragonfish business could not create it yet. This was a huge advantage for Fang Yuan. With these two elements, Fang Yuan's number 1 spot in the dragonfish business could not be taken away. Of course, Fang Yuan was not going to sell dragonfish using just one identity. He opened many stalls and created the scene of many Gu Immortals replicating his silver dragonfish, selling these for huge profits every day. But even so, my immortal essence stones are dwindling rapidly. Fang Yuan sighed. Repairing Danghun Mountain used a lot of immortal essence, and immortal essence was converted from immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan's huge expenditure was far beyond his immortal aperture's production speed. However, the good news was that due to his full investment, Danghun Mountain was now 60% repaired. The Soul Path Dao marks reached a qualitative change and could now produce Guts Gu again. But the production of Guts Gu was terribly little. Fang Yuan needed to continue repairing Danghun Mountain. Dragonfish business has too much profits. Not only would many forces and Gu Immortals interfere, Heavenly Court would definitely try to suppress me. But currently, silver dragonfish is too hard to create, while ordinary dragonfish, iron dragonfish, and copper dragonfish have expensive methods of production that cannot match mine. In time, Fang Yuan's advantage would continue to dwindle, especially after Heavenly Court obtains Spectral Soul's food path inheritance from soul searching. His dragonfish business would definitely face a huge challenge. Fang Yuan knew this. He needed new sources of income. The dragonfish business would not last long while Gutsgu was exposed already. Even though it was a monopoly, because the plans in Green Ghost Desert was halted, Fang Yuan lacked souls to mass-produce Gutsgu. Even though Fang Yuan had started his preparation, like the snow monsters and spirit snakes, these were not very profitable businesses. Especially when Fang Yuan planned to refine Time Path Immortal Goo. Time Cutting Edge needed specific Time Path Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to give it a try. After all, the original Time Cutting Edge had incredible attack power and prospects. Fang Yuan did not want to give up. Oh! At this moment, Fang Yuan's expression changed. At the next moment, Southern Border's Goo Immortals appeared around him, encircling him. The leader was an old woman. It was the Time Path Rank 8 Goo Immortal Xia. She smiled coldly at Fang Yuan. Scoundrel Fang Yuan, you have finally fallen into my hands. Lord Lu Wei-yin is truly incredible. We found this demon at last. Shang Huzhang laughed loudly. Kill this demon and eliminate all future threats. Tai Chu Zhong said loudly with deep killing intent. Heavenly Court Spy Lu Hao had a grim expression. Fixed Space Immortal Goo was ready to activate in his Immortal Aperture. This goo could counter fixed immortal travel and prevent it from being used in a certain area. Lu Wei-yin was silent. He wore his conical hat that covered his expression entirely. Fang Yuan laughed instead. You guys are too slow, but you came after all. My planning was not in vain. Southern Border's Immortals were originally very excited. But upon hearing this, the atmosphere changed. Xia squinted as cold light flashed in her eyes. Humph, little scoundrel. You still want to deceive us when you were going to die. That's right. He must be putting up a front. Lady Xia has acted personally to conceal our traces. Someone shouted. Fang Yuan smiled. Of course I did not sense your presence, however. I could sense your deductions. Why do you think I purposely stayed in Southern Border? Leaving behind clues and allowing you to make deductions on me. At the next moment, there was a loud sound as a formation activated.